It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
They've been racing in upstate New York since 1948, but carved into the hills in 1953, Watkins Glen International has beckoned racers from around the world, and today, 2025, iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO, welcomes iRacers from around the globe. Welcome along to iRacing Esports Network and to RaceSpot TV. Arjuna Kankipati is delighted to be joined alongside by the one, the only Ewan O'Leary as we get set to dive into what Ewan is one of the craziest special events of the year.
Absolutely it is. It's not one of the longest. We've got 24-hour races on the schedule, even to come in 2025, but this is one of the most high-energy, high-intensity multi-class endurance races that we have on the calendar. Not a long circuit by any stretch of the imagination, not a wide circuit either, as you can see in some of these camera shots here. Traffic management, a huge factor in one of these races. Even getting to the end is a challenge, despite the fact this is 4 times as short as some of the races we have in 2025.
And I'm quite glad to be able to say rather that I've just come from Watkins Glen for the very first time, so all of these shots I can very much speak to some of the challenges, let's put it that way, that the circuit will bring to our drivers. Here's a look at the schedule, quite remarkably. Third special event of the month and third endurance special event too. July is going to see us break out another one of our 24-hour races. They're racing at the Spa 24 this weekend in the real world, and I'm sure lots will be cheering along Chris Lullum as he makes his way out there. We'll have our race in a couple of weeks' time, but bookended either side by the Firecracker 400 and the Brickyard 400, as you and the rest of the year really does start to see us dive into the multi-discipline nature of motorsports available on iRacing.
Yeah, exactly. In the last few months, we've had more sort of sports car endurance racing, even since the very start of the year, really. That's what the first half of the year is all about. Thoroughly enjoyed the Nürburgring 24 as well recently, but as you say, we're going to go to so many different disciplines, even in the world of endurance racing, in the second half of 2025. Looking forward to a new event on the calendar. Portimao 1000k is going to be good. Didn't catch any of the Indy 6 Hours, so looking forward to that later on, as well as the Bathurst 1000 as well, which is, of course, in September.
And Indy 6 Hours, we should point out, last time we'll have that running with next year's IMSA schedule, seeing that shift to a 2.4-hour race. BOP, those are 3 letters that I'm sure we'll talk plenty about through the race itself. Not needing to be talked about in the Spec LMP2 class, but a whole raft, a bevy of changes for GTP and GT3. And it's going to be interesting to see which one of the cars is the most favoured and which one of them obviously is the most performant. Ewan, one thing that's quite significant, I was looking through the weather forecast for today's race. Last year we had heavy rain. This year, one of the few iRacing special events where no rain is in the forecast.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I remember doing this race with you, getting very excited about the rain because it was very, very changeable. I've got to say, recently when we had rain, relatively new at that time, actually into iRacing, it was so difficult for the drivers and teams to work out what to do because there was a tyre change almost mandated for everybody coming up at some stage onto that wet compound of tyres. But that doesn't look like it's going to be a problem here. In fact, many years ago, I remember this race being searingly hot. Actually, it doesn't really seem like we've got that this year either.
Oh boy, can I attest to how hot it was down on pit lane last week, that is for sure. Last week in the real world, we had a bit of rain and then lots of heat, but the race was almost run half of the 6 hours under safety car condition. We don't have to worry about that today, at least I hope so. That was what I was promised, at least, when I agreed to do the broadcast. That's one thing, of course, that we have talked about in recent memory, safety cars, and how that would affect iRacing special events, especially given the rain as well. 3 minutes left to go, but drivers are about to cross the line and set what will be their second and final attempt in qualifying. Apex Racing and Dan Amor have gone to the top. Sean Campbell's gone to second provisionally, but as Diogo Pinto takes BMW M Team Redline to pole position, Redline and Leo to second as well, it was no improvement for Williams Sim Racing, who will only start 5th position with their playseat entry. Here come the LMP2s working their way through the boot.
And you'll notice that in those first round of times, the LMP2s were actually quite close to the GTPs because of that tyre warm-up phase that I'm sure we're going to talk more of here this afternoon. The LMP2s are going to slip away, though, in terms of lap time compared to those GTPs, although not in every case, because, as you say, some of the GTPs didn't actually improve second time round. Less of a story as well in GTD in terms of time warm maybe than GTP, but we will see whether that's true or that comment's true or not when we get to the race. This is the IFR Esports team who were first after that first round of times, and they look like Elliot Noren anyway, looks like he's got one more time to go. The two in front have already completed their session.
I'm going to open the curtain a little bit. Excuse the poor director today. He's not that experienced, and that is because it's me. Last couple of years I've done a bit of producing and directing, but it's been not as frequent. Elliot Noren does not improve in position, he does improve in time, and I was hoping we were going to get to see more of the GTD machines, but no. We'll see Drago Racing and Manuel Troncoso 17th position cross the line and jump up to 6th. The fellow Drago Racing car, Taylor Barnard, behind the wheel has put it on provisional pole by 200th of a second. But Ewan, basically, qualifying done and dusted with 90 seconds still left on the clock. There's two drivers still left to improve. One of them, David Sobrero, who's about to cross the line and finish up his qualifying session, and Sheza Esports and Norby Kish yet to set a lap time.
And that's going to put Sobrero into 12th place. It's an absolutely massive GTD field, by the way. There's 24 of them. Sorry, 34 would be massively. 24 at the back end of the field. There's only 26 prototypes split across LMP2 and GTP. So that gives you an idea, really, of the traffic that they're going to have to negotiate here this afternoon, especially for those GTPs, where in reality they've got 37 cars slower than them, as well as everybody else in their class. Super difficult to navigate. But as you say, Norby Kish is the last driver to set a time. I get the feeling he tactically waited actually to the end of the session just so that he could see what benchmark he had to play with. He's coming through the final corner right now. We'll see where he gets to in this time. He's the only man out there.
You can see the track conditions not as sweltering as what they are going to get to in the peak of the afternoon. So Norby Kish crosses the line, and that first time I think very much was just going to be a benchmark. Did seem as though lap 2 quicker for most of the GT3s with their new tyre model, at least for me. First time that I've really had a chance to talk about them, with these drivers still getting to grips. He's not going to get a chance to finish the second lap though, so this is qualifying done and dusted. And it is BMW M Team Redline on pole position, and that's one of the storylines coming into the day for me, Ewan. The fact that BMW M Team Redline have won this race, not just in GTB, but in GT3 as well, on 2 previous occasions.
Yeah, and they're 1 and 2 in qualifying here as well. So a brilliant start for them. It has been a good year overall. If they push the Nürburgring 24 to the back of their mind, they have had a good year in terms of winning special events and certainly being competitive anyway in special events. They led a lot of the race at Daytona, although they didn't end up winning it. They were on the podium. They've got a very good chance here today. That's the best possible start for them. Perhaps surprising is Masvano Azuro, the best of the rest, in third.
Going to get a look through the full field of starting drivers. Now, if I remember correctly, we will have a full formation lap as well, so that should give us enough time to dive through the various storylines as we get set for this 6-hour event. Remember, winner in GTP and GTD classes headed to the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship, and it's all Redline on the front row. BMW M Team Redline, Diogo Pinto, joined by Eduardo Leo. 21 thousandths of a second split the two of them. Pablo Lazar for Movano Azuros alongside Michele Costantini in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Williams Sim Racing place at Jeri Lehtinen expected to take the start for them. They've got Dan Amor for company on row 3 for the Apex Racing team. Alexander Spets lines up inside of Jaden Munoz, and Alexander Spets has just done some racing in the real world, switches gears from Renault Clio Cup over to the Porsche 963. Apex Racing Academy and BMW M Team BS Plus competition, that's your top 10, and only around 4/10 splitting the field with Drago Racing and SimRaceShop.de by Grid and Go. 12 GTPs joined by Mark Perez as they will do battle through the rest of the class traffic. That class traffic includes the LMP2 Spec Car and Fiercely Forward 135-102, only 18 thousandths quicker than Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. And so Benedict Vida will have control of the field. Elliot Noren will be directly behind him in the IFR Esports 717. He'll have Nicholas Laubish in the Fiercely Forward number 12 to his right-hand side, with Sheza Esports a bit better in qualifying in LMP2. Tamas Shimon alongside of Rincon Racing on row number 3. It's Effect VPS Esports alongside of Effect Simulations, so maybe some team action on row 4 as they work down to the opening couple of corners, with Maniti and Kings by TK completing the top 10. Arete Esports and Moradness 11th and 12th positions, with the Radiator Springs Racing team hoping to go ka-chow towards the front of the field, but some work for them to do, to say the very least. Taylor Barnard, Drago Racing in a BMW M4 GT3, has got a Ferrari for company. Not often we see the Apex Racing team in that machine, but Alejandro Sanchez, again, 20 thousandths off of your pole position time. Redline row 2 with Webster inside of Labigra, and then Ricardo Rico and Manuel Troncoso making it 3 Drago Racing cars inside of the front 3 rows. First of the Coanda Porsches, Tristan Iglesias is 7th. He's got Jano Koch in the Grid and Go 005 alongside. Elliot Veyron's behind his sister car, another one of the Coanda machines inside the top 10. Vlad Kimichev rolls to his right-hand side. Simify Esports and Williams Sim Racing Academy 11th and 12th positions, with another Williams Sim Racing machine, this one the Chill Blast car alongside the Stealth Black Veloce Thrustmaster entry. GridandGo.com's 003's got Marla Racing team for company. They were winners in the Bathurst 12 Hours with Williams Gaming Club Mag Performance, and then Veloce Thrustmaster, Falcon Sim Racing, Fiercely Forward, Grid and Go, Sheza Esports, and another Grid and Go entry, rounding out the field of 24 machines. And you, when you look up and down that running order, qualifying as close as ever.
Absolutely as close as ever. The whole GTP field, just to distill that, was within half a second. That wasn't true until the very end of the session, actually, but 13 cars covered by about half a second in that case from Mark Perez at the back end of the field. It's a strong field as well right the way throughout. We've got Sean Campbell at the back there, perhaps surprisingly qualifying down in 12th as one of the Daytona winning drivers. He will be looking to maybe move through the field in this first stint of the race. You can see the LMP2s similarly close as well. They're going to get battered from pillar to post, I would imagine, this afternoon, as the GTPs can pass them and they get past the GTDs, and in GTD as well itself. It's an absolutely massive class, and any class in which Norby Kish has qualified 23rd is going to be one to watch.
Yeah, he's a multi-time FIA European truck racing champion in the real world, multi-time DNLS champion in the sim racing world. That's how Ewan and I maybe better know him as. Quite interesting, Ewan. I don't like to talk BOP straight off the bat, but we got BMW, Ferrari, and then Redline in the 2 Acuras at the front of the field, and then Porsche's courtesy of Coanda inside the top 10 as well. It's quite interesting to see in GTD the mix of manufacturers. And then over in GTP, we got BMW, Acura, and Ferrari inside the top 4. We're ready to go racing, and what makes iRacing so unique as well, Ewan, as soon as a pace car, the BMW M2 pace car, rolls away, all 3 classes will get set to go racing, and look at the GTD cars just rolling into the boot.
Yeah, so they're effectively going to get the green flag. First corner for them is going to be turn 8, which is quite a first corner to have down the hill on the brakes there into that hairpin. The two leaders, you'd imagine, the two red lines, going to try and coordinate themselves to be 1 and 2 up the hill for the first time.
I can't quite believe I'm saying this. We've already had an issue. Miguel Costa in the Grid and Go GTD machine has been involved in an incident. The green flag flies for the 6 hours of the Glen presented by VCO. One of the craziest races of the year. Down to the 90, GTP try and figure things out and roll themselves out wide and build up the speed. LMP2 and GTD, remember, are already racing, already up to speed before they even cross the line. Apex Racing Team under pressure for second position as Redline go on the charge and Barnard tries to break away, but up to the inner loop, the GTP's rise. Ariel from Leo, from Nicholas Boyd. Ferrari making a great start and up to third position.
It's a very clean start as well in GTP, which is the good thing. All 13 get over the top of the hill for the very first time. The LMP2s will now do the same. As you said at the time, the green flag waves for everybody at the same time, so the GTDs are actually already single file by the time they get to turn 1, with the exception of David Sobrero, who goes down the inside of Bjarne Koch down in towards turn 1. I'd about to say turn 10 there, but they have been racing for about 10 turns already. Up the hill they go. Less of a danger for them over the top of the hill because they are already single file.
This is, again, like we were saying, a crazy race, especially because 6 hours is going to be a real sprint. Black flag for a couple of drivers. In fact, for both Veloce machines, Cody Deeth and Lasse Back have been, well, caught flagging for something on the start, and they fly themselves down to the pit lane. Beckham Jasir in the Williams Sim Racing Tour Blast entry has also had to make his way down to the lane, so there's been some chopping and chaining for GTD that we will have to try and take a look at, but it's going to be Gustavo Ariel, the Brazilian, that will lead across the line. Lap 1 complete, his teammate in tow, but 5 hours and 58 minutes still left to go.
Yeah, it's a clean opening lap from the prototypes, but less so from the GTDs. There are a few down on pit lane, as you mentioned. Side by side a little bit in the LMP2s as well, further down the back end of the field. I think that was Moradness just shuffling themselves in behind Jackson Rosende in the Kings by TK team, number 6 car in 9th place. They've all figured it out as well as they settle in. It's going to be one of the few moments of calm, really, before traffic starts to hit us.
And maybe especially crazy for the GTDs, although maybe not that different from the real world. Remember, in the real world, they have a class split, so technically there's 2 separate starts, actually, something that many have always asked for in the world of iRacing. But nevertheless, it's down to the boot once again, and with the leaders all still controlling in their respective classes. Let's see if we can start to dial a look at some of the respective replays of various incidents, because I do get the sneaking suspicion, Ewan, if we had a car off on the formation lap, clearly there's been lots of things happening.
Yes, this is through the outer loop just after the bus stop chicane, and I've got no trace of Costa on my screen, so that's why. He's just had some sort of technical and pulled off to the side of the road. That's the 004 car for Grid and Go Esports.
And now let's see if we can try and take a look at some of what's happened here. You know what's probably happened is look how uncoordinated the start is between these GT3 machines. I just wonder, let's pull back the replay a little bit more. Not much happening except for Michael Romanidis having an issue on track. We'll take a look at that in a moment as well. I wonder if this race start happened and there's been some illegal passing because of that as well. Not quite sure though, Ewan.
That seems like a decent theory. Who was that sliding? Was it Matthias Euler in the Williams Gaming Club car, perhaps in the number 4? And then this happened. This is under green, but this is a crash out of turn 9, and it's and he gets clipped again by Euler as well. That's Lasse Back in the Veloce Thrustmaster Mustang, and this is actually really a really easy place to have a pile-up through turn 9. It's very narrow through there, and have a look at this. The track's basically blocked in front of you. Everybody got to take it very, very carefully, although some not as carefully as I might like. They all get through. Most of them anyway get through. Lasse Back, the one with the big damage.
Got a feel for Beckham Jasir there. Doesn't really do much wrong. What happened to, at the time, 2nd place, I think, Michael Romanidis. Ooh, that's a touch. That's not just a touch, that's a shove around.
Yeah, that's turn 9 again. And he just about avoids the wall there and taking his rear wing off down in the tyre barriers at turn 9. But that's the first spin of the GTP race. Would you believe it? I was expecting the GTPs to have much more trouble, I've got to say, than the GTDs, but there we go.
Especially on the cold tyres. They were testing this past weekend, or rather week, I should say, in the real world, the new Michelin tire for 2026. So it's got that really weird compound on the top of it that makes it look kind of like it's got a tread in it, but that will be interesting to see how that develops. Not second position for Romanidis, 10th position. I confused the number board for the LED position light. And so Romanidis down now, 6 seconds off the back of the pack. Let's see if he can regain his position as traffic eventually starts to play itself out. Can't really see what class is what there. Let's see if that graphic will change the color. No, but what you can see, Ewan, is still there's some pretty even separation between the 3 classes, and as soon as the GTPs and GTDs get on top of each other, it is going to be crazy.
Yeah, they're in pretty clear groups at the moment. You almost don't need the colours at this stage, but we will do later because it's going to get very, very mixed in terms of traffic. There's 20 all in a line here in GTD. Through all the problems and the incidents so far, there's actually not a single gap above a second in GTD of those who are still in the race. There are 4 taking long repairs down in pit lane, and we've seen the reasons why already in those replays. But when these guys get to the traffic, the GTPs, to be honest, aren't going to notice that 1/6 of the field is missing. It's still going to feel like a huge task to come through for the first time. And
as we consider the fact that this is a completely dry race, there is no threat of rain in the forecast, I think that also means, Ewan, it's going to be a less crazy race at the start than maybe you and I had initially anticipated, because guess what they're all doing right now?
Fuel saving.
Yeah. Now let's listen on board. Let's jump on board with Super Duper Cooper Webster. Let's just listen in. It's maybe not as much as I was thinking, to be fair.
No, same. You sort of coast in anyway at the bus stop chicane. It's a natural fuel-saving corner, that one, because you can actually do the first bit without an engine at all. But then you've obviously got to slow down, and then you need the engine again. But yes, it wasn't maybe as severe as I thought. It very much depends on what Taylor Barnard's doing. I suspect he is fuel-saving quite a bit, even at the front, though, because, as I say, we had loads of incidents off the start, and there's still not a gap above a second, even despite that.
Quick check-in with LMP2. There is no change in positions inside of the front 8. That's quite remarkable given how nutty LMP2 has been in years past. I still think back to Daytona was it last year? Where they were going hell's bells on each other 10 minutes into the race, and guess what? It led to a crash, as one would expect. GTPs, there has been a couple of chopping and changing on this race start. I see, obviously, Nicholas Boy's got past Pablo Lazar, Dan Amor past Jari Lehtinen as well. Sean Campbell, maybe a bit assisted to get past Michael Romanidis, yes, but he's +2 positions so far in this race, but still back in 10th. GTP covered by 6 seconds right now, with the exception, of course, of the number 2 Drago after its little mistake. I say mistake, contact out on track. This is an interesting opening phase of the race, though, because last special event, I don't feel as though the Ferrari was as strong as the BMWs. Nicholas Boy in the dry, showing exactly what the 499P's got to show.
Yeah, and pushing to the absolute maximum out of the final corner as well. It's what makes Watkins Glen so great through that final corner. His commitment to getting as close to the wall as possible. But you don't want to ding these cars up. You will get aero damage, and that round here would be an absolute catastrophe if indeed you're not bad enough to fall victim to that. This, in the meantime, is Alexander Spets trying to come through on Jari Lehtinen, or is he really trying to come through? Is he just trying to fuel save? He's certainly very close into the bus stop.
I did say, by the way, didn't I, during the grid, that Alexander Spets has jumped out of a Renault Clio Cup car and into this Porsche 963. That's a bit of an adjustment.
You did say that, yeah. It's possibly the biggest adjustment I can imagine, actually. Obviously, real life to virtual is a pretty big adjustment anyway, but yeah,
True.
Those two cars can't be much different.
No, that's also a fair point. Oh, traffic, here we go. This is where things will get interesting. So Ariel's the first to hit the back of Sheza Esports, and here we go. The fun that will continue for 5 hours and 51 minutes. We dial up our first little preview of what this is going to be like. It's a lot more compressed, obviously, than it will be later on in the race, and so you will see, if you're new to the world of endurance multi-class racing, maybe a bit more aggression here initially on the start. Checked up as they work their way to the penultimate corner. Pablo Lazar does not get the pass complete by Dan Amor. In fact, he's still looking in the rearview mirrors as he blocks the path of one of the BMW GTD machines. But to the line, here comes the run. Jari Lehtinen with his move.
This is why the aggression is going to be seen, because the overtaking opportunities present themselves. That was a squeeze in towards turn 1. Big squeeze for Lehtinen as he got close to the grass. He's going to get the run off the corner as well. He's not quite alongside. The leaders are going to be slowed down here as well. The 20 car's got a side-by-side GTD pair in front, and they're all going to come through 3 wide.
Oh my goodness, we will survive. Can't quite believe I'm saying that, but to the inner loop once again with traffic either side. The Ferrari gets balked for a second. That's a great move from Simufy. Gabby Montoro to hold position through all of this. But what craziness, the first time through expected. And out of the outer loop, red line still run 1 and 2. No changes further back as well. So Dan Amor able to hold station in 5th. Alexander Spetz now works to the inside of one of the GTDs. Jere Lehtinen, the one that lost out a little bit as a result of all of this.
And you might have seen in the background for the helicopter shot we had earlier how close it was. They're going to get boxed in here. Munoz needs to move to the right instead of where his teammates go. Oh, he's just about had enough space there. That was very close for Lehtinen. Just about had enough space to jink to the side. There was a stage where the 2 red lines got way in front because of the GTD traffic, but it's not going to last very long. You get compressed all over again, and just as I say that, they get a gap again. It's going to continue like that through this first run, which they've almost completed.
Wow, this is wild. And almost as though the weather saw what was coming. It's like we got some cloud cover, and instantly that will probably have given a bit more grip to these drivers as the temperature just start to rise. Into the wall it looked like for one car, but hoping that was just a graze. You can get away with it as long as you're not too frequently brushing yourself up. That's a lunge from Sean Campbell, trying to get past Isaac Felton, the Apex Racing Academy, the bright green machine. It's not going to work out of turn 1. It's BMW versus Porsche power though. And here comes the 963. Not so down on BOP as it was in the real world a week ago. Past the red line Acuras, they'll go either side. And a move in front as well as Jaden Munoz tries to get his way past his teammate. This is crazy stuff, Ewan. I would not want to be the teammate watching on from the side of the wall and hoping I get into a clean car.
Now this is what I call proper motorsport. This is fantastic stuff early on in this race. In the Watkins Glen 6 hours, it's always like this as well at the start of the race. Always like this. So many GTDs in the field compared to the prototype categories that just have an almighty job on their hands to get through the field first time round. But it does almost act a little bit as a bit of a position freeze for everybody because it's so congested and it's so narrow in some of these places. It's actually very difficult to make any moves. The gaps obviously compress and decompress as we've seen, but in terms of passes, it's actually more difficult than you might think, although it does provide opportunities. No passes of note really made this time round despite those couple of attempts.
This really does feel like a special event of old, before we had the weather system, and I mean that in both a good and a bad way. The good meaning that drivers have had to adapt, but also the bad in that we are in for that sprint that many had kind of appreciated. The weather mixed up, the fact that when the rain arrives there was the opportunity for things to get shaken up. Not all the traffic is through. We're just waiting for Michael Romanidis to clear the final 2 GTD machines, and then we will have had the GTPs pass the sports cars for the first time, and they'll slowly start to close their way up to the LMP2s. Ignore the parked Mercedes on pit exit. That is Matthias Orjula in the Williams Gaming Club machine. Clearly not completely healed after the work done on pit lane to try and get it back up to speed. Maybe no passes of note, but what we have seen through that first cycle of traffic, Ewan, is a look at how the 2 leaders at the front of the field have been able to build up a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, maybe now this is where the proper race really begins for the GTDs as well. We speak about the traffic and its effect on prototypes a lot, but actually it does affect the slower class quite a lot as well. And it's maybe time now to steal a bit of a march. You can see some of the gaps starting to open up in the field now, if you're following along, and on the tower on the left-hand side. There's a second gap between 3rd and 2nd, as you say. 7th and 6th, there's a second gap now. 8th and 9th as well. As further down, there's actually a 2-second gap. So that's contrary to earlier, where everybody was drafting off Taylor Barnard. I suspect that's partly down to the fact he's picked up the pace to try and drop a few people, but also because of the traffic splitting people apart as well.
And if you are sitting there and going, I think I know that name, Taylor Barnard, yes, you do. He is currently a Formula E driver for McLaren. But we've seen him in the sim racing world for quite a while, as we do with many a young real-world talent nowadays. That talent obviously transitioning both across the real and the virtual world, and I'm sure many will join me in wishing Chris Lullum, usually part of the Team Redline contingent, wishing him well as he makes his Spa 24-hour debut this weekend in the real world. That's a pretty crazy thing to say, especially when he's racing in a car that looks quite like the Team Redline machines running at the front of the field right now.
I must say, it's terrible commitment from him, though, not to be doing this race alongside. What is he doing?
Priorities, Ewan. Can you imagine?
Seriously, I mean, come on. He could have at least done a stint, got himself on the list. But I'm obviously joking. For those that can't note my sarcasm. Yes, it's fantastic to see him out there. Hopefully the race goes well for them. I don't think they've started yet, have they? So
no.
Yeah, hopefully it goes well. No, it starts quite late. So yeah, good luck to him when it starts about a couple of hours or an hour.
I probably shouldn't have brought it up because it starts during this race, and so at some point we're going to have a bleed of viewers. But no, there's a couple of other sim racers doing the race, if I remember correctly, as well. Alexei Nesov, I'm pretty sure I saw him. He's in a car with Dylan Pereira, who of course used to do some racing with Coanda Esports. Phil Denez, he's racing, so best of luck to Phil. Usually racing, of course, with BS Competition. Not sure who else, so if you know, let us know in chat. And we'll keep an eye on all of that. Now that was Aaron Vasquez off into the grass, and it almost stacked up the field as Gabby Montoro says thank you very much, and the Ford Mustang slips up the inside.
Yeah, he was having his own moment anyway there with Vasquez, but he very nearly got shoved the whole way round by Montoro. And now on his outside, that's Emanuele Oliveri trying to come through in the Mag Performance BMW. He's not quite going to be able to manage that, but that shows you how much a mistake can be punished. Even just a singular mistake like that, that was pretty close to a full spin, full accident for Gabby Montoro and Aaron Vasquez.
And Ewan, one thing that I was chatting to Suelio Almeida about when he was here last week to race in TCR was that his first impression of this track, and he didn't get that much in practice in terms of laps, was that especially towards some of the latter parts of the lap, it feels like a street circuit. It's high speed, the walls are right there, and there is no margin for error.
Yeah, it's really sort of fitting in with the sort of American circuit feeling, as you see here. Maybe it wasn't Vasquez having a moment on his own. Maybe he was helped before he was having a moment by Montoro. I was wondering. So this tells a bit more of the story. I didn't realise Vasquez had gone down the inside first part. And have a look at this. Yeah, I think Montoro is probably responsible for that, to be honest. That bit of a slide, he wins that position back again. I
mean, it's a good thing there's no stewards. All decisioning is done post-race, obviously, here in the world of iRacing. So there will be something to keep in mind for these drivers. They can't get away with the chrome horn, but it's not going to come and impact them during the race by any means. We're almost 20 minutes complete, though, which means about halfway through the fuel window for an LMP2 car, who are, by the way, cresting their way into traffic right now. And if you're Darius Andre, are you thinking this is your opportunity to go for the race lead to the outside of Benedict Vida? You can use the track there. It's not going to give you a 1x unless you touch the grass, and he slips back into line.
That will be a 1x. He'd probably get a 0x as well for contact there. There was a slight rub, it looked like, from the onboard there between the two of them. They'll just have to be wary of that. We haven't spoken about instant limits. 35 for the race. If you're really in amongst the wars, then that could be quite difficult to manage over the course of 6 hours. But it should be 35. Oh, that was a proper smack on the wall. The fiercely forward leader, Benedict Vida, certainly under pressure here.
This is great. This is multi-class endurance racing at its finest. And we're only 20 minutes in. That's the Falcon Sim Racing car and Luca Vunch being shoved out wide and three wide as Marla Racing Team slits past Vunch. One of the LMP2 cars cannot afford to hold its momentum back and roars its way through as well. Track limits are always a hot button talking point, but these are definitely drivers who recognize they can use the incident limit to their advantage early in the race. That's IFR Esports not wanting to concede in traffic. Elliot Noren not wanting to lose too much time, still stuck back in third.
And look at the downforce that they're using here on the outer loop. Got to be careful of that little bit of a lip there on the track, though, just off the side. It's yeah, really, really high intensity and high pressure stuff for all these guys at the moment as they get split apart by GTD traffic. Great job from Vida so far. He's worked this traffic really well to give himself an advantage over that Delatraz Automotive car in second.
That's a great camera shot just to show you out of the long toe of the boot how The drivers are all still scrapping their way through traffic. It doesn't really do a great job of showcasing the elevation, almost pinched 3 wide. They'll get through safely, though, as they work up towards turn 10. This is a track where the total elevation count is marked at 140 feet or so, but I promise you, the actual climb between turn 1 up towards the inner loop, that's around 100 feet itself, so there's a lot more elevation change. That's just the difference between the top and the bottom point on the track. All this action, by the way, through traffic is at the back of the LMP2 field, just inside of the top 10, as Jackson Rosende in the Kings by TK machine fends off Andrew Dawson once again. These LMP2 machines are really a treat to watch go wheel to wheel. Meanwhile, this is still crazy for me to think about, Ewan. The fact that we have not just got 4 GTP machines within 1.5 seconds, but we've got 12 of them within 6.5 seconds.
Yeah, Michael Romanidis still the only one outside of a second from the driver in front of him, as they all understeered gradually more so as he go down the line through that final corner. What we don't have this year, and we haven't had in this format of the Watkins Glen 6 Hours since we had GTP, LMP2 and GTD introduced into iRacing, and this is the way we've been doing it, is the second time round GTD traffic for these top class drivers is not going past the other prototype class as well. In years gone past and in formats gone past, when we've had 3 different classes in the field, sometimes the top class are lapping both of the other classes in one go when they're going round second time round the slowest class, if that makes sense. They're not having to do that this time round. The LMP2s are going to clear the GTs before these guys get there again.
And the LMP2s are, like you mentioned, as quick as the GTPs on the outlap because of the cold tires the GTPs deal with. And even in traffic, these LMP2s can be more deceptive with the way they can use their speed. They're lighter, they're more nimble than a GTP machine. And that's why the new LMP2 regulations announced a couple of weeks ago, or was that last week now? It feels like time's been moving in slow motion. The endurance month that is June, with 3 24-hour races in the real world and so much more as well. But new LMP2 car not only going to have center seats steering for the driver, but also be slightly bigger, slightly wider to reflect the nature of prototypes in 2028, I guess, when they eventually go racing. We have completed now 14 laps of racing, 3 retirements, maybe 4, all in the GTD class. So that class is down from 24 to 20 cars still running. All our prototypes still out there and duking it out, but the top 2 in LMP2 now with a 3-second buffer to IFR Esports.
And that just as easily could have happened in the top class, but this is what traffic gives you, the real opportunity to gain big advantages in just a couple of laps. That's exactly what's happened here. Elliot Nuren leading the way of the best of the rest, if you like. Nicholas Laubich next involved for Fiercely Forward. Pink, then Thomas Simon, Albert Seneo and Benjamin Frigerio, the next in the group. 5 in one go, battling for third, although Frigerio is probably going to get disconnected from the rest of the group, to be honest, since he's still behind that BMW into turn 9. So, yeah, we've got gaps in LMP2. It didn't happen, though, at the front of the field, surprisingly.
And this is some of the closest long-run sort of nose-to-tail prototype racing that we've seen since the GTPs have come out, as far as my memory serves. And Michael Romanidis, through all of this, is closing. So guess what I'm thinking right now, Ewan? Fuel saving.
Yeah. I suspect that it certainly is some way to explaining it, maybe. I have to see what lap they come in first time round. It's going to be super interesting to see. I can't help but feel, though, if one of these two, especially the red lines at the front, get a bit of a gap, they're going to try and drive it home. I don't think they've won a few save over absolutely everything, but right now they are pretty consistently doing the same lap. Look at that consistency from Ariel, by the way. 34.2, then a 0, then a 0. Unbelievable consistency, and Romanidis the same, but he's just a bit quicker.
Let's see what Romanidis' time. There you go. I look away for a second, look back, it's popped back up. Another 3/10 closed by the Greek driver. Both Romanidis and Gustavo Ariel did race earlier this year in the Prodigy Racing League in Radicals. So they have a bit of experience now in these sort of downforce cars. Very off topic now. just totally being reminded of a conversation with Daniel Morag. You know, they introduced torque sensors for IMSA in the real world this year, and he was saying that the impact of that Ewan is actually being that, especially through the bus stop where we saw these drivers flying through. In fact, why don't we go on board with one of the GTDs for a lap or so and get a perspective of the bus stop from their viewpoint. But he was saying because it cuts power if it detects, you know, the overage of torque, which sometimes happens when you go on rumble strips, you adopt slightly different driving styles as a result of that. And so, for example, through the bus stop chicane, you now have to be a bit more patient. You overdrive the entry to the corner, so you can delay your application to the throttle until you're basically past the third of the curbs. It's just interesting hearing some of these nuances that, at least for the time being, we don't have to think about in the sim racing world.
No, and I think thank goodness for that in some sense, actually. That sounds like, to me, you know, I'm a non-mechanical person, as people probably have realised if they've heard me before. I can't get my head around why this is a problem, why there's not just a cap on torque and that's just the end of it, but apparently it isn't. And for some reason, bobbling and bouncing over curves mean that you suddenly get more power, which in real life. So I don't understand what that means or how that's even possible. But yes, I've been listening to IMSA this year, and I have been hearing that phrase an awful lot.
I've heard it too. It's just until Daniel mentioned it, I didn't really even think about it. Again, something that, at least for the time being, we do not have to think about in the world of iRacing. We're here down at the toe, the lowest point on the track. About to climb up about 90 feet from the toe. All the way here, you can see you're basically almost nose pointed to the sky, and then it crests off as you then descend down into the braking zone of the heel. We'll ignore the liberal usage of track limits for the most part on the left-hand side. You are allowed to do that, both in the real world and here on iRacing as well. Maybe a bit more liberal on iRacing with the extent to which you can get away with it. Through turn 10, track limit here is basically the curb. Don't go too much beyond that. And then the fast-flowing final corner, which we haven't seen any trouble through so far today. Knock on wood as I say that. Pretty quick lap in the Acura, although Cooper Webster's 1.4 seconds off the top two and almost out of drafting range. Definitely out of drafting range as Koanda Esports and Tristan Iglesias. That 7th position now no longer in touch of those in front.
And again, what I mentioned earlier on, the top-level prototypes are obviously affected massively by GTP traffic, but the GTD traffic rather, but the slower drivers also as well. You saw the gap there. The whole of the top 7 in GTP could get fit in between that gap in front of Koanda, as you just saw. And have a look at this in towards the bus stop. They're going to be a little bit of a shaving of the group again here in GTP as the top 4 get away. Ironically, in between the red lines actually as they go through the GTPs. So there will be some gaps, and now they get into the Grand Prix section of this layout. There's going to be even more splitting apart again, but no position changing. So hard to overtake when there's so many GTDs about.
I think the fact that the top 2 GTDs have split themselves up as well is kind of helping this GTP battle stay so close together. Sean Campbell tried to go the long way around the toe. Found out that it didn't work. Slightly off camber is that corner. He's up 3 positions so far in this race. Yes, he had a bit of contact, that's the nice way to say it, with Michael Romanidis, but he has still got a clean car for the most part and finding his way forward. Romanidis with this, by the way, this bit of traffic has officially now closed to the back. So it's 13 GTP machines covered by 7 seconds. Yes, 7 seconds.
Yeah, there is the potential for some gaps to grow more than a second, sort of individually in these gaps, and you might have just seen one there. Yeah, Jere Littonen is just a second past or behind Jaden Munoz now. But yeah, that is remarkable to see all of the GTPs quite so close. We might, though, see Romanidis pitting earlier, though, because if this is a fuel game, like we suspect that it might be, Romanidis will not have been playing it because he's not been in the draft for a good 20 minutes now.
No, I think you're right. And given that we are almost halfway through the first hour of the race, maybe 15 more minutes before the GTPs are expected to be in LMP2. Not ignoring them, by the way, it's just that it really has been a lot less action than some may have expected in the Spectre Lara LMP2s. Although having said that, there has been a bit of action. I'm not seeing the Radiator Springs racing team on my screen anymore, so they have been officially kachowed from the race. It would seem to be, because all their drivers have also withdrawn from the session. So we'll see if we can get word from the team as to what happened there.
Yeah, I've got no record of them even being in pit lane. So that suggests something that they were not able to control, some sort of technical problem for Gilles Gini in the Radiator Springs Racing Team car. So that does not look good for them. When all the drivers in a car all leave, it's never a good sign. And we have already lost 4 GTDs. At least we believe all 4 of those GTDs at the bottom of the field are all retired. Well, yeah, this is bizarre. I can't work out what's going on there.
Now, has he lost brakes? That's the only thing I can speculate. Let's see if we can spool back the replay a bit further. Seems like he's still got full control of the car at the very least.
Not really. Look at the wheel.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
That is wobbling around like it's suddenly gone to 100% force feedback or something strange like that.
Yeah, that looks worse than an Indy car with its no power steering when it starts to oscillate like crazy. So maybe that explains it. Technical issue potentially. And our first prototype casualty seemingly now in this race. BMW and Ferrari looking increasingly strong at the front of the field. Florian Lebigra swaps his way around with Cooper Webster in the Team Redline machines. It's the 71 now leading the 72.
Yeah, and you just wonder whether they're laying the blame at the gap now that is created to that top 2 of 2.5 seconds. Are they laying that at the feet of Webster rather than just natural circumstances with those prototypes coming through? Don't forget, for these GTs, they've just had LMP2s, and just as that finished, the GTPs were right on the back of them again. So that was pretty relentless for those few laps for them. And I thought this gap was just evolving naturally because of all of that, but maybe Redline have thought, you know, Webster's just not quite as quick at the moment. Florian Lebigra might be able to put some inroads into that gap if we put him in front, and that's what they've done.
Coordinated swap around as teammates now try and hook back together. It does look as though if Redline want to continue their winning ways in this GTD class, they are going to have to get past both Drago, the Apex Racing Team machine as well. There are 3 Drago entries in the top 6 right now, so they've got strength in numbers as well. It's been a car off the track. That is the Niti Racing 23. Let's see if we can pick up what's happened. Oh, goodness gracious me. Don't tell me he's still going. Yes, he is. Take a bow.
That is outrageous. I don't think I've ever seen that happen and there's been no contact with the wall. To be fair, the pull across on the line of GTPs was a bit questionable, if you ask me. There was clearly a line of them queuing up there, and he probably should have been a bit more immediate, but he hasn't got away without damage because that awkward bit of contact on the rear right has given him quite severe damage, but the way he's managed to not hit the wall is extraordinary.
So let's watch this. Now, they're all good with track limits. They're keeping one side of their tires on the curb. You know, that's what makes this sort of racing so difficult. Because these classes are so close in speed, I know what you're saying about coming across and maybe covering the line, but I can totally see why he does it as well.
Yeah, I just think, you know, when there's such a queue like that, it's so obvious to me anyway. Maybe it's obvious because I'm watching it rather than in the car, but it's so obvious that they're just all going to follow each other like that. And there's not because it's a flat-out corner turn 2, there's no disadvantage really to being a car width further to the left. You know, it costs you a few hundredths, but you'll lose way more than that in other types of traffic.
See,
and by the way, that was super close for one of the Williams, by the way, as well, wasn't it? There was so obviously for me a queue coming through there that I just think he should have given a width maybe.
I wonder if this is one of those differences, sim versus reality, because I won't say which Porsche Cup driver I was talking to as Nicholas Boy now tries to go on the offense against Eduardo Leo. But this is great. This is great. Boy's just searching. The car is clearly gripping up now midway through the run. He was saying that it took him a couple of laps to feel confident going flat out through the S's, driving by himself. And just for context, you can't go flat out through the S's in a Porsche Cup car when you're running in traffic. So I just wonder if that's one of those scary things where in the real world, you just go single file. be curious to see onboards from the real prototypes to see what they would do in that sort of a situation versus what we sometimes do in the sim. Meatball flag does mean, though, he's going to be sat in pit lane. Sam Guybers in the Maniti 23 for quite a while. As pulling out a line, they go 3 wide to make their way through some of the traffic.
Yeah, this is LMP2, GTD and GTP traffic all on the circuit at the same time for the first time. It's mainly because Cody Deef has had a pit stop already in this race very early on and is slightly disconnected, well, very disconnected from the rest of the GTD field. And there's some LMP2s that the GTPs are coming through now. In fact, they're going through the whole class rather slowly because, as you say, the gap's not very big. But here's another one of those instances through turn 2. They get away with it this time. Not quite identical, but pretty similar. Yeah, it's going to be one that's argued about between those two teams, certainly that incident through turn 2.
Apparently we aren't showing the race. I'm not quite sure which race we are showing, but anyway. Through the inner loop comes the prototype traffic. Look how stiff they're sprung as well. It's quite remarkable given that in an IMSA esports race here at Watkins Glen a couple of years ago, we had 4-5 prototypes binning it through that inside curve. Quite remarkable we haven't hit that. If you're an LMP2 car right now, do you think that it might be worth coming into pit lane in a couple of laps, especially with the GTP starting to run on top of you?
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier on. How do you figure this out in terms of your pit strategy with traffic? Because it might actually be worth doing something like that. I think maybe the point I would go for is the point at which they catch the GTDs again. 15 is quite a few laps from doing that at the moment, as we see an LMP2 come back out onto the circuit again, Rosende. So maybe that is the right call, but I would personally wait, if possible, till you get to the back end of the GTDs for a second time.
A couple of drivers fighting their way through traffic. That's the Maradness LMP2, Nathan Olsen behind the wheel. He's going to be sharing that car with Dion Fiallo. So a couple of quick drivers in downforce with the prototype machines. Top 2 in the class, still 2.5 seconds clear of Elliot Naren, who's been able to build a bit of a buffer over the rest of the field. But I think these pit stops are going to be very, very interesting because Darius Andre has probably been sitting there and sipping his fuel. He'll go a couple of laps longer and he'll potentially be able to extend the stint to the point where an overcut might work for him. So a question on GTP lap times and LMP2 lap times. Last time by was a 35.0 for the leader. Last time by for the LMP2 leader was a 37.9.
Yeah, obviously traffic affecting those, but the difference in terms of lap speed is not very pronounced anymore in terms of GTP and LMP2. If you think back to the LMP1 days, then forget about it. It's not those kind of days anymore where the gap is really, really large. It is pretty small, as you can see here. It takes them an awful long time to get through. Nicholas Boy is going to get down the inside here and slips through just about his turn 9, but every pass on an LMP2 is hard work in a way that it just wasn't in a previous era.
And maybe some of the GTP drivers who, this generation of GTP drivers in the real world have graduated in many cases, Ewan, from being top car sports car drivers, right? Top class sports car drivers. So they have experience of being the lapped traffic, the drivers always looking in the rearview mirror. I think for the LMP2s, it's now going to be interesting for them when we go to this new formula where they're bigger, a bit slower, and now they have to kind of accommodate the differences, and the GTP suddenly become head and shoulders faster than everyone else. To the inside of Elliot Naren and the IFR Esports, they're going to go. Just look how much faster they are at the very top end. What really happens is as soon as the hybrid kicks in at whatever speed the BOP dictates, around 200 kilometers an hour, that's where these cars really start to pull away.
Yeah, it's a really fast straight line speed car, these cars, in terms of top end. But through the corners, as you can see here, you can barely tell the difference between an LMP2 and a GTP car. That is for sure. Yeah, I'm not totally sold on these new regulations, I must admit. It's something we've talked about before. Do cars really need to keep getting bigger? I mean,
well,
yeah.
The only reason I'll say yes is I was talking to Kenton Cook, and he was speculating that he might actually be able to fit into one of the new LMP2 cars. He's too big to fit into the current LMP2 machinery.
In which dimension?
Ooh, height. Yes, good question. But for him, much like it would be for me, it is height.
Yes. Okay. Vertical, not horizontal. Fine. That might not solve many problems, actually, if it's the other way around. But yeah. Oh, that was close. Oh, dear. How many times are we going to see that this afternoon? And he's going to lose a place because of it as well. Nicholas Boy's going to be down to 4th place here, surely.
Pablo Lazar squeaks his way on through. Can the speed be carried around the outside? He stays on the track as well. There's space given. Neither one wants to lift, as over the top of the S's they will climb. Which one emerges to the camera shot first? Both of them. Lazar's on the inside though. Preferred line up to the inner loop.
Alexander Spetz has got the best view in the house here, but he doesn't make it 3 wide. Look at the straight line speed of the Ferrari. Spetz is going to try and follow round the outside into the bus stop. He's gone. Oh, he's spun around at the bus stop chicane. He's going to hit the wall here, surely. Oh, he's taken his rear wing off as well. Alexander Spetz from 5th place. Oh, he's out of this race. Surely he's out the running in that number 1 car.
Well, maybe a slightly unfamiliar rig for Alexander Spetz, but I think that one is down to the choice, the decision to go the long way around, and it all ends in tears. There was contact, but it's after the car's already bobbled over the curb, and Pablo Lazar is very lucky he does not get tangled up as well.
Very, very lucky. I said Spetz had the best view in the house. That's because I thought he was just going to wait and watch, but he didn't. Lazar, I think, was trying to let Bo back through again, but he, in the end, had Spetz alongside him. Oh, they might well get the blame for that, Movano. I don't know whether the contact actually causes that or not, having seen that onboard.
If anyone tries to blame Movano from that, even from that onboard, I'm not going to sit here and be okay with it. Because look at when you put yourself in this position that Alexander Spetz has done, bouncing over the curb, that car's already out of control. He's expecting Lazar to give him space. I know what you're saying, Ewan. There could be people that put the blame on him. I just don't think I could agree with them.
That offboard, for me, certainly sells it as, you know, Spetz. But when you're on board, obviously, when you're on board, you can't really see everything, which is probably why you get that clouded vision. But yeah, off board, there's no doubt that that's Spetz' fault, going too fast into the corner. In the meantime, we've seen the LMP2s in while we've been watching that incident. Yeah, no,
wow. I was hoping we were going to get a chance to talk about LMP2 pit stops, but apparently not. Spetz with a meatball. Pablo Lazar is down on pit lane now as well. I wonder if they're just assessing the damage onto that car. Darius Andre did not get the advantage to the pit stop sequence that I was expecting, and I now think there's a bit of damage on his right front as well. Not sure if I can put the 2 and 2 together just yet, but Fiercely Forward, out of the pit stop sequence, have got a 3-second lead.
Yeah, that gap didn't exist before, did it? So we'll need to do some figuring out there, because
look at
as
the right
you say,
side.
Yeah, it's not right, is it? That car's not right. And I actually wonder whether, it's hard to tell from off-board, but I wonder whether he's even got suspension damage from that front. Let's just see on this short shoot here towards turn 2. Is he damaged to suspension lead? No. Maybe it's only aero, but he's been jumped by IFR Esports as well. This is not a well 100% car at the moment.
Oh, and now Pablo Lazar's got a black flag. Sorry, jump back over to the GTP for a second. Oh, that is not a healthy car, I think, right now. Oh, and I think that incident might have taken 2 machines out with it. More pit stops, by the way, underway as Dominic Hoffman follows in Sean Campbell. So this, I think, is a strategy call.
I think it probably is. Yes, as they make their way in. They're just, yes, it definitely is, because they're just on the back of the GTDs. As I said earlier, I think this is a great call to come in on the GTDs, because not necessarily when they caught the LMP2s, because that would have only put them back behind the GTDs for another time round, if you see what I mean. They're giving themselves a lot of clear air here. This is where all the traffic is, halfway around the lap. Hoffman and Campbell are going to have loads of traffic when they come out.
Just trying to look at my timing screen and figure out what's going on in this race. I would not be shocked if now GTP, we do see a bit of a difference between them. 30-second pit stop for Campbell. They're going for a track position play. 34.5 for Hoffman. They've responded. That's not a full tank of fuel, Ewan.
No, but he wouldn't be able to fit it in because he's not done a full stint yet.
True.
So I wonder whether they've actually brimmed that, but they've got 6 seconds worth of fuel still in the car when they pitted. Obviously, I don't know that. I'm just guessing. But that would be my only theory for the moment. As you say, though, that's definitely a track position ploy from Campbell. And I think it's a good idea as well. But people say that qualifying doesn't matter in endurance racing, but I think it's really cost Campbell the way he's qualified for this event.
it puts you back into the thick of the action. It also means you aren't the first to get to the traffic when it does cycle its way around. There are always consequences to poor qualifying, even in 24-hour races. IFR Esports back into third. I'm not sure if that is cold tire related, but Elliot Naren back to the task. No driver changes from what we can see in LMP2. So we still wait then for the leaders in the GTP class to make their way down onto pit lane. We're back on board with Nicholas Boy, shaped to the inside of Eduardo Leo, who chops the nose off. That was audacious.
And again, he's looking, but there's traffic in the way when they get down to the outer loop as well. So this race is starting to split apart now. Not only traffic, but the fact we're getting deeper into the run means that drivers have probably figured out they've probably saved all they can now. The amount of laps they've got left in the cars now is probably what they're going to be able to continue on with all the way to the end. And so everybody's put the fuel saving to the back of their mind just for 10 minutes or so while they start to race again. And I think that's why you can see, at least part of the story, why you can see Gustavo Ariel now leading by a second and a half.
Redline, who found themselves working a lot with high downforce machinery at the end of last year, albeit in the IndyCar as they made their attempt at the IndyCar Buttkicker iRacing Pro Series. Diogo Pinto, of course, going on to become the champion. They do have a ability to get the cars dialed in for these sort of high-speed tracks. There's not many low-speed corners here at Watkins Glen. It's mostly medium and high-speed. So it's a slightly different setup, compromise, I guess, than what you would potentially have at some other tracks. And that's maybe why we sometimes see the issues at the bus stop with the stiffly sprung nature of the cars. Here comes Simufy Esports, Mark Perez. So they're not finished the full tank of fuel either. And they've also managed to put the number on the front of the car slightly in the wrong place.
Well done. Well, I won't mock them too much because I don't know where to start with making a delivery. So I'm not going to make fun of them too much. But there they go on the jacks. 4 tyres, as will be taken every time. Fuel and tyres still taken at the same time as we go back to GTD, where the red lines are apart for the first time.
Yeah, Cooper's been passed now by Ricardo Rico. Manuel Troncoso's thinking about trying to make his way through as well. Immediately up the inside as we see Drago now move to 4th and 5th. The choice of Acura is maybe not benefiting the red line machine. Has Webster lost the rear end?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I can't answer that, but he certainly has lost the rear end. The Acura looks so much like that normally, nobody noticed. Well, I didn't notice.
Pablo Lazar is also back into pit lane. That, I think, is his penalty being served for, we believe, speeding. I'll see if I can figure out why he's lost the rear end, Ewan. Give me a bit.
Okay. It's, as I say, such a visual... a visual non-thing that, I didn't notice, I must say. But Cooper Webster's certainly been struggling in this stint. There's no doubt about that. He was running in 3rd place, giving chase to the 2 leaders, but as soon as Taylor Barnard and Alejandro Sanchez got a bit of an advantage, Webster couldn't really keep his position ahead of Florian Labiga, and so he gave it up to his teammate. How did this rear end come off? So is the question we're trying to solve.
There was some contact with the GTP that's just made its way past, and then eventually it works its way loose. And just keep watching, Ewan. Watch the oversteer he has here.
Okay, so he knows about it pretty quickly. Yeah, that was one of the most realistic bits of bodywork setting I've ever seen on iRacing. That was great.
I'm amazed that little bit of contact ended with as much consequence as it did. Here's the look from the BMW behind. I mean, it looks like a nothing burger.
It does a bit, but he kind of deserved it. If he's defending like that towards turn 9, so I like Cooper, but that's probably his fault there.
Ewan has no chill today.
Sorry, that was fine. I hope he still respects me afterwards. Maybe he didn't before. Anyway, he's certainly struggling with that rear end damage, as you say. And we saw it actually live a few moments ago at the bus stop when the Dragos were coming through. He was really out sideways.
Yes. Ewan, by the way, is going to step aside in about 11 minutes' time. He'll be back for the middle of the race and then back at the end of the race as well. So you'll get your share of Ewan, you'll get your share of me, you'll get your share of Cam Roger, who will be joining us in 10 minutes, and Paul Smith, who joins us in a few hours as well. First taker from the front of pit lane, and boy, we've got a couple following in. Nicholas Boy, Jere Lettinen and Isaac Phelps. That was not intended, sorry.
I was really hoping it was. That was a great joke, but but you didn't mean it, so fine. Onto the pit lane. That's 32 laps complete, by the way, for the leaders. So note that down in your heads. Who was it? Sean Campbell, sorry. Only for Grid and Go, only did 28.
Sorry, Lettinen and Phelps both rolled through the box and had to reverse, Ewan.
Well, I mean, we've all done it, but yeah, not many of us in front of hundreds of people on camera. So unfortunately for them, they are going to lose some seconds. But just watch the pit stop times on the right-hand side here. Are they going to underfuel to try and get track position here, or is it too early for that kind of thing? I suspect they will bring the tanks, but let's see.
Well, here comes Mr. Campbell in the bright pink You're Not Gonna Miss Me Porsche 963, the simraceshop.de by Grid and Go, the 001. So Lettinen with a slightly short fill. Nicholas Boy is the one that's lost out a little bit here, because he's now behind the Williams Sim Racing playseat machine as off and away they go.
Yeah, so that was 5 seconds for Nicholas Boy. And you just wonder what the Red Lines are going to do. If Red Line also underfuel here, I think Scuderia Ferrari Esports team could be really quite behind the 8 ball in this race. Here they come. So 33 laps for them. The fact they've, by the way, been leading and fuel saved more than others is quite outrageous. But anyway, they've got 33 laps out the car, and in comes everybody else as well.
I'm pretty sure they almost just got ran over by IFR Esports as well. That is going to be something we talk about, the danger, the jeopardy of entering pit lane at speed. It's a great shot of the front of pit lane. You can see that it kind of descends as well as you get to the very bottom. This is a site that I'm familiar with. This was my office last week, but to work go the mechanics. 4 tires, a full tank of energy, not fuel, we have to call it energy, as Ariel, Leo, Amor, and Munoz all will stay in the car. Question is Sean Campbell going to lead next time by at the line?
I'm going to say yes. If you want to guess, for me, I'm gonna guess yes, because I don't think Red Line are going to fuel. Well, maybe they will underfuel as much. I don't know. They've certainly done their tyres. That will come after 20 seconds, so they've already done that. How long is they going to wait? There goes Williams. Williams are going to lead. Well, Jaden Munoz.
For how long though? Because already up to speed. Yep, that's what I thought. Here comes that momentum. Fresh tyres for Munoz, but warm tyres for Sean Campbell. Straight up the inside. That was a move as easy as you'd like. And no! The Texan wrecks it through the S's. Jaden Munoz in the Williams Sim Racing Fanatec car has found the wall.
Oh, that is heartbreaking for Williams. It was always going to happen, though, going wide at turn 3. It's actually a very difficult corner on cold tyres as BS Competition, by the way, come flying in here. That's Dominic Hoffman getting in the middle of the red lines, and he's going to be the leading BMW. So BS Competition get to second with their early pit stop and their short fill. But the big story is Jaden Munoz, who was going to be second in this race after that underfueling from Williams. He just went a little bit wide to give Sean Campbell the space. And to be honest, he shouldn't really have done it. He should have just got back in single file again. Easy to say in hindsight, but there was no grip out there on the outside of turn 3. He slid his way into the wall on those cold tyres.
And heartbreak, you feel for him. That's the danger of these sprint races, though, isn't it, Ewan, when you are forced to go all out. You cannot make any sort of a compromise. And Dan Amor is going to pinch him slightly as he fights his way through as well. Let's take a look at let's take a couple of looks at this as well, because it's going to go on him so quickly. And that fiercely forward BMW was very, very lucky that the 11 did not bounce back into the path.
Yeah, we spoke about the start of the race in terms of a pile-up over the top of the hill there, but they're very easy. Could be one at any stage, to be honest, with so many cars out there. Just have a listen to this. Oh, it's just a helpless feeling, isn't it? It's a truly helpless feeling when you slide in one of these cars. The cold tyres are so hard to deal with. And if ever you needed an example, you know, Jaden Munoz is, and all of these guys, some of the best prototype drivers in the world. And, yeah, even they struggle on these cold tyres.
So on board with the BMW. Question, is the car toast? Yeah, I think that one's toast, unfortunately. Oh, I mean, that's a case of I'm keeping my foot to the floor if I've ever seen one before. So kudos to Henry Jocelyn for kind of judging that situation well, but wow. Big drama, and now back on the live shot. A one-lap undercut for Nicholas Boy has got him in front of Eduardo Leo. He's still got warmer tires than Gustavo Ariel, getting up to speed once again in that BMW M Team Redline number 20, and the fight for fourth is on.
It's absolutely fascinating the way that these cold tyres actually work, with the amount of time it actually takes you to get up to speed. That's why the undercut is so powerful, and one of the reasons why Sean Campbell went for it in the end. He's got a massive lead at the moment, 6 seconds. Obviously, he's going to need to take some longer stops later, and he's already done 10 seconds shorter stops this afternoon than Team Redline, for example. But it's such an advantage pitting in early, and he might well have secured himself that for the rest of the day. Here they go around the outside of some of the GTDs. Nicholas Boy just about gets away with it, and thankfully the Marla Racing team gave them room. But this is absolutely on for fourth place. I don't think Boy, though, is quite struck when he needed to in terms of getting past the cold tyre runner, though.
He might have needed one more lap in terms of undercut. Oh, he had to breathe off the throttle for a second, and now using that hybrid to kick him over the top of the crest, squeeze to the inside. Oh, that was ballsy. That's one word for it.
It's like squeezing down a corridor there, wasn't it? That was ever closing for Nicholas Boy. That was, well, that made we wince, as you heard. That was very, very close over the top of the hill. And we're going to see that again and again and again. I can't stress enough what a danger point turn 3 is for such a flat-out corner on your own. It's such a dangerous corner.
It's quite crazy. The run out of turn 1, by the way, it's about 1.5 kilometers by the time, from the time you put your foot on the gas to lifting it to get onto the brake as well. It's not a short run by any means. And you just sit there and you wait. At least you hope you wait if you're not balked up behind traffic. Ewan, 4 minutes, then we're going to kick you out of the booth for a break. I say kick you out nicely. Ask you to go and rest yourself up for rejoining in the middle of the race. And what do you think we're going to see midway through the race as well? We haven't touched on weather too much, but it's climbed about 10 degrees Celsius in the last 60 minutes.
Yeah, and it was 35 in qualifying. So, yeah, that's it's about 10 degrees, isn't it? So, yeah, 46 on the circuit at the moment. That's going to be a bit of a thing to deal with. It's just so sad that we don't have the option of double stinting or whatever, and the tyre changes at different times, because, that would have made today a strategic headache. Instead, it's just going to be having to manage it for an hour if you're a GTD, about 50 minutes if you're a GTP, and 45 if you're an LMP2. Apart from that, you're not going to have too much to worry about, despite the pretty warm temperatures.
See now, Ewan, this is where, before I let you go, we can have a quick chat, and we'll talk about this in the final hour as well. But obviously now, being down on pit lane with IMSA, I have the chance to talk to teams with their slightly different perspective in the real world.
Don't tell me you've changed.
No. What I will say is that at least because iRacing simulates IMSA, where you can change tires and the fuel at the same time, for the most part, at least in the 2 races that I've done so far, Laguna and Watkins, and I'll be doing the rest of the season as well, so I'm expecting Petit Le Mans to be a little different. But every stop, for the most part, is fuel and tires.
Yeah, I know, but it's not the same, because we don't have safety car.
No, it's not. You're right there. But what I think the difference is, and this is where, if iRacing is going to continue evolving this tire limit system, I think the next evolution, right, is being able to put the tires back on. And that's what the difference is, right? Because in the real world, what you often do is you put a scrub set on, whereas we don't have the option to do that here. So I'm agreeing with you. Ideally, I'd prefer the option of fuel and tires being done separately. But if you're going to do it the same, we're not that different from the real world. It's just that right now what we have is you get a set of sticker tires every time. Before we let you go, by the way, the GTD machines did want you to get a bit of action at the very least. It's pit stops and Coanda Esports in their Porsche. So I'm wondering if they've got a bit of a fuel disadvantage with the way the BOP's lined up.
Yeah, maybe, because that is a definite note in a manufacturer there that the Coanda cars have both had to come in, although they are being joined by some others, as BMW for Mag Performance and BMW for Falcon and for Grid and Go as well. So David Sobrero, the only Mercedes in the background in the pit lane. So, that's definitely a manufacturer note being made there. I really thought you were going to come back and tell me, though, that you've changed after, what was it, two or three weekends in the pit lane. I was going to be furious. But I'm glad we still agree on that. And I agree, by the way, we do need the ability to put the same tyres back on. I would accept fuel and tyres at the same time with a tyre limit. There you go. There's my compromise.
There's the compromise. And you are right. There's definitely some things that I've changed my mind on. 50 seconds before I let you go. How can we cram in a conversation about track limits?
No.
All I'm going to say is that I sat in on the driver's briefing, and the way that the race director, Bo Barfield, talked to the drivers about track limits. If some of the sim racers had that same conversation, boy, they'd be in for a rude away. We'd probably have had like 10 penalties for track limits already in this race, because it's crazy. They have a lot more technology than they've had in the past, and their track limit systems have evolved as a result of that. Pit lane for the leaders, Drago Racing, followed in by Apex Racing and Team Redline, to the Acura not even having a fuel advantage, maybe at a slight pace advantage as well. But officially, 1 hour complete in the 2025 6 Hours of the Glen, presented by VCO, the third of our VCO Grand Slams. And so with that, we say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary and a hello to Cameron Roger, the Gluten Dodger. How you doing, Cam?
It's still almost a year later. Anyway, we'll move on from that one. I'm doing very good, enjoying the opening hour of this 6 Hours of the Glen. It's been quite an interesting opening, actually, to be honest. Obviously, you were mentioning earlier about the lack of weather on the radar, but I think the strategy and how the racing's going so far means we are going to get an entertaining race.
Never letting that one go, by the way. And yes, I think it is an interesting race. In terms of driver changes, if anyone's wondering, in these GTDs, we usually see double or maybe triple stints for these teams. Not much of a shake-up, by the way, in terms of pit stops here, because they're all just brimming the tank up. There's not much that they can do differently. It's full fuel, full VP Racing fuel, if you will, and full Michelin tires as well. And off and away, still 1.5 odd seconds, the gap between Drago Racing and third place Team Redline. Now, if you're Alejandro Sanchez, are you content to continue sitting here and doing some fuel saving? The answer is no. He pops out of line, although is this just to break the toe slightly, or does he really want to lead? Wheel to the inner loop, has to back out eventually, but the intent was there.
Considering basically everyone pit on the same lap, it seems like maybe there's not a lot in terms of the fuel saving as well, because they sat in the big train for the opening sequence of the race. So maybe this is an opportunity to try and do something. Considering how tight they are in terms of the 1 hour mark on the stint as well, that is going to, disrupt their strategy a bit. You were mentioning earlier how this is not a 24-hour race. It is just the 6 hours. So it is a bit more of a sprint. And therefore, if they're tight on that 1 hour, it's not like you can really take a risk and then hope that something happens a bit later where you can save the time. In the 6 hours, if you're going a few minutes less, a couple of minutes less every time, then, that splash and dash is going to be quite prominent by the end.
See if Florian Lebigra maybe pulls the pace up slightly in this second stint of the race. Now, I said might see double stints or triple stints. This is not like the real race where it's so hot in the cockpit that some teams are intentionally doing single stints in their car because it is so physically demanding. Oftentimes here in the sim world, doing 3 hours at Watkins Glen is not that difficult. And so Alejandro Sanchez is sharing his car with Luca Kita, two-driver lineup. Taylor Barnard sharing his car with Hugh Barter, two-driver lineup as well. Question to you, Cam. Would you rather do 2 hours in a row or 3 hours in a row?
Oh, that's an interesting one, because if you do two, then one driver's got to do 2 stints in the car as well. Very interesting. In this situation, I'd probably prefer just 2, to be honest. I think that's the best way of doing it. But then that's me. I'm not a professional like these guys, who I'm sure a 3-hour stint is absolutely fine. I would say in terms of peak performance, 2 would still average out better.
I think you're right. I think if a team manager is making the decision for the team, the ideal would be 2, right? Go and get a bit of a break and come back and push to the end. Often sim racers, might be stubborn. It's a nice way of saying they don't always listen to the advice of managers. And sometimes it's just not realistic, right, in the sim world. One driver has got to go and do something in the second half of the race. So we might see a couple of the drivers just split it halfway with their driver change, but I definitely don't think that would be the preferred option if you had a choice. Don't know if there are many of the GTD machines that are doing this race as a 3-driver lineup. That would be asking for a bit much, and I think Cooper Webster is going to be asking for a miracle for the rest of this race. He still has not got the rear bumper fixed on the Acura NSX, and from starting up in 3rd position, he's now down to 10th.
Yeah, that's really an awkward situation, because we saw the lack of downforce he's going to have on that rear end. That is also not going to help the tyres as the race progresses, or even trying to make some overtakes. You know, if you're trying to go around the outside of someone, the rear moving around a little bit more. But it's obviously not enough that he's losing loads of time, but that will accumulate a lot over the course of the race. But then I'm sure they look to the repair times, and if you're going to go, you know, even 30 seconds behind from some repairs, I'm sure the repair may be a bit more than that, but even if it's 30 seconds, you're already out the race. So you might as well stay in the train and try and do something. But being, well, they're about 10 seconds from where they were in the train up ahead in that top 3 battle, this is unfortunately not going to be the race that they would have wanted, but maybe for some of the viewers, that'll be a bit of a good thing, giving the opportunity to some other teams as well.
Especially given the domination relative in the GTD class for Redline in recent years, and even going back to the years where we had prototype GTLM, the old GTE cars, and GT3, there was a year where they won all 3 of those classes in the very same year. So it's been a happy hunting ground, to say the least. And they still have 1 car in the fight, and Florian Lebigra has closed to Sanchez. Got Rico and Troncoso in tow as well. So that makes 3 Drago cars inside of the front 5. They find themselves in a very, very good position there. We haven't talked much about LMP2 because they haven't really been doing much, and the front 5 are unchanged from how they qualified. But a fight is on for 4th position. Fiercely forward, Nicholas Laubich defending from Sheza Esports.
Yeah, the front couple have spread out just a little bit, but not necessarily too much to worry about just yet. But it is over a 3-second gap, and then there's a couple of seconds between each of the next cars. But as you say, this is the close battle. Sheza and the number 26 car getting closer and closer to the fiercely forward pink car, which is seemingly not very pink today, but they are getting closer and closer in that battle. And I think for the LMP2s, it is always a bit of an interesting class sometimes, because it's not the most used car anymore. But then, of course, when you come to the special events, you jump into it, and there is just 11 of them out there on the field. But if they can produce a good race, then hopefully we can see what can happen. But of course, they are being overtaken and overtaking at the same time.
I did see the Maniti 23 did go back out, so there's 12 running of the LMP2s, but yeah, 11 on the lead lap. And of course, the Radiator Springs racing team kachowed from the race early doors. I'm going to throw that one in as frequently as I can. So we are very much, though, kind of settling into that middle part of the race, where fuel saving, I think, for the GTDs is going to be paramount. And GTPs, we've now got what is a quite wide range of strategies to kind of look at. So that is a very nice thing to see. We're in a busy month, though, in terms of endurance racing in the real world, Cam. 3 consecutive weekends of 24-hour racing. How much racing have you watched in the real world over the last couple of weeks?
I'm a busy boy now, to say the least. But no, I've tried to watch as much of it as I can. The issue is a 24-hour race is long. I can't just sit down and watch hours and hours of it. But it is always good to put it on, of course, for a period of time that you have available. But the fact that it's 3 in a row, I'm not surprised. I saw the list. Isn't it only something like 7 drivers are actually doing all 3? Because that is, I mean, that's a feat. Because, okay, I guess you have the days to recover in between, but it's not like you're sitting around on the beach. They've got a lot of work to do in the days leading up to the Saturday start of the race.
I'm going to have to go and double check. I think you're right. I know I've got my IMSA book, my preparation from last week. So this has got a whole bunch of stats. Let me break it up. There were 62 drivers that competed at Watkins Glen who also raced at Le Mans. There are 19 drivers that are doing 24 hours of Le Mans, the Watkins Glen 6 hours, and Spa 24. And while on iRacing you can do all of those and it doesn't take you much time to travel between them, not the case in the real world. Back to the live pictures. Sanchez turns the leader. Here will come Lebigra to the race lead. Redline back on top. BMW and Ferrari in the wall.
So needless at this point of the race. He was barely alongside coming up to that. They've been sat behind each other for ages. The run wasn't really there. I don't know why he tried to keep his nose up the inside there. That was always going to be an accident, and unfortunately that has just killed the race for 2 cars out there and opens the door to actually the Drago teammates now, 2 of them inside the top 3. But for Apex, I mean, the outside is always a risky one. And I mean, you see the BMW is miles ahead. He's almost a full car length ahead. He hit the rear bumper, not even the rear wheel. Definitely a bit, well, not even a bit, a lot of misjudgment there from Sanchez.
I'm going to speculate that maybe Taylor Barnard also has done some racing for Apex in the past. There was maybe also a little bit of wanting to get past. Oh, that just looks like a misjudgment the more you watch it, right? Just thought that he was going to be able to cut back into line, but didn't get it quite right.
Yeah, absolutely not. This is going to be a good shot from the onboard. So he actually does get quite a bit along slide, but of course in the braking zone, I guess there's a big chunk of the curve from the BMW, but even then, you just can't be that near to someone on the outside of that corner. It's not even one line. Like the fact that you use the curbs, there's not even a whole width of the car in terms of the amount of tarmac that is available. It's a very difficult one in that situation to judge, but I definitely think that's a very costly error, and 100% on the Apex car. But what I don't understand is why he was really going for that. They've sat behind each other for so long. Nothing's really changed. They weren't really under pressure from behind. I just don't quite understand it.
I mean, that's a great camera shot. I don't think it really tells us much more than what we knew before. But yeah.
I mean, Barnard does go over the curb, but
right.
It was his corner at that point already. So Sanchez, I guess, just didn't get the car out of the way enough.
No, exactly. I think it's full blame on the Apex car, I think, or incident responsibility, to give it the correct term, as IMSA would do in the real world. But it's not a move that Alexander Spetz went for the move, right, around the outside. This one, it looked like Sanchez was backing off. Unfortunately, it's a similar sort of result in terms of contact, and Taylor Barnard needed the tow back to pit lane, by the way, so that car was so badly damaged it couldn't even limp back around.
Yeah, that was a big hit, and yeah, of course, the more replays we saw, that was definitely more of a misjudgment. Initially, my reaction was I thought he was actually trying to keep around the outside, but yeah, I think he was definitely backing out of that one, but so tight, and I mean, it's a impossible corner really to get 100% correct every lap of the race. But the fact that they were P1 and 2, they had it fairly sorted as well. They had just enough of a gap to the 71 car that they weren't really under any pressure at that point. So they were looking good. But that's changed the order at the front of this GTD field. And this top 3, well, it's really top 2 now, just sort of breaking away a little bit from the remaining cars in the class.
It's a good thing if you've got 3 cars in the top 5 at one point in the race, because if you lose one, still got 2 left. And now both of the Drago cars are on the podium. Ricardo Rico second, Manuel Troncoso third. David Sobrero is not too far behind with, guess what? A third, one of the Drago racing cars still in the top 5. Strength in numbers. That's what often can be very, very beneficial. Coanda find themselves then a couple of seconds further back. It's 6 seconds down the road for them. Got a couple of blue highlights on the side of their car to try and differentiate it from the 18 with Elliot Veyron behind the wheel, but some work to be done. So expecting Sean Campbell then into pit lane, probably inside of the next 5-7 laps, I would think, given that he came in probably lap 23 in stint number 1.
Yes, and we are on to 18 this time around, so that would be correct. But of course, he's not going to underfuel every stop, is he? Maybe that's just for the track position. We'll see what they want to do this time around, because he gained, anywhere between 4 and even up to 10 seconds on some of the other cars in the class that time around. So surely he's not going to do that every time, but we'll have to certainly see what they decide to do. He's got such a big advantage though, 8 odd seconds. He can now just continue on as long as they do the maths right in terms of the upcoming stints and make sure that they don't have to do an extra pit stop therefore. Then I don't think this strategy is working out too bad.
It's definitely a net positive for them. Question will be for those behind, for the likes of BS Competition. or not maybe BS competition, for no, BS competition probably is the next sort of rival. They only started 3 positions higher than this bright pink machine. Very different look than the traditional grid and go cars with their yellow and blue sort of a look, but no complaints. Very, very good looking car nonetheless. Yeah, I think you have to almost full stint from this point forward. Otherwise, you're going to effectively have to do another pit stop at the end of this race than the rest of the field. It would be good if any of the teams are listening. Come and have a chat with me and Cam. We're sitting in Discord. Come and tell us what you know.
Yes, so obviously when it's the 45-minute stints, like the LMP2s, you sort of do 3 stints every 2 hours, so it's going to be about 9 for the race. But of course, the GTPs can go a bit longer, and that obviously eats into that final stint, which means there is some wiggle room. But it's kind of like a joker card. You can only really play it once. You can't do it every stint because, as you say, at some point you're just going to have, you're taking less fuel. So at some point you're going to have either an extra stop or a longer stop. So you can't do it all the time, but they've done it to get their position, and I think they just need to kind of continue on with that and just keep going. The thing is, of course, BS competition and the Williams play seat cars in behind, they also underfueled, but not quite as much as that Porsche. As we see some GTD stops as well with the Williams Academy car.
And that car was running 4th. Give me a sec.
That car was one of the underfuelers in the first stint, I believe, but this is still way too early for that. They've only done 8 laps.
Yeah, I think you can probably figure out what I'm about to try and find and what I have been able to find in the replay machine.
Oh, no.
Yeah, turn 10.
Ooh, did he save it? He does save it, but just that contact alone is going to be enough to kill that car for them to come into the pit lane. Looks like one of the LMP2s up the inside. He'd already turned in before that contact was made, so a little bit late there from the LMP2. And unfortunately, that Williams car is going to be sat there for quite a few minutes.
Yeah, you can't really see it from the camera angle, but you can see there's a little bit of right hand down to the steering relative. So I'm surprised he didn't try and do an additional lap just to see if it was okay to continue, but maybe just got the sense even in that short, it's only about 300 meters from turn 10 to 11, felt enough to know the car was not okay to continue. So that means Drago now runs 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. So if Redline were to falter, Florian Lebigra was to have any sort of issue, Drago would be the ones to take over the lead. The other Redline car is in a brawl, still missing the rear end of the car. Cooper Webster's now 3 wide as Dominic Hoffman slices up the inside. And Arno Koch takes off the track but holds on to the position. An LMP2 car splits the middle. My goodness, what are we doing?
Whoa. And in the background, there we go.
No.
One of the Williams GTPs into the wall. Further contact is made. 3-4 cars involved. And there we go with one of the BMWs. That's a huge wreck on the exit of the final corner. And some cars have missed the pit entry, so they're going to have to tow back to pit lane.
That was Jari Lehtinen. Not quite sure how he went around, but that's what triggered it. Andrew Dawson also tangled up in the Effect Simulations 909. We've seen them as a staple of these VCO Grand Slam LMP2 events. Let's see. Straight away with the replay. It all happens in front of Dawson, but what does he see?
Smoke at the back of a BMW. That, I mean, as soon as he turned in there was nothing, absolutely nothing that he could have done. I think one of the GTPs there managed to avoid all of that carnage, going straight hard to the right-hand side.
Might have been carnage. Gustavo Ariel, who I can tell you has now got a black flag, which I would assume, given that we are this early in the race, might be for an unsafe pit entry or something. But nevertheless, here we go. So middle goes one of the LMP2 cars, and then it's GTP on LMP2 that sets it off. It's the Arete Esports 79, Pedro Valencia behind the wheel, and then there goes the bedlam.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of Ariel. Is it just because he went effectively into the pit lane to avoid the carnage? That would be a very harsh penalty. Look at the LMP2 there trying to go in the middle. Someone goes down the inside. I mean, this is already crazy. Then the LMP2 finally gets through down the middle. Williams are just trying to keep it calm, but unfortunately it is that LMP2 who dives it on the inside of the final corner. you always say the drivers should have a little bit of caution, and that's exactly what Lehtinen was doing. But unfortunately, LMP2 not so much.
Yeah, no, that wow was me going, I don't know what the LMP2 was really thinking there, seeing the situation in front of him and full sending it on board with the number 79. So that the LMP2 in front got so impatient as well that he forced the issue, but that's not the cause of this. I mean, it's just careless. It's clumsy, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to gain? I mean, it's a tiniest bit unlucky, but also just he was one taking the risk, basically. As we come back to live pictures, here's Hoffman's second place. This is getting awkward with the three classes as they go side to side, three wide, down towards the toe. And let's see how this one works out. But they were all good in the end. So this has obviously changed things a little bit. Laviga, that was the car on screen, now leading the way by 1 second to these cars behind. It seemed like it didn't affect any of those top runners, which was a good thing. But certainly some contenders in behind losing a lot of time with that.
Ewan, by the way, who's still watching as much as we have told him to go get a break from the comms booth, has pointed out a great just stat, which is that, you know, Sean Campbell doing the undercut, gaining his track position, sometimes that kind of helps you to stay out of these stickier situations, being at the front of the field. Here in the sim racing world, everyone knows if you're the number one car and can adjust when you're coming through as traffic. Not the only bit of chaos and carnage, though. Dan Amor back in pit lane as he went around the outside of one of the GT3 machines. Oh my goodness.
That's the classic move as he goes down the shorter version of the track. Classic move there around the outside as you come around the inner loop. I mean, he was giving a lot of space. I don't know if there's necessarily any fault there from either side. Just a bit of unlucky timing on the traffic side of things. But, I mean, that's the normal thing to do. So definitely not much he could have changed, but just an unlucky incident, I think.
Well, the race has definitely been changed in the last 20 minutes, so let's see if we can give you a bit of an update on the three classes. Let's start with GTP as we wait for what we expect to be a pit stop forthcoming for Sean Campbell, who's short-filled in the simraceshop.de by Grin and Go 001 and now has an almost 11-second lead over Dominic Hoffman in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Now, they both pitted on the same lap. The 89 might be able to go a lap or two longer by virtue of putting in just a little bit more fuel. Then, maybe effective race leader is Nicholas Boy, the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. The car that was running up towards the front initially, and now the only one of the cars really to have done a full service, still in a podium spot. Then Team Redline, but not the former race leading machine. Instead, it's Eduardo Leo, started second, and now running fourth, with Mark Perez in the Simufy number 14, just behind, although they came in a little bit earlier, and so will also be due a pit stop sooner rather than later. Let's go over and talk LMP2, although they are in the midst of a pit stop cycle, so we'll come back to them in a lap or so's time. Instead, over to your GTDs, where race leaders tangled as the Apex Racing team tried to fight their way past Drago Racing. However, Team Redline came through all of that to re-inherit a lead that they have enjoyed many times in years past. And then Drago Racing running second, third, and fourth position, still with plenty of shots at grabbing the victory here. Coanda Esports, Tristan Iglesias sits in fifth. That's not the car that we saw just involved in an incident with the GTP machine. He's being hunted down by the Apex 199, which is looking, surprisingly, not battle-tested. The front end not showing the scars from the incident that saw it leave the top two steps of the class. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in their recovery drive. We'll give you an update on LMP2 as well as we wait for IFR Esports and Miradnas to make their pit stops. It's Fiercely Forward that still continue to be net leaders of this race. And while Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage have been running second place, they have just been dinged a speeding penalty on pit exit and will be due back to pit lane in the next 3 laps. It will promote the second Fiercely Forward car up into a podium spot. The question will be, does it end up in front of IFR or behind? We'll find out in a few moments' time, with Sheza, Effects VPS, and Kings by TK another couple of cars down the running order. Maradnas go 1 lap longer. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Cam Roger. And Cam, you joined, and chaos ensued.
Yeah, it's been a very fast 25 minutes purely because of all of the action. Well, I say action, there's more crashes that we've seen on track. And interestingly and importantly, of course, for that GTD lead, that was quite a big change, quite a big moment in this race. But then, of course, that pile up as well, that's taken a few extra cars out of the race. We're really at about 39 cars left in the race, although I'm sure that will go down because we've got the likes of the Williams playseat car and the Apex in 99 having some big repairs. So we have to see if they come back out. So we could be down to even as low as 37 from the 50 runners that started the race. And we're only an hour and a half into it. So that's certainly not the way that we would have wanted to start. But it is a crazy race as we're going to see a big chunk of the curb there. And is he going to save that? He is. But unfortunately, loses a position for the Simify car.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And again, I was mentioning in the first hour of the race, these GTPs are often very stiffly sprung. I'm surprised that we don't see that more often in 2025. We've seen it plenty in previous years in this iRacing special event. This layout, though, for the most part, campaigned since 1971. The only adjustment to the layout was made back in 1992 when the inner loop was added. Track repaved about 10 years ago now, so it's a good racing surface. It's seen a little bit of use over the years, of course. It's not paper smooth. It's not super bumpy either as well. It's that nice little mixture of the two. That's exactly what you want to see. Here comes Maradnas down to pit lane. Is Dion Fiallo going to jump in? No. Looks like Nathan Olsen's going to stay in for what will be the third stint in the car. Take him to just beyond 2 hours complete in the race.
Yeah, nice little 2-hour stint could be nice. I say a lot of these teams will be 2 driver entries. So if you get to 9 stints in the race potentially, then it could be good to obviously eventually have a triple stint in there, because either do 3 triples or you have 4 driver stints with a triple and 3 doubles. So you don't have to keep swapping drivers, although it is so easy in iRacing to swap the drivers. There's Maradnas dropping down, so Fiercely Forward retake the lead on the track as they use all of the extra tarmac at the exit of turn number 1, and they lead by a couple of seconds from IFR. And looking at I unfortunately can't use previous laps because they came out the pit lane, but the pace is still not too bad there for Fiercely Forward, but definitely had some traffic on that lap.
We've often, I say often, it's only our second cycle of pit stops. In the previous pit stop sequence, we did see Noren be a bit slow on those opening 2 laps and drop behind at that point second place machine. Who was it? It was the Delatraz Automotive car, but see if he will hold up in front of Fissimont in the second Fiercely Forward. The quote-unquote pink. I'm not seeing much pink on that car. Are you seeing any pink?
No, and I don't think the purple one's very purple either. So maybe that's just for indication of the names. But sometimes Team Redline have 5 Team Redline cars, so I am glad that they at least have a different indication to which car it is.
Yeah, but do you remember the days when... oh, no. Oh, no. Nathan Olsen down at the chute. Has had a big one, and the rear wing has become dislodged.
Do you not think that was a bit of a weird place for him to be? It was quite early in the corner. There must have been some contact or something.
No. Cold tires, you never know. Let's see how it played out. Oh.
Ooh, yeah. Lost the rear end. Yeah, you're right about the cold tires, I think. It's just the tiniest wiggle. Did you see that? The tiniest wiggle. And unfortunately, just enough to lose the rear end on that car. I mean, this is all going swimmingly. Even a quarter of the way into just that little correction. And then that down to second gear probably didn't help.
Okay, maybe this is me seeing things. Does he lose it on the... He goes from third to second. Has he already lost the car at this point? Or does that help induce... No, I think he's already lost the car. It happened. I think he downshifts in reaction to losing the rear end, and that almost makes it worse.
It certainly does. It just sort of locks the rear end a little bit, or decelerates it, let's say. So definitely not helping that situation. If he kept in third, might have been okay. But just the tiniest bit. That just shows you how on the limit these cars are as well. They are dancing on the edge of that tyre grip. And as you say, when the tyres are cold, even more difficult. And I guess you'll agree with this one as well, Juniors. One big thing about this track is basically every corner is long. You have to lean on the car for quite a while, a long time on the brakes, trail braking in there as well. You have to really have a lot of balance in the car for this track. And any minor little hiccup like that, like we see on the big curbs, or even just with a little bit of a rear locking or even just lack of grip at the end there, it's just so difficult to save.
And that's why Michelin brings the hard compound tire for their GTPs, which some people would say, but it's often warm temperatures, you don't need it. It's just there are so many long corners, high speed corners as well, that you put so much energy through the tire. If you didn't have the hard, it'd be falling over itself by the time you got to the end of the stint. What it does mean, and it's not something that's necessarily pertinent for today or necessarily maybe in the sim, I'm not quite sure if it's replicated so much, but that hard compound of tire is also more difficult to warm up when you're in the cooler conditions, which often you'll have when it's drying on track. So last week was quite difficult in the real world for some of the competitors. Here comes Dominic Hoffman. Already seen Sean Campbell in and out. It was a full service. What's Hoffman going to do?
Yeah, of course, these were the teams that stopped earlier. So Sean Campbell was the earliest of the early stops. As you said, it was a full service on his second stop. So he just wanted to basically get the track position in that first one. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's, who was the other car? It's the Ferrari car who now leads. They had a slightly shorter stop as well. So I have to see if they do so. Very interesting strategy to do that, because underfueling's such a weird thing to do early on in the race, because normally you don't know what's going to happen. So you just want to go long every single stop and then see what happens at the end. But they have so much control of the races nowadays. Everything's so pre-planned that they obviously wanted to try something different. So don't be worried. This car being down in 8th place for now, they'll jump back up later.
31.3. Short fill. Dominic Hoffman back out in what could be the net race lead.
I mean, Leary did say that there's potential for another one. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. But they are definitely going aggressive, and I like it. They're going to have the track position once everyone has stopped, and they're going to be, by the looks of it, about 6 seconds ahead. So they were a good 10 seconds behind, weren't they? Now they're going to be 6 seconds ahead. That's a huge jump. And
I think Ewan's just put in our chat what I was going to say as well. I think they have accepted that they are not going to be able to cut out an extra stop. They have committed to one more stop than the rest of the field. Get back to that in a moment, because the fight is on at the front of the LMP2s. Patrick Hingston in the fiercely forward 15 is now seeing his mirrors filled with Elliot Naren and that IFR Esports machine through the bus stop, through the inner loop. They will fly over the curbs. And last lap, a 1.4 seconds close, Hingston got the worst of the traffic.
And sometimes it's actually easier to hit it first, but you never know. It depends exactly what corner you meet it in, and this is very intense at this moment of the race. You thought things calmed down, but then you have a lead battle in class close up together. You've got the other fiercely forward car 3 odd seconds behind, so nothing to worry about. It's just these two on track, and they've seemingly got a clear part of the track as well. So can IFR work their way through, or they're going to have to wait for some GT traffic to potentially hinder the 15?
Now, we did see Patrick Hingston last year at the end of 2024 in, what was that, Production Car Challenge special event, and my memory is apparently so weird that this is what it remembers. Patrick Hingston ran in what was called the Jenna Ortega Fan Club car. That car had a livery that was basically, someone took BS Competition's livery, drew it in MS Paint, and then put a pink instead of a blue on it, Cam. That's what I remember about Patrick Hingston. Look how far he's come since then.
Leading top split LMP2. Yeah, that's a bit of a jump. What team name as well. I mean, the serious nature of that team. We'll have to see. But can he hold on though? Because the IFR car is getting closer and closer. A long old straight here up towards the inner loop. He's getting closer behind the trees. No, backs off this time around, but it's definitely putting on a lot of pressure. And there's some big curbs around this track that you don't want to be hitting. And when you see a car in your mirrors, you definitely spend a little less focus on those curbs.
This is a race which started with 50, is down to 37 runners, and we aren't even a third of the way into the race. A sign of the attrition that has played its part so far. but for the very first time, an actual wheel-to-wheel fight at the front of the field. We had a moment in GTD, and it was stolen from us as quickly as it developed. GTP has not really been that sort of a battle that we were hoping for just yet. We'll keep our eyes on it, though. It's getting closer at the front between Nicholas Boy and Eduardo Leo. Recovery drive continues for Delatraz Automotive as they get to the inside of Kings by TK running up to the heel, but there's a bit of hip and shoulder as one of the red line cars flies its way through as well.
Oh, Delatraz car, Andre tries to keep the car there. The 6 goes out wide, and the 22 comes past as well. So the 6 is getting a space. He's actually lost. Contact is made as he tries to regain that position. One of the Mustangs gets involved there. Simify, I think that is. And that was very awkward from the 6, trying to gain and then lose. That is Ralph Benitez in that machine, thinking he was getting past Andre, but in the end, losing that place to Senna. And
a nice coordinated swap around down into turn 1. New race leader. It is IFR Esports and Elliot Naren that controlled the lead for the first time in this race. Not pit stop assisted as well. Oh, that looked like a BMW getting over the curb a little bit out of sorts, but they held on to it. Marc Perez into pit lane, by the way, in the Simufy number 14.
Yes, is this a little bit early? No, they've done 30 laps on this stint, so they must have been one of the slightly earlier stops last time around as well. We still have Ferrari leading on 28 lap stint, and then Redline only on 27 as they went so long. Almost a 3-wide situation. Redline chooses to go to the outside to avoid that as we come back to this LMP2 battle. This is a crazy one. It's a big dive to the inside there from the 22 as they're trying to regain that. That's the Rencon Racing entry, as this is getting a little bit heated. Even though it's for 7th place in class, they want every position that they can get.
So 6/10 now at the front of the LMP2 class as Elliot Naren tries to pull away. We are just waiting for the next cycle through of GTP pit stops. And will we see driver changes? That's kind of what I'm wondering as well. Nicholas Boy is paired up with Michele Costantini, who is at the ready. See if he gets the call. Eduardo Leo's paired up with Luke McEwen. And in fact, right on cue, here we go. Pit stops. Leo stays out. Boy comes in. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team get to work.
Yes, they certainly do. Red line going long, as you would imagine. Of course, the number 2, Drago Romnidis, is coming in as well. So there is some different strategies. Those first pit stops on GTDs made it look like strategies might be quite similar today, but in the GTPs, at least, quite a few different laps coming in as we see a few cars. So 2 of the Williams cars actually getting some press. Oh, he's missed his box. He missed his box. That is going to lose some crucial time there for what was the race leader. Constantini gets in the car. But is he going to re-emerge in that position? Because by the time Leo comes around, does his stop, surely that lead change might be reversed.
And we've called out that in the previous pit stop cycle for these prototypes. Their section of pit lane does descend. It does go downhill. It is something you have to think about. How do I know that? Well, because you can see right where that cone is, the green cone, that's where they do the pole interviews. If there wasn't someone stopping the car from rolling off, it would have hit me last Saturday. Here goes Costantini. It is a slightly short fill compared to Michael Romanidis, maybe recognizing that they might not have needed all the fuel, but also gives them a bit more buffer in regard to the mistake on the entry. Give a shout out to Romanidis as well, because Cam, he was tangled up. He was tagged by Sean Campbell at the heel of the boot about 10 minutes into the race, and at one point was a good 20 seconds off the lead, and now has fought his way back into contention.
Oh, cold tires so slow there through, as we're going to see around the outside go the Movano car. That is Lazar in the 33. Costantini struggling so much. You saw him weaving on the straight, trying to get some temperature in the tires, and he just can't turn through here as well. So the cold tires is really a big factor. And going on to that as well, the BS competition car came out 5 seconds ahead of the sim race shot by G&G car, Sean Campbell, and thought, oh, that's a good one. He's getting 15, 16 seconds, but that went down to basically 0 and now stabilized to 1 second. Just because those cold tires, they do take a couple of laps, and they are seconds slower until you're at that stage, as he goes so slow once again.
It will, like you say, take a couple of laps to come in, but once they're there, you are up to speed. Let's take a look at the replay, because one more of the Drago Racing contingent is now out. They try and block the path of the 29, affect VPS, LMP2, and hard into the wall, left side, clearly taking a big old lick, and that car crabbing as it crests the top of the S's. It's done.
And they were in the podium fight, so that is really not ideal. In fact, that might be even been the car in second place. Yeah, it was the car in second place as well. So that is, I mean, obviously it's always the responsibility of the car overtaking to make it cleanly. Let's see how this one is. I mean, they're already quite wide. The LMP2's coming. They should be looking in their mirrors. There's possibly just about enough space, but yeah, I'm not saying they necessarily have to get out of the way, but you do want to cooperate sometimes for your own self-preservation.
I think it's what Ewan and I were talking about with the other incident that we had up through the S's. You don't want to go offline. Yes, you can, but ideally you would be on the racing line, and so Ricardo Rico, not having that overlap that he thought with the LMP2 car, thought he was good to try and come across. But when you leave the door open like that, you leave the window of invitation, and the window of invitation is what's ended up seeing him in the wall. So Costantini will get a good benchmark lap time for him this time by, and compare him to Sean Campbell, who has been on track for 9 laps and counting. Campbell did a 1:34.465 at the line. Car is looking very, very good right now as they have rejoined the regular strategy window for the most part. Here comes the Ferrari out of the final corner. Now the Michelin's surely at temperature now, but that last lap was a 35.1, so he's minimized the damage, all things considered, and can now focus on going fast.
Yeah, and importantly, faster than the red line car, who of course is still out there, because that's who he was fighting with, or Nicholas Bowe was fighting with, before they had that little mishap in the pit lane. They'll lose a couple of seconds, so that's going to be quite crucial on pit exit. But the fact that they were faster last time is, showing that they might not be able to be overcut, but we will have to see. The 21 still out there, as well as the 98 of Isaac Phelps. Those top two have not stopped. We then have Gustavo Aero, who's on completely different sort of strategy to all these guys. They're all over the place, really. We've got drivers on 30 laps, drivers on 13, and then these guys on 2. So pit stops all over the place in GTPs.
As a result of my multitasking, I'm both producing and commentating on the broadcast, so you can blame me for basically everything that's happening today. But I've just had a chance to message Diogo Pinto and try and get an update on whether what Gustavo actually got the black flag for. I think the speculation is that it was for an unsafe pit entry potentially, but it just would be good to clarify. If not, when Gustavo gets out of the car, I will send the very same message to him, because when Gustavo gets out, I should also be getting out in about 20 minutes' time. Ewan O'Leary jumps back in alongside Cam Roger to walk you through the middle couple of hours of the race. We're on lap 64 of an estimated about 220-ish laps. By the time I come back, I don't know how many cars are really going to be left if we're down to 36 right now.
Yeah, that's a funny way to put it. What you're off for, is it middle 2? So 2 whole hours. I mean, a lot can change in that. I mean, we've already lost, 13, 14 cars. As we do see Leo come down the pit lane now. So this is the 21, your race leader as it stands. They were behind the Ferrari car in about 4th position before all of these pit stops started. In the background, there you see the 98 Apex car, Isaac Phelps, also coming down pit lane. They are on the same strategy, 32 laps apiece. As they hit the box, do they roll forward? No, they don't. So that is going to be a crucial couple of seconds saved already compared to that Ferrari, who obviously Costantini now is out there on the track trying to overcome that mistake from Nicholas Bowe.
Is Gustavo Aero going to do a driver change? Leo and Phelps both look like they are staying behind the wheel of the car. Scratch that. Phelps out. Augustin Bernier is going to jump in. That was a bit of a delayed driver change compared to when I would have expected the swap to happen. The fact that Gustavo is still in the car indicates to me he's staying in the car as well. So Dominic Hoffman, Sean Campbell back to the point of the field. 1.2 seconds between them. Campbell has closed 6/10 that last lap. Leo is going to leave and be just in front of Costantini as well. Cold tires. Here comes the Italian trying to fight his way past the 21.
Yeah, this will surely swap around at some point because even though he looks quite far back now...
Oh, no!
Oh, what's gone on? That's a technical problem, surely. He went straight as his wheel disconnected or something. The 50 car that was going for that overtake is now in the wall.
That is heartbreaking, and we have just been robbed of what could have been a great fight as Leo tried to hold on cold tires. Whatever technical issue it was, it's reset itself quick enough that Costantini is still going.
Can he turn? Is he going to turn this time? He is.
He's got no steering now, that's the problem.
Oh, yeah, because he's got the damage. What happened there?
Man.
The car went straight. Do you think that was a hardware issue as well?
So
or was there...
My first reaction was either the wheel, like you said, went straight for a second, USB failure, or he had a black screen and he just didn't know where he was going for a second. Either or.
Let's have a look. Oh, screen freeze, I'm being told from his...
That was my first
engineer.
reaction.
That's such a shame. They're in such a good position in this race as well. You see, he just hits the curb and then...
Because watch, the wheel is still neutral. He doesn't realize he's come over the crest of the hill just yet. Oh, my... I don't even want to ask Michele how he's doing right now.
So angry and upset. They're in such good position. I really do like that group of guys there, and they've been doing a very good job recently. A lot of speed today, and you see, just go straight into the wall for that 50 machine. Robbed us of a good podium battle, as you were saying. The red line car there was going to be under huge attack on that lap, and in the next few moments of the race, but unfortunately that has robbed us, and that's going to be such a big repair as well. Even if they do get out back out on track, they're going to be so far behind.
Man, what was I should... Oh no.
Oh,
that's not good. He'll finally get into pit lane.
Same car.
Same car, yes, don't worry. It's the only Ferrari 499P we have in the field. That does make it slightly easier for me to recognize, but yeah. Yeah, Costantini and Leo had battled a fair bit last year in the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series as well. So, man. Maybe we will get a chance to catch up with Michele later on in the day. But you can imagine just how frustrated he is going to feel. Ferrari team that showed speed at Daytona. Put aside the controversy for a sec. What did you see?
Yes, I was just getting... No, he just had a little bit of a slide and a little bit of boop on the rear left there, which, as you're chasing down Team Redline, needs to be done because you need to be pushing. But that was just potentially a little bit too much from Troncoso, just nudging the edge of the final corner there, although that is a very common thing to do around here. It's just you've got to be careful not to bend the suspension in that rear tyre, otherwise you will be struggling quite a lot. After all this, we have got a very close battle for the top 3 in GTD, all on that same camera shot. Yeah,
at least GTD, as much as it's not been giving us much excitement, could be giving us some excitement towards the end of the day. IFR Esports have now built up a 4-second lead in LMP2 with Elliot Naren still doing a great job there. With Labigra, Troncoso, and Kimicher, that's the front 3. And then 12.5 seconds to the cars behind. Yes, it is partially because we've had a good... I'm counting them now, give me a sec. 7 retirements in this GTD class, so they have been hit quite hard in terms of the numbers. But I think it also just goes to speak to the speed of the Acura, of the BMW that Drago and Redline have been able to extract from the car. Let's focus in on some fights then that we do at least still have to worry about. 3rd place is up for grabs in the P2 category as the Simon is under pressure from Sheza Esports and Tama Simon.
Absolutely, and it's still staying a little bit close, which is what we like to see, of course, as you get towards the almost the 3rd distance in the race. Now, sometimes the gaps can get a little bit bigger after you've had 2-3 pit stops. but it is staying very close. 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. That was also the difference in their lap times as well. The Shezza car being 0.3 faster. So this is looking very good. Like a battle is going to happen up ahead. They got another 2 seconds to the next fiercely forward car, and it's 26 also. I think it's starting to move forward in this race.
Tamas Shimon is sharing with Balash Pala. Expect that change, or first change of the race, to come in the next pit stop window. Oh, just looking through the names of drivers that have connected for the session. Nicholas Matteo is just disconnected. Carol Stout has also disconnected. Hello, Carol, if you're listening along. And then a certain, what's this name? Max Verstappen? Have you heard this name before?
Of course. Keeping an eye. He's not signed up to any teams, is he? He's not trying to get involved with that.
I hope not.
At least keeping an eye. Of course, the F1 Austrian Grand Prix going on this week, and qualifying must be fairly soon. Actually,
they must be midway through qualifying.
Yeah, that's true.
So, okay, either one of two things has happened here. One of the red line drivers have borrowed Max's account, so they can watch the race on their stream. However, I don't think that's what's happening, because at this point we are probably about an hour into the 24 hours of Spa, and so I'm pretty sure the Team Redline channel will be doing a watch along as they support Chris Lullum making his debut in the race.
I can tell you for now, Quali 2 is going on. So he's probably strapped into a Formula 1 car. So maybe he's got the iPad in the garage.
Just because he's in the car does not mean that Max would not register for an iRacing session to watch it. You and I both believe that.
Stranger things have happened, of course.
Yeah, and actually they are 8 minutes into the 24 hours of Spa, so I can almost guarantee you that's not them tuning in to join us as part of their watch along. So there is clearly some intrigue to follow the action, although right now it's only going swimmingly in the GTD class. Eduardo Leo, since coming out of pit lane, is now under fire from Michael Romanidis. We'll see how this battle develops as the recovery drive from Romanidis continues to develop.
It does indeed, and it's getting very close, which is what we like, because basically, when you're out there on your own on the track, you can sort of get into a bit of rhythm. When you get a car behind you like this, it can put you off just a little bit, which might be obviously changing the way that you drive. They've dropped off the lead battle quite a bit, so the under-fueling stops have basically put them 23 seconds off the lead. So I wonder how that is going to come back, because Ewan was saying, he's not there, but obviously still speaking to him. He was saying that maybe they're just going to commit to that strategy, the likes of BS and Grid and Go. But if they do that, they've already gained half a pit stop. So in another couple of stints, they would have gained that whole pit stop. So maybe it might work. Who knows?
I hope Ewan's around, because he's going to be back in about 8.5 minutes' time. At least he's scheduled to be. Ewan O'Leary, Cam Roger will guide you through the next hour. We'll have Paul Smith joining us after the halfway mark of the race, uninterrupted coverage of the 6 hours of the Glen, live on the iRacing Esports Network, courtesy of our fine team at RaceBot TV. Back up front in the GTP, let's talk about where we sit right now, because I don't think we are that far away from seeing Movano Azzurro back into pit lane for what would be the third time in this race before even 2 hours are complete. They are 21 laps into the stint, and they pitted for 31 seconds last time by. This is the most wild and weird we've kind of seen GTP strategies be since the class released out here on iRacing.
Yeah, that if they pit before the 2 hour mark, that is very weird as well. Because I was mentioning, if you do 3 and 2, then you do 9 stints throughout the race. It makes sense. If you're pitting before the 2 hour mark, then you're potentially going into a 10th stint. That is pretty crazy. Maybe it will work out. I mean, they are sat there in third place at the moment, so they're gaining on some teams. How that's going to accumulate over the race, we will certainly have to find out. But yeah, there's the pit stop that you're showing on the tower. There's a big difference between, a 41 or a 40 and a 31 second stop. 10 seconds is a long, long way.
Yep, it's quite considerable. So that's an interesting stat just to keep at the top of our mind. Race leader started all the way down in 10th position. Did Dominic Hoffman head up in this race with Danny Lorenzo? Dominic, who won the final round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship at Daytona with Phil Denez. Phil's another one of the drivers who's actually racing in the Spa 24 Hours this weekend, making his debut. Alexei Nesov's another one of those drivers that's competing in the real race after coming from the virtual world. It's great to see the number of drivers making that transition and stepping out of their sims, I should say, I guess, into the real world. Also stepping out of pit lane, Michele Costantini is back out on track.
Which is great to see. The number 50, he's got a front end on it. He's weaving like he did last time. When he did this, he slightly missed the chicane, the inner loop. Let's see. No, he does a better job that time round, although he's very slow on the exit once again. And hopefully they can continue on. They are technically, he's only 9th place in class, but 5 laps down. That's a long, long way to come back from.
Yeah, I think at this point they are just out there to. In the real world, you'd call it a data session, wouldn't you? You'd go out, just check the car. But yeah, I think this is basically just them going out there and getting some laps under their belt. Did you watch last week's 6 Hours of the Glen, the real race, Cam?
Unfortunately not.
No.
I wanted to try and see you out there on the TV, but I didn't get a chance to find the coverage.
Again, it's a busy time in motorsports. I never expect everyone to have watched everything. Oh my days. How have you lost the rear bodywork on the engine cover? Sheza Esports, back on pit lane now.
But not the rear wing.
Not the rear wing, no.
That is an interesting sight. I'm definitely looking forward to see what the replay is. This car was the battle for about third and fourth place. They were in, chasing down fiercely forward, and that obviously hasn't ended well. How has they lost just the engine? They must have clipped the corner of something, but it's weird that the rear didn't get involved in that one, because normally you see that in real life if the clips fail or something like that, air gets underneath it. But in terms of a crash, always the rear wing comes off short.
So... Oh, okay, so that's their teammate. That's the sister car. Oh no. Oh, no. Oh,
that is... Oh, teammate on teammate. That is... The team managers there will be going absolutely, crazy.
Oh, no. It's Norby Kish as well, who Ewan and I have done our fair share of singing his praises. That is not his finest moment, unfortunately.
That is one of those situations where you kind of... Oh, yeah, so he's wiggled. He's gone wide.
Oh, no.
I mean, he's almost touching the grass. Like, he's so far to the right. He must have been distracted or something. And then further contact with the fiercely forward LMP2 as well, the number 12 there. So almost a double kill. But fortunately, the 12 was continuing on, still in that second place. In LMP2. Wow, taking out your teammate in that manner, obviously not intentional, but big mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, not intentional. We should be clear. That was definitely not intentional. But that was a bit clumsy from Norby. And so, yeah, that would be an interesting debrief. 3 minutes to the top of the hour. We have completed 73 laps of racing, and our field of 50 is now officially down to 30... I'm assuming 35 cars. I'm not sure if Thomas Shimon is going to be able to roll that LMP2 car back out onto track. And we are officially now at that phase of the race where not much is happening out on track, for lack of a better word. Drago Racing are about 1.3 behind of Redline. Formerly second place, Delatraz Automotive are 1.2 off the back of a podium spot. GTD leaders are all kind of pacing each other out, 1.52 seconds apart. But outside of that, it's a very, very quiet day on track, Cam, as we wait for the GTDs to return to pit lane.
It's funny how things spread out. After that first round of stops, everyone was basically nose to tail, I should say, in basically all of the categories. And then after the second round, obviously they spread out a bit more. Now coming towards third pit stops, we are starting to see, well, basically the drivers spread out a little bit. The top three in this GTD field are staying fairly close, though. You see the red line car just a little bit further up the Acura, and they got the Simify car, which is having some issues in between them. But then you have these two Drago entries. Now, especially the one behind the number 9, earlier on the race, that was actually quite far off. So the fact that they're only 3.5 seconds off the lead isn't doing too bad. But the issue is for these guys, their last laps were, especially for the top two, were 1/10 of a second apart. So, as he's into the wall, the Simify car that's following Redline. Definitely an easy mistake to make. But yes, very close lap times there. So they're just kind of following each other for now. In fact, once again, all three cars within 1/10 of a second of each other.
1/10 of a second in pace. It's quite good this late in the race, or late in the run, you should say. Light fuel, tires that Ewan, I'm sure, is about to get back on and say aren't in need of being changed, but they're going to change them anyway when they go up on the jacks. 4 Michelin tires, full tank of that VP Racing fuel, and off and away they will go. Have seen a couple of the machines make their way on in. Tristan Iglesias is not having a driver change, so he's going to stay behind the wheel of the 08. And Cam, this is what you and I were talking about. Do you do 2 hours? Do you do 3 hours? 3 hours seems to be the play.
Yeah, I guess it does make the most sense if you're just the two drivers, just in terms of logistical and planning. As we see a fight in LMP2, this is Fiercely Ford losing a position as Delatraz in the 188 car around the outside. Darius Andre still in that machine, and he gets past. So that is a nice move there. Up into 4th place. Of course, this car was up towards 2nd. They had some contact coming towards the penultimate corner a little bit earlier on, but they are regaining that speed and working their way back forward.
Well, I'm going to step aside, at least from the comms booth. Unfortunately, I'm still behind the controls of the turntables and all of the action. I'll leave you in the very capable voices of Cam Roger and Ewan O'Leary and be back in a couple of hours' time.
Thanks very much, Arjuna. I've put my gluten away, so I'm ready to commentate with Cam Roger, and we're ready to go for an hour or so to bring you to the halfway mark of this 6 hours of the Glen this afternoon. Thoroughly enjoyed this race so far, by the way. It's been absolutely excellent. 1/3 distance gone. The GTDs are just about to stop, Cam, but we've got 14 retirements, unfortunately. If we continue on at that rate, we'll be left with 8 finishers. I'm not suggesting we are going to get 8 finishers, but I'm just putting into perspective what a crazy first 2 hours this has really been.
That's a brutal way of doing it, although it is one of those things that does calm down naturally as the race goes on when the cars spread out a bit, and also the fact that there are less cars on the track means less chance of incidents. So it is a diminishing scale, but certainly a harsh fact indeed. Is pretty much all of the top GT cars are coming in. We have both Redline cars stay out, the 71 and the 72, Labiga and Webster. They are on 34 lap stints, so they're going a lap longer than everyone else. So that's an interesting note to see, that basically everyone can't save a lap of fuel apart from them.
That's the longest stint of the race so far, by the way, for Team Redline number 71 and 72. So is that an Acura thing, or have those drivers just been able to pull a little bit more out of those cars? Because if they pit at the end of this one, that's 35 laps, something we've not seen so far today. I think everybody's going to be safe on fuel in GTD to make just 5 stops this afternoon, as long as they continue with their 34 lap stints, which they are doing. There's 005. That's taken a while. Nearly a minute in the box for, it's now Niels Rotelli in that car, but that 005 car is coming out of contention now, because that is a very, very long stop indeed. There comes the leader. Number 71 is in. Florian Labiga with the longest stint so far this afternoon, is alongside Cooper Webster, coming in after 69 laps. And as you can see on the top of your screen, we're past the hour. They are well on course to make this on fuel.
Yeah, the first stint I was a little bit worried, but then I forgot, obviously, they came in before the hour, but by the time you've obviously had the physical stop, in terms of the time, it goes just past the hour. And the first stint includes the formation lap, which, whilst it doesn't use much, it is still some fuel that you could be using elsewhere during the green flag laps. So definitely an interesting strategy that we're seeing. We're seeing the two Drago cars obviously working their way around, trying to obviously catch up to the red lines who are sitting there. The Drago cars have actually closed up just a little bit. We got a couple of different drivers in there as well. We've got Prevo and also Finosa as they try and work their way into towards the final couple of corners. Got the Ferrari coming through the middle of them. That just slows up the second of the cars. That's the 169. Red line on their way, although let's see how this works, because he's already going to be coming through turn 1 as Drago still come down the start-finish straight.
It looks like Red Line are going to keep the lead, but what's the gap going to be as they come out of the pit lane? Looks like it's going to be a bit bigger than it was before, actually. Nearly 5 seconds to the two Drago racing cars, who, as you say, are now nose to tail. Cody Death is then fourth for Lotto Thrustmaster, but they're way off strategy because of a stop in the first hour. And now there's the weaving around, and we're going to get a real view here at the first event, special event, since the new tyre model for these GTDs. Just make a note of that 5 second gap, and let's see how much it comes down in the next lap or two, because don't forget, those Drago cars have had one more lap of tyre warming before the Red Line car came in, as now we're about to see the same in LMP2.
The 29 and the 188 getting very, very close indeed, as we see in the next round of pit stops. So after 2 hours, the strategy sort of combine a little bit between the GTDs and the LMP2s. Fortunately, a lap apart though, so they don't pit exactly at the same time. And then we'll have to see what the strategy is going to be. The IFR car does stay out though and goes a lap longer than everyone else. So that is an interesting note, that one machine going a lot further. That could be quite an important note. We are obviously seeing a couple of cars have already been there. Oh, that is way onto the grass from the 717. That's the car that I'm talking about. That's definitely going to be off track as he tries to get past the grid and go-kart.
Yeah, I think that is on replay. So that was a couple of moments ago, just going a little bit wide, and that's why their last lap time was 1 minute 40. At least part of the reason. Here we go. How's the rejoin? On board with number 29. Matteo Frigerio is now driving that car and gets up into what should be fourth, I think. Yep, Corentin Miller is just going to be in front. Only just, though. Look at that, 188, only just in front of 29. And that's a reversal of places. Those two came in nose to tail the other way around. And they have come out now with Frigerio behind Miller with fiercely forward Pink blasting through. They pitted 2 laps ago. So an earlier stop from them. That's not going to put them in any danger as far as fuel's concerned. But it does put them ahead for now. Side by side into the bus stop chicane. They're going to work this one out, and they get single file sensibly. And you'd imagine there's going to be some cooperation between these two teams now in the next stint.
Well, you never know. You never know exactly how it's going to work. Rivals on track never seem to give up the battle. But of course, that little bit of a change around in the pit stop is very crucial. Just a second here or there can make a big difference. They actually, ironically, the stop time was actually longer by 1/10 of a second for Delatraz. So it must have just been where they stopped exactly on their marks in the box and how quickly they were in terms of getting away. But it was literally just a couple of car lengths. That's all that changed for that position. And of course, a free position on pit lane is way easier than making that overtake out on the track.
To answer the comment in YouTube, by the way, no, Arjuna is not commentating at the moment. I'd like to know which of us you think Arjuna is. But,
no, that was actually a couple minutes.
Oh, is it? Well, okay, fine.
Yeah, that was a couple minutes.
He was here a minute ago, Arjuna, and he'll be back in a couple of hours' time. It's myself, Uniliri, Cam Roger, taking you to halfway in this year's race. And we've thoroughly enjoyed it so far, the first couple of hours. Been absolutely excellent entertainment. The Maniti Racing Green LMP2 slips down the field as they now take another pit stop in LMP2. We've now only got 7 on the lead lap, although that is partly because Elliot Nuren is going on for another lap. This is actually the longest stint in LMP2 so far today, 26 laps for the very first time. IFR Esports is going that 1 lap further, and you might wonder what the point of that is. Well, later on, they might just be able to take on a little bit less fuel, because so far, they're squeezing more out of this tank than anybody else.
And if you can keep the lap time, going longer is always better. The overcut works as well, because your rival comes into the pit lane and you have 1, maybe 2 extra laps where you're basically on quali fuel, because you have, only 4 or 5 litres left in the tank, and you can just absolutely gun it for 2 laps, hopefully be a clean track, and you're basically doing quali laps. Even though you've got older tyres, that is still going to be quicker than their first lap with a full tank of fuel. So it's very, very important to go as long as you can generally in these races. And as you say, at the end of the day, you'll then also gain time again in the final stop, because you have to take a lap or 2 less fuel.
We'll see how that plays out a little bit later on this afternoon. But in terms of strategy, it seems that they are the ones leading the way. There's the end of the pit stop, and it's still Elliot Nuren leading the way. There is number 15 of Patrick Hingston for Fiercely Forward Purple, who has dropped away. Previous race leader of this race, by the way, number 15, now with no rear wing, down on pit lane. This is how a big spin through the bus stop chicane, backs it into wall on the exit. Oh, the LMP2s, the other LMP2s comes and joins him.
Yeah, that was an awkward moment. Couldn't quite work out who that second car was, but let's see this coming in. It hits that second one. Third apex, both of them was on the third apex. Is that cold tyres out of the pit lane, pressures maybe aren't so high, ride height lower onto the curb, or is it just misjudgment on the curb from both of them?
We spoke about this in the past, and Arjun's mentioned it a couple of times, that stiffness of these cars you'd think would be more of a problem through the bus stop than it is. I remember last year's race was absolutely, deathly through the bus stop chicane. It was really hard to go through there, especially in the GTP class, without going off the road. We saw countless incidents there, so maybe that is playing a role. Maybe it was cold tyres. It was Carlos Puya out onto the circuit. That may have even been his first lap, certainly one of his first laps anyway, in this race this afternoon. And that was very, very notable, the way that car was thrown across the circuit. Hingston, though, with the bigger contact, and he's still down on pit lane repairing that car now after taking his rear wing off. This is on board with number 29 again. Said these two would work together. Not sure that they really are at the moment, but just up in front of them is the 001 car, Sean Campbell, who will be very soon into the pit lane. At maximum this afternoon, we've seen 33 laps in the opening stints of the day. We so far have had 28 or 29 from Campbell. We've now got the race leader, Dominic Hoffman, in. We're about to see a lead change.
So Hoffman's coming in, of course, they short fueled. So once again, there's 24 laps on this stint. And I wonder what they're going to do this time around. Do they continue with that short stint? Are they going to commit to that? Or are they going to now finally do the full-length stint as they have that track position? Of course, later on in the race, though, they will have basically a full stop at the end when everyone has a splash. So that might change things just a little bit. So it looks like he's staying in the car, I believe. So that's a very interesting one. So he's obviously doing a good job, and they want him to just continue on with what he's doing.
They certainly do. It was about 31 seconds in the box last time round. Let's see if it's similar this time. No. Well, it's still a short field, but it's not quite as short as last time. 33.7.
Long stop for them. You know, they've taken 2 seconds too much there, I think.
Way too long. Half a minute. What are they doing? Goodness me. Out of the circuit. Hoffman, as you say, does stay in the car. He's now 7th. 3/4 of a minute behind the new race leader, Sean Campbell. There's actually a 25-lap stint for the first time from Hoffman, so it's 28 to start the race, then 24, then 25, as far as I've got in my notes anyway. So a slightly longer one from Hoffman, and you'd imagine a little bit longer this time as well. I just can't see the vision for them really this time. They seem to be willingly making an extra stop compared to the others without much of a benefit in terms of doing that as well. So I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on their strategy just yet, but we'll see how it pans out later.
But in the first 2 hours, they made almost half a stop. So if that continues, times it by 3, then they might make up enough to save the extra stop. We'll have to see if that one works out, as here comes Sean Campbell in the 001.
Yeah, that is true, but I could lead the London Marathon in the first 200 metres as well. It's not. You've got to win at the end. It's not the first 200 metres. Anyway,
what a statement, Ewan O'Leary.
Also, not entirely sure I could. Johan Royer is the new driver in 001. Sean Campbell gets out for the first time and hands over to a teammate who wasn't with the 001 team who won the Daytona 24 hours. Sean Campbell was one of those drivers, really spearheading that effort, actually. In January, but he's not partnered with only teammates from that car. He's got Johan Royer this time round. How long is this stop going to be for him? 40 seconds more than 41.7. That's a full fill for 001. So, I can see their strategy panning out a lot better, a lot easier. But I'm not sure I can for number 89 at the moment. We'll, again, have to see later. But this is big for Johan Royer. Got to get up to speed as quickly as possible now in the 001.
Yes, certainly has. So, PS competition, another short stop, easily going to have the net race lead. Of course, they will lose a couple of extra seconds. There's 11 seconds at the moment, the gap to G&G. But we'll have to see when it comes out. Probably come down by a few seconds. So it might be about 6 or so that they lead. So it's working out quite well from this VS car. You see, they gained 4 positions, but that's not including the fact that they're actually 5 places down to where they should be as well. So they've gained so many places from the start with this strategy. And I mean, who knows? They've already won a special event this year. Let's see if it continues on.
As Azuni was saying just before the 4-hour mark, we do not have too many battles actually out on the circuit at the moment. Although, having said that, Gustavo Ariel is continuing his run back through the field again by trying to overtake Augustin Bernier at the moment, the Apex Racing Academy driver. These guys are just completing only lap 19 of their stint at the moment for the Team Redline car, so they could be a little while yet. Another 10 laps, maybe more, for Gustavo Ariel before he comes in, but he's 25 seconds behind his teammate. What you were speculating earlier did indeed turn out to be the case. He got a penalty for avoiding the crash by going onto the pit entry lane there on the right-hand side. You're not allowed to cross over, either come in from outside or go out from inside when you're in that zone. And he got a drive-through penalty for that, which feels kind of harsh because he was avoiding an accident. But those are the rules, and iRacing has picked up on that. That's why he's got a drive-through penalty.
And that's obviously automated. And
yes,
if we were in a league race with human stewards as well, there's that 001 car slicing his way through the traffic. If that was with a human steward, maybe some discretion would be taken into it. But rules are rules. A cone is a cone. And there's always a limit to where you can put your car. So it's very harsh. I don't necessarily agree with it, but yeah, the car was still in that position. And that's just how racing goes sometimes. But this is a huge battle. A little bit lower down in your GTDs, of course. 4 cars, basically within a second, close enough. That's not so bad for 2¼ hours into the race.
no, absolutely. These guys seem to have formed the group almost in protest of me saying there were no battles out there on the circuit. For 9th position at the moment, 2 of the Grid and Go teams. There's loads of Grid and Go teams across the field here once again today, by the way. Not only that one that's competing at the front of the field for the overall race victory, but 4 GTD entries as well. These are the best placed of them in 9th and 10th as things stand. Not maybe their best afternoon, but certainly another great showing from them to be so well representative. I think we were talking about this together on Sunday morning at Daytona Camp. Grid and Go are becoming a huge team in the world of iRacing these days and representing themselves in special events especially on a huge scale.
I mean, having more than even like 2-3 cars, you're already a big team. When you get up to like 6 in multiple classes, that is just ridiculous. The amount of prep work and organisation, I mean, their Discord must be filled with people, with information, with setups, with strategies. There's a lot going on there, and there must be some sort of, important, no, that's the wrong word, like extensive managerial structure as well to keep calm over all that. I'd be so surprised if it's just a group of drivers just chilling, doing their own thing, because that's a lot to keep a hold of.
It certainly is. There's a lot to keep an eye on with that. I mean, we had enough of a nightmare organising our schedule. For only a 6-hour race, but for a 24-hour race, it's a real nightmare to figure out all of these schedules. You can imagine what the organisation going on behind the scenes for them is in preparation for one of these events. Not too much to see in the prototypes at the moment as we continue to follow the GTs. The next pit stop should be from Simify, who so far this afternoon have done very short stints actually. Maybe... 30 laps at maximum for them in GTP. So expect no more than that for them in the next couple of moments as well, when they inevitably come in, as we see Movano Azuro, Marcus Hamilton coming down the inside line. Took a very strange stop in Pablo Lazar's early stints earlier on this afternoon, and so that's why they're a little bit off strategy. They are currently in 8th place, just a minute off of Team Redline, and only, in fairness, 14 seconds off Johan Royer in the Grid and Go car, and they went 6 laps longer on the previous stint as well, so maybe it doesn't look quite as bad for Movano as some might think as we go back to Apex and Redline. Still, nose to tail for 4th.
Exactly, they're 15 seconds off, but you have to remember everyone ahead of them has sort of been doing some different strategies, although things have sort of calmed down and come back together. a little bit for now in terms of when they are stopping. This is not looking too bad. That 20 machine, of course, is trying to come a bit back up the field. Looking at their last laps, obviously being this close together, they're basically doing the same. So it's just for Ariel to try and find his way through. These cars have, of course, been swapping around at times, but we'll have to see if they can finally hold on to that position. Of course, this is the 21 car that pits at the exact same time, just ahead of that Apex car, but they're now 24 seconds ahead up the road and looking fairly good at this moment in time. The good thing for this car, though, Ewan, is that they're just going so much longer on the fuel. I really think when we get later in the race, that's going to come back and pay them dividends. But we'll have to see on the BS car, obviously doing their potentially extra stop.
There are the differences, by the way. Eduardo Leo, outrageously consistent again. 34.5, 34.5, 34.6. And Hoffman, not quite as consistent, but he is at least quicker every time. I guess lap 84, there's a little bit of cold tyre warming up phase going on there, but lap 85, he's fully into the swing of it and more than half a second quicker. And this is the calculation that number 89 are making, isn't it? Shorter stops, faster stints, but are those faster stints faster than the longer stops are slower, if you see what I mean? And they can catch that time. There's probably a better way of saying that. But can they it comes down to this, doesn't it? This 33-second gap. Can they catch this sort of a margin by making such a different strategy as they are doing here?
We'll have to see. So they're 30 seconds off. Obviously, the stop time, the whole pit lane time is a minute and a bit. But of course, the actual loss will be a bit less than that. So they're about halfway through, and we're not quite half race distance. So we will see. I think there's definitely a chance, though, that it can work. And I trust the fact that they've committed to this. The problem for them is that they are so committed, they can't really uncommit, and they have to basically just do this to the end. And they've basically decided, oh yeah, our 6 hours is going to be full push, less fuel, not quite quali laps, but pushing hard every single stint. So this is going to be a very interesting one to see how it's going to work out, because they're in such a commanding position when the cycle obviously works itself out. They're in such a commanding position, leading the way by a long position. So this is very, very interesting indeed.
It certainly is. We love strategic races, and GTP is certainly providing one of them at the moment. There are the laps led, by the way, in the classes. 3 of the top 6 have all done it in GTP, for example, but it's been IFR Esports dominating, really, in LMP2 since, and same for Team Redline down in GTT. Less cooperation now between the two Dragos, as Carlos Pedalosa loses the back of Thibaut Prevost in second position, and Florian Lebigra continues to lead by 3.5 seconds. IFR Esports lead by 6.5 after running 4 laps longer than Fiercely Forward Pink. There's not too much strategic difference in LMP2 to speak of. It's just an all-out race there.
Yeah, though there are 4 laps difference in the stints between the top 2, so there's definitely something going on there. And this car, remember, was in the grass at one point, but still leading the way rather nicely. So that's not going too badly for those guys as they try and work their way past the GTD. Last time we saw something like this, the car ended up in the wall as...
Oh!
Team Redline, where have they gone? They're off into the bush. Is that a disconnection, or is that a crash? And they've gone way off out of the scope of the cameras they have. They've gone down. That must be the outer loop. They've had a spin, and they're going down the NASCAR track.
How on earth have they ended up there? That is so far off the circuit, there's not even any cameras covering that position. They've got a meatball. They are done with the race lead this afternoon. Team Redline will not be repeating the double at the 6 hours of the Glen. They are not going to win in GTT this afternoon with number 71. Florian Lebigra has been in the fence. We'll find out how on earth he managed to get to that stage in the circuit, because that's the cut through between the Grand Prix layout and the shorter layout that's used in NASCAR racing here. And it's Sean Campbell who's alongside him, or rather Johan Royer, I should say, and it's the 001 that makes contact. Florian Lebigra springs off the side of the Porsche, and Johan Royer is in pit lane as well. 2 race-leading cars in their respective classes taken out in this incident.
That was a simple misjudgment. It's that secondary contact that spits the 71 down the road. major damage to that car. So even when they get it repaired, they are going to be so far back. And I say that 001 as well. That's it. That's done. There's no way they are coming back from that properly. So, that's so unlucky. It was really late as well. Really late contact in the corner, but some bit of bad misjudgment.
And there goes Gustavo Aerial down the inside of Augustin Bernier to move up to 4th place. So Redline have seen one of their cars slip down in GTD, but their GTP chance is actually increasing with the demise of the 001 on pit lane for Johan Royer. Marc Perez, meanwhile, gets back into the Simify car. That is another 30-lap stint from them. They seem absolutely adamant that they're going to do 30 laps all the way. But, I mean, who are you putting the blame on there most in particular? Is it the GTP for searching around the outside like that, or is it the inside, the GTD not forgiving the room?
It's such a shame. It's similar to was it Dan and Moore about an hour ago did a very similar thing. The reason why it's a hard one is because that is the only place for the GTP to go at that point in the track. You get the momentum coming out of the loop. You have to go around the outside there. Looking at it, there was plenty of space on the outside, and he was trying to cut in a little bit. So potentially, and it's always the fault on the faster car trying to get past. But it's unlucky at the same time as well. I definitely think there's some luck that came into that, and sometimes the timing of it just doesn't work. But the fact that we've seen a few of these things today maybe questions the quality of the racing in the top split.
I think it's. I would be leaning towards the GT car as well a little bit more, I've got to say, in terms of, as you say, that prototype's going to go around the outside there. It's going to be searching for it like that, and so that's ended up with an incident, unfortunately. But it is unfortunate for both. Sean Campbell says in YouTube, it is what it is, I suppose. And I suppose, but doesn't seem to be too aggrieved about that, I must say, as Michael Romanidis comes in to do a 31-lap stint. It's the first time he's done that since the first stint of the race, where he spun, of course. They are doing rather well now, though, in the number 2 Drago Racing car. And in fact, Nicolas Matera now is going to take that car back out again. The 2 red lines are now 1 and 2 again. Arjuna says that incident helps BS more than anything else, more than red line. I actually thought 001 stood better chance of winning than BS, to be honest with you, but you might be right. This does give more space on the circuit, certainly less to overtake for 89 when they're going fast, and makes it harder to save fuel with less people about as well. It's just all good points made, but it's hard to know at this stage who it really benefits.
Yes, especially as we're not quite halfway. We're not quite halfway into the race. Oh, it definitely benefits BS though, because that was a car that was on a similar strategy, and as you say, they're just they're not there. They've got clean margin. Where are BS at this moment in time? So they're P4. They are they're 8 seconds off Apex, even though they've already made an extra stop comparatively. So that is looking pretty good, and they're working their way up the order very nicely indeed. I believe we just saw a change of positions. Movano getting Drago as well for P5, P6. In class, of course, Drago on the cold tyres just after coming out the pit lane.
Yeah, it didn't stand a chance. Trying to keep that place in the end, as the battle for 8th continues on in GTD. 005 Grid and Go is starting to get away just a little bit here, but as you can see, David Toff has got past Jan Sammer now in 006. This is becoming a bit of a battle for 9th place, really, as they've all been promoted 1 with the demise of Team Redline as well. Still a very long way to go in this stint for the GTDs, but Drago Racing are now leading 1 and 2, and even 3rd place is 15 seconds off the lead. It's started just very much spread out in this class now.
And that car is a Porsche of Coanda Esports. So from what we saw earlier on the fuel numbers, maybe not going to be able to challenge as well. So Drago looking very good at this moment in time. Tristan Iglesias sitting in 3rd place. He was actually faster than the class leader last time, so I'm not putting them down completely. We'll have to see if 15 seconds is something that they can do. Has actual blue highlights? Is that a real comment there from Arjuna? Which he does. I guess he means a bit below the door.
Yeah, but, I mean, it doesn't really, does it? It's not very obvious as I'd like, I must say. What's the car supposed to be here then? The number 18.
It's the same actual blue highlight.
Exactly. There's no
yes.
difference.
They
And
could
anyway-
at least do, I don't know, the wing mirrors or something.
Oh yeah, but wing mirrors are they're barely noticeable.
Yeah, Lewis
From the
McGlade
bottom.
hates the wing mirror accent. Hates it.
What if you're looking at the car from behind? You can't see the paint on the wing mirrors anyway. It's pointless.
Just do a whole different livery at that point.
yeah. I mean, Team Red Line used to do entirely different
in
colours
the
for their whole
Grand
thing.
Prix series. Back in
Yeah,
back in like 2017 or whatever, they had the blue. Like, was it Hutu had the blue one? Someone had the green one. There was an orange one. Yeah, all of them.
Used to be, in the World Championship GT series as well, they were very well organised with all their different colours. But
That was
I guess
actually one of the best liveries ever. I
Yeah, I
loved
think so.
that one because it was so easy to adapt as well to the different drivers, different colours. I loved it.
Yeah, I agree. But, also harder to build a team identity if you've got 5 different cars looking different on the circuit. So that does make it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, if you make them similar but noticeably different on colours, then it's worth it. As you can see here, Drago Racing, we haven't got a clue in terms of who's who here, other than the number, which you can't always see around. They are absolutely identical. I can't see anything different about these two.
Who? The classic Eminem clip. Yes, they do have the wing mirror color, but as you say, it basically looks the same, and you have to look out for the numbers. But they're leading the way, and I don't think they really care what color their wing mirrors are 2.5 hours into this race.
No, they probably don't care about us talking about it, in all honesty. There's the gap, 1.4, 1.2. Just closes down as Carlos Fenalosa tries to close in on Thibaut Prevot here, but this has been a good drive from Drago so far. Both of these cars started outside the top 5. Number 9 started in 10th. And there's the difference between the two. Is that how we're supposed to tell them apart? One with the IMSA branding and one that doesn't. I think that it's the windshield. What do you call that thing above the windscreen? Whatever that's called.
Visor strip? I don't know.
Something like that. Yes, it's true. One does have IMSA branding, one does not, just has BMW branding. But I guess now that's pointed out, that is kind of obvious. But also, again, same problem from behind. What are you going to do? You can't see.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you have a few teams, you kind of run out of ideas unless they start doing something completely different. So we'll have to see if they can make something up in the future with a bit more idea. Although a nice, I don't know, because they sort of have red and black thing. But if they just had some nice yellow stripes on, you know how in the 24-hour races, some of the teams put like those LED strips over basically around the door, like on the A pillar down to the B pillar on the door. Over that, maybe on that section they could put some like yellow branding or something for it.
Maybe, I don't know. It seems so far-fetched to get these teams to cooperate with us, to be honest, on our livery thing. So we'll have to park that for now. But there you go. There's Luca Kita, 4th place just for the moment. One of the only Apex Racing Team cars in this race, actually, which is somewhat unusual for them. They are unfortunately out the race with their prototype main team anyway. Their GTP Academy car is still running though, and they can be told apart at least. But, and they of course are in different classes as well. But this is a car that has been through the wars today. Casey went with us earlier on. There was side-to-side contact through the bus stop chicane when this car was battling for the race lead, number 199. You'd only just stepped into the commentary box, Cam. It was a dramatic moment, and somehow they're still in the top 5 even afterwards.
Yeah, just a couple of laps after that first pit stop, so an hour and a bit into the race. And Sanchez was at the wheel at the time, and there's just a little bit of a misjudgment with Taylor Barnard in the Drago entry ahead of him that he's trying to overtake. They were P1 and 2 in the race. They were nose to tail at this point of the track. He went to the outside, and I think he was trying to sort of squeeze in, like not make the overtake and just squeeze in behind, but he just caught the rear bumper of Barnard, and obviously through the inner loop. Everyone knows what's going to happen there. 2 cars side by side. Contact was made. Barnard out of this race, and trying to have a look. Did they actually try to rejoin? No, I don't think they did. No. So yeah, definitely not what he would have wanted. Actually, it looks like they may have actually tried to rejoin at one point with the stop time that they had, but the car had been so toast, there'd be so many laps down, it didn't really matter at that.
No, I think they pretty quickly decided to pull the plug on that one, unfortunately. As have 17 teams in this race, by the way, out of the race so far. And we might have an 18th with 001 out of the race now as well. Previous race leader for some time in the second stint of the race this afternoon. Unfortunate for them to be dropping down the field and out of this race, down to just 8 GTPs still running from the 13 that started, and 32 overall that started from this race as well. As you said earlier, the rate of attrition won't continue at this rate, but it's been a very, very high rate of attrition so far, I've got to say. Just feel in the last few moments as if this circuit has reached a number of cars on the circuit where it feels a bit more comfortable now for everybody.
Certainly, that every car has space out there. That doesn't mean to say that there aren't battles on track. Of course, we're looking at this one with Apex. That car, the Marla car, number 10, right behind them. Both these cars 18 laps into their stint. And Marla way faster, 7/10 quicker on that previous lap. They were basically one of the fastest cars in this class as well. So that team doing a good job, of course, being ran by BS Competition. And they are trying to get that run up towards the inner loop, but of course they lift off in safety field for the moment in time. However, that won't stay the way forever, as they do need to look back, because Cooper Webster, the 72 car, is only 3 seconds behind them as well, so you've got to be thinking about that. And he was actually very fast. Oh my word, he's into the 43s on that previous lap, was Cooper Webster.
Cooper Webster was very, very quick indeed as number 21 Team Redline car comes into pit lane. I'll just get back to 72 a little bit later, because yeah, it looks to me as if they've got their damage repaired. Here comes number 20. Is that car coming in as well? Yes. Gustavo Ariel into the pit lane after 97 laps this time round. So that's a bit more like it from these two. 33 laps on that stint for both of the Team Redline cars. And that is, as I say, much more like it for them. If they can continue to do that again and again, then maybe they will do this race on just 4 more stints, where BS Competition will be using a whole lot more. But let's see, as the number 89 does go past. That's no surprise to see Hoffman now leading the race.
Yeah, absolutely not. So the double undercut, I guess you could call it, was certainly making its way into an effect. So his stop time, 33.7 seconds for this car, the 89. Let's see what it's going to be for those guys. It looks like it's good, yeah, about 41 seconds again. So Luke McEwen jumps in there for Team Redline in the number 21. Pinto has got in for the 20. So yeah, 41 seconds. So that's a lot longer full stint as they continue on, going longer and longer into this into each of these races. They will have to make an extra pit stop. Sorry. BS will have to make an extra pit stop compared to Redline, though. So we're going to have to obviously see what that gap is. At the moment, it seems to be about 31 seconds.
Yep. It will stabilise at a little bit less than that as well. And while the cold tyres really take their effect. So we'll keep an eye on that. Marcus Hamilton's actually going to try and get past McEwen as well, actually, as they continue on here. The track temperature has now stabilised, as you can see, 43 degrees Celsius down on the circuit. That is in Fahrenheit land, in case anybody's watching using the wrong units. 115 Fahrenheit on the circuit at the moment. Pretty toasty out there on the circuit. Here comes Marcus Hamilton then. Cold tyres for Luke McEwen. He knows this is not a fight to be having with 3 hours 23 to go, and just lets him go.
Yeah, beyond knowing it's not a fight, because this Hamilton car actually is going to be pitting in the next few laps. But also, I don't think McEwen could fight so much if he wanted to. You're going to see over the next couple of corners, already getting a bit of a wiggle there through the penultimate corner and into the final one. It is going to take, as we know now, a good 2 laps or so to get some proper temperature in them. But until then, you are seconds slower. It is pretty crazy. I mean, in that middle sector alone, obviously you can't see sector 1 because he was going out pit lane. Sector 2, he was almost 3 seconds off.
He's taken an off track there, that's for sure. Luke McEwen just runs a bit wide there through turn number 1. Trying to get used to these cold tyres. By the way, only 35 incident points you can garner before you get a drive-through penalty. And that will be one of those towards 35 for McEwen, who, don't forget, is a relatively new Team Redline driver. Left Apex Racing Team earlier on this year, and is now an is now a Team Redline driver, I should say. And has been since about May or so, the end of May. about 2 weeks after he left the Apex Racing team. So this is one of his targets. So speaking to him actually not longer after just before he was announced he was signed, a bit of inside information there. He told me a little bit about his early plans, and this was certainly one of the early plans. Special events like the Nürburgring 24 last weekend, there's Watkins Glen 6 hour this weekend, and the Spa 24 to come next month. These are big targets for Luke McEwen in his early Redline career.
What a signing, by the way, as well. Very fast driver, very committed driver, and certainly an exciting prospect for that team. Great pickup indeed, as he's now, as we say, into the 21 machine, out there on the track and trying to chase down these guys ahead of him. Let's see what his lap time is this time around as he comes across a 36.1. So he still is a little bit off the pace, so give him another lap, and then the tyres should be up there. There's Nicholas Matteo, who's only 1.6 seconds back.
Yeah, and that is a car on the same strategy as far as I can work out. Well, roughly. Not really. They pitted 6 laps earlier, I suppose, but they are doing slightly shorter stops. But it seems to me that is largely down to what they can actually get out of the tank at the moment for Trigo Racing. So that could be a battle to watch in the next few moments. Couple of drivers, people asking in YouTube what's happened to various teams today. Effect Simulations have indeed crashed out of the race in number 909 when Andrew Dawson was driving the car about an hour and a half ago from memory. I think that's about the time. And indeed, Redline have unfortunately already fallen by the wayside in GTD in number 71. We saw that not so long ago for Florian Lebigra. Their 2 GTPs are still running, as far as I'm aware, without any damage problems. Number 20 did have a drive-through penalty earlier on, though, for crossing the pit lane entry line and then not going in pit lane a little bit earlier on when they were avoiding a crash. So, yes, it's set them back a little bit, and all of their eggs are in the number 21 basket, you would say, this afternoon for Team Redline. But there's still over half of the 6 hours of the Glen to go this afternoon. This race very much hangs in the balance. The strategy in GTP especially means that we can't even really tell you who's properly leading this race.
Yes, what you mentioned about the Redline in GTPs, they're actually not in a bad position. The 21, he's third, but he's leading that strategy, let's say. The 2 in front are on the sort of the under fueling strategy, so yeah, can't really complain too much about that. And then, as you say, the 20 is a bit further back, but with that strategy, with the penalty, so I reckon they'll be able to get maybe a position back. It's only 10 seconds to simulify. You'd reckon over 3 hours 20 minutes they might be faster by 10 seconds. So it isn't actually looking too bad. It's just how close it is in GTP nowadays with the different strategies, all the different teams, and that is including the fact that we've lost teams such as Ferrari from this battle. We lost the 001 as well, the sim race shot by G&G car. You know, a lot of fast cars. Even the 99 Apex team that was looking really fast earlier. So yeah, definitely a really competitive GTP field. Oh, and we even forgot about the Williams cars. Both Williams losing out earlier on in the race as well. I mean, we have such a stacked field in GTP nowadays in these iRacing special events. Yeah,
unfortunately, nearly half of them have fallen by the wayside this afternoon in the earlier stages of this race. On your screen at the moment, still Luca Keita and Felix Kruenbach as we jump up to those GTPs, because Marcus Hamilton is just in front of Luke McEwen, then Nicholas Matteo, all covered by about 3 seconds. And again, Movano Azzurro on a slightly different strategy compared to Redline, who you'd say for their race do need to get through on this Acura rather soon.
Yes, of course, they lost the position due to the cold tyres situation. It's on 24 laps though, Movano, so the pit stop is going to be coming imminently for this 33 machine, and it depends how much Luke wants to risk that. He obviously has a couple of seconds. You can just see the red car in the background of the Drago number 2. So he has got a little bit of time, but it depends how patient he wants to be. Does he just wait for the Movano car to go through the pit lane, or is he going to have to send it down the inside side?
Yeah, with this being lap 25, you could suggest that, I mean, we've seen 33 lap stints on a couple of occasions this afternoon. If they do end up doing that, although I don't think they will, Movano, if they do end up doing that, it could be quite a long time spent behind the number 33 car here. So I think McEwen will want to get on with this in the next couple of moments and try and get through, but he's not going to risk the whole car and his whole race doing it here, which is the sensible position to take, I think, with still more than half of the race remaining as they now make their way up the hill towards turn 9. Scene of quite an incident off the start, unfortunately, for GTD cars. 3 cars retired immediately in that class as a result of a power up out of that corner. As LMP2 pit stops begin now as well down those other prototypes. So you can see Ty Simons into the pit lane for Fiercely Forward Pink after another 25 laps.
Yeah, actually, you are correct, because I was in my head, obviously, had the Movano were going to be under fueling, but their last stop time was 41 seconds, a full tank. So actually, you are correct. It could be a good 8 laps or so before they come in. So McEwen definitely will be going through, as there's number 12, as you say, coming down pit lane and obviously enjoying their battle up there towards the podium places, but not quite race leading in the way that they would have wanted just now. Let's see what they do in terms of pit stop time, if they're going to do a full stint. It looks like all the LMP2s are doing that though, so no worries on that.
Nicholas Laubish gets into number 12. Imagine that this will be his last time in the car today for the next 2 stints or so. As these LMP2s continue on, they are a little bit off from where I would expect them to be coming in. Actually, in terms of actual time in the race, we'll try and calculate that across the day. Bad news though for number 12. I think that's a speeding out of the pit lane rather than on the way in. And number 12, Fiercely Forward, is no longer going to really be in fierce contention for this race, unfortunately. It's a black flag for speeding for number 12. And that is going to set them back a long way. As we saw with Gustavo Ariel, cost them about 20 seconds or so. And Laubitz is going to have to come down pit lane again.
That's such a shame. That is such a shame there for the number 12. They're in such a good position. And especially if it's on pit exit, the only thing you can imagine is that's just a little bit too much eagerness to get that pit lane limiter off, but the gain and loss is so minimal really in the grand scheme of things at that point. But I guess you got to run the limits if you want to win the race, so I do understand it, but a big mistake, because to go all the way for a drive through for that, yeah, it's going to cost them a lot of time, and I should say they're going to be completely out of contention. So that puts Teletraz back up into 2nd place in LMP2 after the issues that they've had dropping down, but they're coming back, and that car that was started by Darius Andre is looking very good with Milleroo at the wheel right now.
Absolutely. 2nd place as things stand, as Carlos Poya comes in now in number 22 after 24 laps only this time round, so maybe a little bit early by a lap or 2 compared to previous. I think McEwen still has not been able to find his way past Marcus Hamilton. We followed these guys for a couple of laps and so far just not being able to manage it. Felix Kronbach has though. He's up to 4th place now at the expense of Luca Kita, who's just beginning to slip and slide through the field, and Cooper Webster is catching now as well.
And it looks like I have to go 3 wide there, up onto the back straight with the 3 different classes. Yeah, looks like these teams are staying, the battles are reigniting. They're staying pretty close at this point in the race. We have half a second for the lead as well in GTD. This battle in GTP is looking very close to, of course, and that one in GTD, so we're just looking at with Marla as well. So very, very interesting point of the race. We've come up towards half race distance. Here is McEwen still behind Hamilton. He's been there for a little while. Now that he's got up to speed, Hamilton, now that he's on such less fuel, is also getting faster and faster since McEwen has been behind. So we're now into the mid-high 34s, but he's got 20 laps less fuel, does the Movano car. So that is helping them stay ahead.
Yep. It certainly is. As we're in a stage now in GTP of pretty much constant pit stops, the next of which will be Movano. Or maybe even BS competition, because they've only been doing 24, 25 laps a time. They're on lap 23 as things stand in this stint of the race. Number 188 is into pit lane in the meantime in LMP2. So is Benjamin Frizzeril and Aidan Mates as well. Nicholas Laubish comes in for a 2nd time to serve his drive-through penalty. He will not still be in 2nd place as a result. In fact, he'll drop off the podium. Milleroo and Frizzeril will get onto that podium at his expense.
Yes, it is ever changing here at the Glen, and it seems like, I don't know about what you think of this, Ewan, but it almost seems like this track seems to just bring in a few more difficulties for some teams compared to some other special events, some other tracks. Even though it's not tight and twisty in some ways, it is, a bit more, fast and flowing. But there are some tricky points about it that seem to be catching some teams out, and also the strategy today seems to be a bit of a question, as Laubish is going to come out so far back in this LMP2 field. He's going to have a long way to go when he gets to pit exit in a few seconds' time.
Yeah, he has come to a stop in pit lane, and that might be the end of that. He's gone into the box for a long time now, and that might be a pulling of the plug for Fiercely Forward Pink as they came into pit lane. It doesn't seem to me as if they're clearing the black flag quite as they're meant to. They're instead a minute on pit lane. So now they have gone in pit lane just to change tyres, serve the penalty. So yes, they have now done it. They have now served the penalty. I thought they'd come in to retire actually, but no. They come in and back out again after a minute. That is going to properly put an end to their challenge here this afternoon in 7th position now in the LMP2 race. A real shame for Nicholas Laubish, who I was looking forward to seeing a bit more prototype racing from him. Don't often see him in a prototype, I've got to say. Or I haven't, at least personally. Unfortunately, he's now going to be running that prototype a lap down in this race.
Yes, really not the ideal situation, because it's so much time to get back. I mean, we were speaking the whole race really about the fact that this is so short compared to some other special events. We had the 12 hours of Sebring, of course, Bathurst 12 hours. I've got all the 24-hour races. Even, Petit Le Mans is, towards 10 hours. So, yeah, this is quite short in that regard. You just can't make up that time. Even if you're a bit faster, you just can't make up that time, really, if it is a fairly clean race for all of the other people. Also today, with no rain or anything like that, it is a very nice hot day out there. And unfortunately, that is basically going to be their day done. This is still that battle for P3 in your P2 even, in your GTPs. There's Movano still holding on very nicely in that Acura, but we are up to now 29 laps on this stint, so we are getting closer and closer towards that pit stop, but with his less fuel, he is going very nicely indeed.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but it just feels to me, with the lack of rain here and the absolutely fantastic conditions this afternoon, it's now up to 47 degrees on the track surface. Feels to me like the old days of iRacing, really, where there was never any prospect of rain, there was never any prospect of nighttime running either, although there never is at this race anyway. And, there's nothing to get in the way of the strategies. This is the kind of thing that, this is the argument from some about why it's a great thing in iRacing that we didn't have any of the rain or any of that, and it's a pure race in a sense, no safety cars as well, because it is a pure race in terms of strategy. We're seeing that open up with number 89, which is now into pit lane once again.
Yeah, that's true. I do like the fact. So basically, this strategy from BS in the 89, they've made the strategy for 6 hours. So they've committed to this shorter stop strategy, 3 hours ago when they were getting towards the formation lap, and they're like, right, this is how we're going to do it. They know at some points they're going to be behind on the track. They know some points they're going to be ahead. And they've worked out that over 6 hours, they're going to make up X amount of time and they're going to win the race. But if you have all these different stop-start strategies with, the safety cars coming or some rain, it does take away those longer strategies. So there's pros and cons to both. And at least we have the opportunity for the nighttime and the rain nowadays. Even if we don't get it every single race, sometimes that's good, because then that it's still unpredictable. And it's just the fact that we got the nicer side, the nicer turnout this time.
Yeah, it was a real feature of last year's race. This time round, though, less so, as Hoffman makes his way out on cold tyres again. Absolutely critical, these laps in the race, to get right, as Matthew Bassett makes his way out of pit lane in the IFR Esports LMP2 now as well. Went longer than everybody else, all the way to lap 102. It's another 26 laps from them. They are stretching this race out by going longer on fuel each and every time and giving themselves a great opportunity later on to take a very, very short pit stop in the very end of this race. this is giving IFR Esports a very, very big lead in LMP2, both in terms of speed and strategically as well. They seem to have control of this race so far.
Yeah, they've not really been challenged much in the last hour or so. So they're looking really good in that 717 machine, aren't they? They've got a decent lead now, considering they've just made the stop as well. So they're faster and going longer, which is literally just win-win. I mean, how are the other people going to gain anything on them if they are winning on track and also in the pit lane? So it's certainly very good. We see this battle in the GTDs. We've still got the two Dragos leading the way, and I believe, they are in the same order. So the number 9 with the green wing mirrors, that is leading the way, as it has for quite a long time now. Tristan Iglesias in the Coanda is still 15 seconds behind, as he was about half hour, 45 minutes ago when we did another update on this battle. So they're going very similar speed and not catching up.
I should have reminding us that without the drive-through, number 188 would lead at the moment. Well, maybe they do still have a chance in this race. I mean, the gap will come down a little bit from where it is right now because of the cold tyres. But 14 seconds. I guess that is true at this stage in the race, and there's still a long time to make up time from here as the two Dragos come over the line again to complete another lap. This is the end of lap 30, by the way. Beforehand in GTD, 34 has been the benchmark, and I would say as long as they can do another 4 laps here, these two, again, they're going to be okay on fuel. But the GTs, as they always are these days, not comfortable in terms of making it to the hour quite.
Yeah, it's tight. It's tight. It seems like with the pit stop time, they should be okay, and they may be doing a lap of fuel save here and there. But it is that final pit stop. They possibly will still take a full tank just to be sure, especially depending on where they are in terms of the race leader finishing as well in terms of GTPs. If they are literally just ahead and then they effectively have to do another lap, then of course that adds quite a bit of jeopardy if you're getting tight on fuel. But they should just be, they should just be okay in that regard. Everyone seems to be keeping calm and basically doing the fuel numbers that they need in this GTD battle. We are 5 minutes away from the next hour, and they've done 30 laps on the stint currently. That is normal in these GTDs, as I say. And 001 has got back out onto the circuit again. Johan Royer returns to the race after 16.5 minutes down on pit lane. There he is. I've got to say, in a very nice livery that I'm quite enjoying this afternoon. But good to see some of these teams who have had problems are still sticking with this. Michele Costantini, notably, is 5 laps down after a long pit stop earlier on today in number 50 Ferrari car. And he's still going as well. And they could actually pick up a really decent result, actually, by just keeping on going here, because it's been a very attritional GTP race so far, and it probably will continue to be. And at the end of the day, this is sim racing. This is not real life. You can rebuild your car fairly easily and importantly, inexpensively. You just have to sit there for a few seconds and you can get racing again, which is the whole point of coming out. You've already booked off your Saturday afternoon. You're already here. You might as well continue on racing, and let's just see what happens. You never know exactly. As it's got a little bit darker out there, Ewan, a little bit of cloud cover. I'm not saying it's going to be rain, but maybe just a little bit of cooling momentarily, at least on the track.
Maybe. We are right in the heat of the day, and so some of these tyres will be pleased about that. 2 p.m. in the afternoon, pretty windy. So conditions may well change rather rapidly, but yeah, it is starting to cloud over a little bit in this race. It felt like the only thing we were talking about last year, really, the rain and the weather, but it's not happened this time round. Now then, this is pretty telling, actually. Dominic Hoffman out of the pit lane onto the circuit again. Now, admittedly, I don't think he's had very many laps. Maybe only that last one is him properly up to speed with his tyre temperature, but no gains made in those first 2 laps so far. He's got to start turning that round this time round, start gaining some time again, you'd say.
Yeah, I think this is just the temperature happening, and also it's fuel load now. So he's now got the higher fuel, and for instance, like McEwen, Matteo out there, and also who is it? Simufy as well, Torres at the wheel. All 3 of them ahead on way less fuel. Between 10 and 17 laps less fuel. That's a lot of weight, plus the cold tyres. So obviously on those first few laps, yes, he will be losing the time. But this Strategy's been working quite well. We are halfway into this race though, and he has not made up anywhere near the time that he is going to need. So it's going to be a full push to the end of the race when they get to swapping drivers in that car as well.
It's going to be an absolutely massive final hour or two of this race here. What's the time going to be? 35.1 from McEwen, which is a little bit slower than before, but that's much better from Hoffman. Into the 34, mid-34s, and that's actually quicker than McEwen's last 3 lap times, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. So he's up to speed now, he's got those tyres up to temperature, and he's back in the race. This is going to be fascinating to finish off here. 19 seconds between them, coming up to halfway.
But that graphic was pretty intense. Did you see? It was like plus 1.2, plus 0.6, and then minus 0.6. That is the tyre temperatures coming into it, just getting faster and faster and faster every lap. And that's not... I mean, obviously there's a bit of traffic out there, to be fair as well, but that's not driver, changing. He's not just suddenly remembering how to drive faster. That's just, he can't go any faster until the tyres give him the grip to do so coming out of the box. So really, really interesting things with these new tyres, and I'm actually quite liking how it's affecting the strategy and how you have to sort of drive on the first couple of laps. It's not easy. It's not just get in and go and put your foot down. You actually have to think about it a little bit.
I've got to say, yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it as well, watching these guys come out on the warm tyres, because, you know, it puts these guys in a bit of an uncomfortable situation on the early part of this stint, for sure. Your stint, Cam, is about to come to an end in the commentary box as we approach half distance in the iRacing 6 hours of the Glen. Give us your thoughts on the first 3 hours of this race and what might happen a bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm loving this. So got to keep an eye on what's going to happen between Redline 21 and the BS Competition 89 for the overall win. But yeah, I missed this race last year and I was a bit sad about it because it's definitely a fun one. And it's been pretty crazy. I mean, already we had that crash with Bernard and Sanchez just as I got in an hour into the race. So the drivers know how to push the limits around here, and it's turning into a bit of a strategic battle. And I'm absolutely loving that. Of course, Drago looking so strong in your GTDs as well as the 717 in LMP2. So I don't know if they're going to change so much, but in GTPs is going to be a big one. Is the extra stop going to work for BS Competition? We'll have to wait and find out.
And that's the voice of Cam Roger, who's been alongside me for the last hour of the iRacing 6 hours of the game. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, will now be joined by Paul Smith up here in the commentary booth, live on iRacing and RaceSpot TV this afternoon with another iRacing special event. Good afternoon to you, Paul. Good to be alongside you. I'm thoroughly enjoying this race. Hope you are as well. It's absolutely fascinating, and with 3 hours to go, 3 hours gone, we are no closer, no wiser as to who's going to win this race.
It's almost been as chaotic as the real world Watkins Glen 6 hours just last weekend. So yes, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Yeah, it's been an intriguing race. I'm liking seeing how split strategies are working, how there's two different strategies at play right at the very front of a GTP field. Certainly, it's going to give us an interesting race as to whether it works or not. I'd like to see it work because I've been here long enough now with these special events of going through the years before we had rain and before we even had day and night cycles, where it was literally brim the car, run it to the end of the tank, brim it, and just had copy and paste strategies all along. So I like somebody doing something a bit different to give us a bit of variety.
Yeah, exactly, and it's provided them with advantages all day long, actually, in number 89, as we've spoken about. This is Michael Gianni we're just on board with, by the way. Yeah, Porsche Commander Esports, rather. Porsche Commander Esports driver these days in the world of sim racing, in the world of iRacing. Joined in last year, actually. Feels like it wasn't very long ago, but it actually was at this point. Previous Apex Racing team driver, you may remember from years gone past, as GTD pit stops really do ramp up here. Carlos Fenalosa brings 169 out of the pit lane, and that's after 34 laps, meaning Thibaut Perrault had actually done the first 35-lap stint of this race, although I think Redline actually did it early on, so maybe not the first 35, but certainly one of the few as Fenalosa makes his way out. Interesting, actually, that one of the Drago racing cars was able to do one lap further than the other, where I thought they'd be working together throughout that hour. But not in terms of fuel, they're not synced up anymore.
maybe one of the drivers just with a bit more of a deft right foot and not quite as harsh on the throttle, and just getting that little bit of extra fuel save over the other teammate. Yeah, possibly that is the case. But here you've got this interesting fight now in the Simify eSports car, the BMW M Team BS competition car and the BMW M Team Redline cars pretty much close together. And as we say, it's that split of strategies. The Simify car, lap 25 of its stint right now, so this one will go another 8 or 9 laps or so. The BS competition car, lap 8 of its stint, so that's gone quite a while now, and lap 18, Diogo Pinto in that red line car in 5th place in class. So move to the inside, and nicely done into P3.
The flash of the lights there suggested, I'm going to come through on the inside line of turn 7 whether you like it or not, so stay out the way or don't. And in the end, he did stay out of the way on the way down the brakes, into that hairpin. That is Dominic Hoffman now back onto the podium. Simify Esports, as you say, still have 6 laps to go of this stint, and that effectively means they are behind BS Competition in the race, even with 2 hours 56 to go, because I believe all of the GTPs at the moment have 3 stops remaining of varying distances, of course. Grid and Go, in the meantime, have found themselves in the fence. It's not been a good afternoon for them in GTD, and that is a big, big accident. Is that for Jarno Koch, was it, maybe? I don't know which of the Grid and Goes this is, but it's up over the curbs, and another one through here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with the name. It is Jarno. And that is on its out lap as well, so it's got caught out by the cold tyres there to a degree, although the bounce of that curb then really did just kick the rear end up and sent it around. I personally, I know it's a safety measure having that bus stop chicane there. I really don't like this bus stop chicane. I just think it's a bit clunky. I much preferred the old carousel without the bus stop, but yeah, it's a safety thing. There's not a lot of runoff there at the entry to the carousel, so if you do have an incident, you're finding the wall very quickly.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've got to say I don't mind it. I think it's it depends very much what you're racing around this circuit as to whether you need that or you know, or whether that bus stop chicane is right for this circuit or not. I think it works well for these multi-class cars, but I can certainly see in some cars as well it's needed. Of course, in real life, as you say, it is a safety measure effectively. After a fatality in the early 90s, the bus stop chicane was added. But as far as car slowing artificial chicanes go, I think it's not the worst. We could do worse.
Yeah, no, I could. It just feels like it's placed at a part where you've got cars that can get alongside after a slipstream, but you can't. But it's not a slow enough chicane to then be able to outbrake somebody properly, and you're both having to compromise your run through the chicane if indeed one car does compromise its way through and you have a massive accident. So it's one of those chicanes where, personally, if I was designing it, I'd be making it a little bit tighter just to encourage a harder braking into that chicane. But I can see why they've designed it like that, to try and keep the flow of the track there.
Yeah, it's a very difficult balance to strike, because as you say, this circuit does have a real flow to it that you wouldn't want to disrupt in the same way. This is the best overtaking opportunity on the lap, and it doesn't really have a braking zone at the very back end of that straight. We're on board with the Acura of Cooper Webster. Well, it was Cooper Webster's. It's now Josh Thompson's, number 72, Team Redline Acura. And that's Luca Kita trying to come through on the way down the inside here in the Apex Racing Team Ferrari. Fresh out the pit lane in number 72. He's not going to be able to do much on cold tyres. There is Josh Thompson. And that is Luca Kita back into the top 5 again. He's been struggling in the last hour or so. Lost out to Felix Quernbach in the Marla Racing Team number 10 car. Now being driven by Ascari Rene in that BMW. But Luca Kita, for a brief moment there, was outside the top 5 for the first time in some time this afternoon.
Yeah, it was a decisive move. I think Luca had the call from the team, from his engineer, to say, look, he's fresh out the pits, he's going to be slower than you. Make the move now and try and run away as much as possible before Josh gets the chance to get those temperatures and pressures up in those tyres. By the way, just to finish off the discussion about the chicane, do you know what the worst chicane in the history of motorsport is?
Go on.
It was the 1994 Spa chicane at the bottom of Rouge Radion. Worst chicane ever.
I was only recently reminded that ever happened. I'd forgotten. Yes, that's not something to be repeated. But, you know, it's difficult sometimes not to overreact to events in the world, and you try and help. But, yeah, thankfully, Rouge and Radion has been restored to a safer corner than it used to be, but also still a challenging one all at the same time, used this weekend, of course, as we all know. Yeah, you're probably right. I can't think of much worse in the world of chicanes than that, although there are some other bad ones as well.
I mean, if we're going to, if we can say temporary chicanes, that's the worst. The temporary tyre stack chicane that they put in at Barcelona immediately following the incident which happened with Ayrton Senna. That was an awful one because it was literally just 2 tyre stacks dumped in the middle of the track.
Simone Maria Marciano says worst chicane ever was Pergusa Schumacher S. Don't know what that is. I know what Pergusa is, but I don't know the circuit very well. Do you have any ideas?
Just give me a second whilst I get
Can't
my
Google it.
race circuits.info up. It's been a long time since I've seen anything at Pergusa, so I need reminding.
Have to cheat and get on Google for that one. Good racing motorsport knowledge from Marciano there, I've got to say, who's listening to us this afternoon. Not seeing him actually out on the circuit today, unless I've missed him. In this Watkins
Oh
Glen
yes,
6
no,
now.
that is a particularly bad one. Yes,
Okay.
I will say that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. That was on board with Matthew Bassett, by the way, the last couple of moments. Gaps coming down here in LMP2. Corentin Millereau only 12 seconds behind the race leader now. Pitted 3 laps earlier, so they'll have some figuring out to do in terms of the pit stop time a little bit later on. It's going to be a longer pit stop time for Delatraz Automotive. However, it's only a 12-second gap, and Delatraz Automotive are very much getting themselves back into this race. 2 hours 50 to go. 12 seconds is a very crossable margin, and Millereau at the moment is doing some good job to try and close it. 38.9 last time round from Bassett. What's the new time going to be for Millereau? I think it's a 38.1. That is a very decent lap and a very good gain indeed for the car in second place.
Yeah, not bad going at all. Yeah, 38.1. You're absolutely spot on there, Ewan, as always. And Delatraz are giving chase then. But they are, 3 laps longer into their stint, so they'll be pitting sooner. So they are, you've got that little bit of that offset of a little bit of fuel load difference, although it won't be worth 0.8 of a second, that fuel load difference. That's going to be traffic and things like that that are coming across will not be helping matters. And that grid and go car, just catching that traffic in the wrong place around here can be a little bit frustrating, and I think that's why we have seen a few of those crossover incidents with different lines and different speeds happening earlier on in this race.
We could turn this whole chicane thing into a whole feature. This is great. Somebody else suggesting the front chicane at the front straight chicane at the Charlotte Roval. I actually quite like that chicane.
That's not the worst. No.
That's not. No. Marciano is Sicilian, which is why he knows about Pergusa.
Yes,
I didn't know.
Absolutely. Yeah, I will say that random thoughts commentary seems to be the key for myself here on the special events, because the last special event, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, we went and discussed how many Bratwursts long is the Nürburgring.
What did he get to?
I think it was about 156,000.
I thought you were going to stop at 156. Yes, okay, fine. I can
How
believe
long
that.
are your Bratwursts?
Yeah,
Good grief,
I was
you.
going to say. 40-kilometre circuit or something, isn't it? Or is that no, not quite that long, but yes.
25.4
There you go. Yeah,
kilometres.
sorry, I thought it was 25.4 miles. It's not a marathon, anyway. Yes, it's a very long way in sausages. That is for sure. These are the things that happen in endurance races, especially when things just quieten down a little bit, as they have done in this race. No gaps below a second in either prototype or GT categories at the moment. The only positional changes are Michele Costantini working his way past LMP2s as he races his way through the overall field in this one. There is a pass for position. There it is on your screen. It's just happened as Aiden Maciej gets overtaken by Costantini. Hardly worth a mention, but I have mentioned it just because Ferrari are at least still in the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Ferrari carrying on. I've had this rant a few times on the special events and on other broadcasts as well about how some teams and some drivers in sim racing are very keen that as soon as they get involved in an incident and they have no chance of winning a race, just immediately just go, right, withdraw the car. And I just think that's a terrible attitude to bring. You need to carry on because you still learn something with carrying on in an event like that, and it's something that you could then end up relying on in a later on special event or championship race that you're involved in, and it'll feel pretty pointless just carrying on your own in the middle of the LMP2s as the Scuderia Ferrari HPE sport car is, but it's still something that you can take away from this race and try things. You can try different strategies and say, okay, let's try something different. Let's try running a different strategy. Let's try, different tyre strategies, things like that. You can use it as a test event because as much as these teams will have plenty of test sessions, private test sessions before a big event like this, you cannot test and replicate a track full of different classes of cars for you to race on.
No, absolutely. And to your point on that, Ferrari were doing the same strategy as Redline, so running as long as you can, full tank every time. Maybe they could, while they're out here now, try something a bit more like what BS Competition are doing and just see if they gain any time or not, because they will be able to see the gaps. I know it's 5 laps gap, but they can look a bit deeper into it in the sim and think, how much closer are we to Redline? Are we getting any closer to BS Competition or all that kind of thing when they're working out this strategy? They can do things like that just to try and try to do something different effectively and learn for next time. Because, as we mentioned previously, this is one, and indeed not the last of a plethora of special events, the iRacing special events in 2025. We've got the Indianapolis 6 Hour coming for the very last time in 2025 before that moves to moves to Road America in 2026. And we've got Petit Le Mans to come as well. And you'd imagine Ferrari are both going to be wanting to compete and win both of those if at all possible.
I mean, Petit Le Mans for me is one of those special events that really does cause a bit of carnage and chaos at Road Atlanta. Really short lap. I mean, you think that this track, it's a relatively short lap time in doing 34s and 35s in the GTP class right now. At Road Atlanta, you're just over, 70 seconds, or even if that in a GTP. They come thick and fast, and a couple of years ago, I was commentating on the first half of the iRacing Petit Le Mans, and it was just chaos, carnage. Nobody knew who was going to win at the 5-hour mark because so many things had happened, mainly at turn 5 at Road Atlanta. Then the second half of the race, it all calmed down after I'd got out the commentary box. So it worked rather nicely for me, getting all the excitement, and then everyone else had to fill.
Yeah. Everyone on the circuit would have been pleased you left, though, because
yes,
seems that there's a definite pattern there in that race. Yeah, it feels like, though, all jokes aside, that every circuit sort of has that level at which it's almost as if the circuit feels comfortable now with the amount of cars that's on it, and 50 at the beginning is too many here at Watkins Glen. Eventually, it's an attritional race to begin with. I mean, the first 11 laps of this race, we lost 5 cars. So that just shows you how many early incidents we had. Eventually now, we've had 30-ish for a while. I think we had 37, 30, 38, 39 kind of number after about an hour or an hour and a half. So at that rate, we were going to... There was definitely a rate of attrition at one stage at which we were going to have no cars left at the end. Obviously, that was never going to continue, that rate of attrition. But it's really slowed now, and it feels like in the mid-30s, this race has really got more comfortable with the amount of cars that it's got on it. And it does feel a little bit more, easier for everybody in traffic out there on the circuit.
There's room to breathe, isn't there? Whereas, I mean, especially in the first time through traffic, I mean, we saw it in that first 10-15 minutes of the race. The first run through traffic was just chaotic. It was carnage. Exciting for us to watch and people at home to watch, but for these drivers, it would have been a really stressful time to go through that. And everybody's been able to spread out more now. Those first times through traffic, everybody's still quite close together, so it's all more spread out. But yeah, there's currently 33 cars circulating on track as it stands right now. So yeah, there's been a high rate of attrition compared to, like I say, Nürburgring last time out. We had not many retirements for the first 6 or 7 hours of that race. Were kept to quite a decent sized grid, but with the length of that track, the field just naturally spread out, so you didn't have that really tight packed traffic to work through.
Yeah, it's a much different race, and the thing with the Nürburgring 24 hours is that the attrition rate actually doesn't slow as much as I feel like it does at some other tracks. I mean, some of the incidents we've seen here today, for example, have been pure classic multi-class car-on-car crashes. Think about the one at the final corner, the pile-up, even at the beginning. That wouldn't happen at certain other circuits. The thing with the Nürburgring is that you're racing the circuit almost more than you're racing everybody else out there on the circuit. And so you can crash and retire at literally any stage in the race because it's so punishing in that sense. And, it's a little bit true at other places in the world. This is not a circuit with much room for error either. But it is not the Nürburgring, and nowhere is. So, yeah, I was very impressed with the last special event as well in terms of attrition. I hope that's sort of a mentality everybody can carry forward into previous years, or future years rather, because in previous years we have seen some very, very quiet final halves of the race at the Nürburgring, that's for sure. Yes, we have.
I think it just goes to show, especially at this level as well in particular. I mean, I was looking at the average iRating of the different classes, so the strength of field for those in the know. Anybody new to iRacing and wondering what the heck I'm talking about, each driver has a rating that they have earned through their time here on the iRacing service, and it all is based on performance in races. And the average for the GTPs was 9,603. For the P2s, 8,489, and for the GT3s was 10,027. Average.
Outrageous.
I can remember when there was one driver with 10,000 iRating.
Same, yeah. Oh,
I remember how we were all celebrating Max Benneker for his achievement of reaching 10,000k on iRating on the 10,000k, 10k iRating on the road side of things. How he was the first driver to achieve it, and look at that now. It's an average.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? 10,000k also is hilarious. I wonder what day we're going to get up to that stage. But anyway, we're a bit of a way up there. Yeah. Also, back when we all used to pronounce his name wrong, it used to be 10k Beneke. There you go.
I want to throw it out there. I didn't pronounce his name wrong, by the way.
I did. Yeah. Although I didn't. I never said that because I wasn't around when he reached 10k. Certainly, some people did. I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, but yeah, I pronounced his name wrong for ages. Also, 10k Beneke just sounds good, doesn't it? So
yes, it does sound good, but yeah.
He's no longer on his own in that category. Unfortunately, as you say, it is an average now for some of these guys, which is outrageous. But that's the skill level on iRacing now, the way it's gone up and got more professional over the years. Because back in those days, I'm not even sure there was a single sim racer professional yet. Back when he reached 10,000, maybe
no, there was a handful.
Maybe yeah. I've got my time scale wrong a bit there. Yeah.
Yeah. There was a handful of pro sim racers at that point, but it wasn't to the extent that we have now. There wasn't the amount of money in sim racing then as there is now. And if you're in the broadcast side of things, there still isn't the money in sim racing. But no, it's I'm just here to cause chaos today, I think.
You are going to.
But it's the level of professionalism in top line sim racing has increased. The level of competition has increased incredibly, and it's amazing how certain teams are just always there loitering around. Redline, Coanda, Apex. They've been consistent teams throughout the years of my time in sim racing. I've been commentating in sim racing since 2015, so 10 years I've been commentating on sim racing, and those are three names. I know some other teams will say, "Well, hang on a second, we were around before then," but they have been consistently there at the top of the game. It's just that now more and more other organisations have got involved. BS Competition, Drago Racing in recent years, they've really come on well. There are Williams Esports. Yeah, I know they've changed the name about 3 times in the last year.
Williams Sim Racing.
Yeah, but those teams have sort of stepped up over the years as well. But there's just been that consistency of those 3 big teams at the top of the sim racing world in all of my time in sim racing. But I know there's others that have been around a lot longer who will go, well, actually.
Yeah. It's a great place to be in sim racing at the moment, certainly in terms of competitiveness towards the front of one of these races. It is a very, very close race again in 2025 with two different teams as well, which is not something we've always seen. Team Redline and BS Plus Competition. The front 2 we're focusing on here. Dominic Hoffman, who's now 22 laps-ish into his stint. So 3 stops to go for both of them, but it's going to be quite similar in terms of time as well for the 3 stops. It's going to be very interesting to see how they all play it. But Luke McEwen's now doing lap 32 of his stint. He's just about to go over the line again. Or is he about to come into pit lane? We'll find out in a couple of moments' time. But there's the key things you need to know down the bottom of the screen. Dominic Hoffman is gaining time each time, as Luke McEwen now does come into the pit lane after 32 laps. This is lap 129, and another 32-lap stint from him. It's actually the first of the day, but he's been hovering around that kind of stint all day long as Dominic Hoffman goes through and takes a brief race lead.
Johan Royer, who was coming onto pit road behind him, decided that he didn't like that set of tyres and absolutely just locked the brakes, trying to get slowed down to pit lane speed. So, yeah, change of tyres, full tank of virtual energy, and then we'll be good to go yet again here. And I tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see how this all pans out. It's 10-lap difference on the pit stops of the BS Competition car and the Team Redline car. So we'll see how that shorter pit stop cycle is working out for BS into that final hour of the race. So as they get a little bit more and more off sync every time.
I was mistaken, by the way, to say that was a longer stint than otherwise. That they've done 32 lap stints now since the start of the race. So other than stint 1, they've been doing 32 laps. Not that it really matters. They're hovering around that point anyway. There's Luke McEwen coming out of pit lane. 40.8 in the box over the top of the hill this time round. Not going side by side because those cold tyres will not take it. Diogo Pinto, 40.7 seconds in the box. So what's the gap between McEwen and Hoffman? 50 seconds as things stand, but how much longer is Hoffman going to take here before he pits again? He did 25 laps on his previous 2 stints in a row. Are we going to see 25 laps again here, in which case he'd go another 3. Well, he's certainly going another 1 as we approach 2.5 hours from the conclusion of this race.
You've always got a little bit of an eye towards the track map and traffic, haven't you, as well, when you're an engineer of a team like this, and you're looking at where and when you're going to catch that traffic, and if you're going to catch a big bundle of traffic at the wrong place on the one lap, on the lap that you were planning on pitting in, you can always throw the car into pit road, that if it's, say, around the time you were going to pit, because you could end up saving yourself a bit of time not involved in a big clump of traffic. So the engineers, there's a lot for race engineers who'll be working behind the scenes in each and every team, looking at strategizing, thinking, do we need to pit a lap earlier or not, or are we okay to reach our target lap each and every time? You want to try and keep to the plan as much as possible, but there are times where you have to throw the car in if you see just that big clump of traffic coming up at the wrong time for you.
Yeah, and Hoffman can really use this to his advantage, actually, as he starts to catch up to number 98 on cold tyres, Isaac Phelps. We've seen McEwen lose a place to Nicholas Matteo, actually, for 2nd position in the GTP class. The McEwen is trying to get this car up to temperature and struggling to do so as things stand. The gap gets out to a 2nd. Marcus Hamilton will also close, but the undercut, or the overcut rather, from McEwen effectively has got him out ahead as number 188 comes into pit lane. That's after lap 124. Another 24 lap stint from 188 as they continue to try and chase the race leader, Matthew Bassett, who is out front. Here out the pit lane comes Corentin Miller out for yet another stint in this race. Should be 4 to go in LMP2.
Benjamin Figueroa behind as well came onto pit road and has stuck to a similar gap between that Effectex VPS Esport and Delatraz Automotive car, respectively. So, yeah, they've kept that similar gap. And here, Nicholas Laubish, I'll tell you one thing that won't happen here. He won't get a speeding penalty this time. He'll learn.
Well, you say that. Stranger things have happened. I've seen people speed serving a speeding penalty. That's for sure. We've all been there. Somebody asking where the Drago Racing car, what's happened to Drago? Well, not really anything, really, in the last hour or two. GTD, they're leading 1-2, as you can see here, with Prevost and Fenelosa. And they're 2nd place in GTP. So I'm not sure what else you can expect from them so far this afternoon, actually. They're doing rather well. Another team that's emerged onto the scene in the last few years, to your point of earlier on about sim racing teams, and they're really starting to get up to a bit like Grid and Go, really. Not really a historical team, been around for decades, like SimRC or Redline or Coanda, but they are one of the best teams in the world right now, that's for sure.
BMW M Team BS competition onto pit road. 25 laps on the stint, absolutely to the number again. So Dominic Hoffman to get his pit stop done here and change of tyres and also a full service for them then. So yeah, it's going to be Daniel Lorenko who's going to jump into that car now. So Hoffman's done his few stints there and hands over the car now to Daniel and see what he can do and whether he can keep up this pace that that Hoffman has been keeping at the front of the field.
And how long's the stop going to be this time, by the way? 33 seconds. They've already got up to what they've done previously, and now the longer stops are coming in. So their gain in terms of making shorter stops is going to come to an end now, as BS Competition are starting to think about having to make it to the end of this race. 39.7 seconds in the box is their longest stop this afternoon, and it puts them behind McEwen. They've still got some chasing to do. It puts them behind Marcus Hamilton as well. They're going to be fourth. McEwen chasing down Nicholas Matteo, who I think is just about going to make it on this amount of stops as well here. Oh, that's going to be mighty close. Maybe he won't, actually. Well, we'll see later. But anyway, they're 2.5 seconds apart. Lourenco now has got to try and reduce the deficit to McEwen because he knows it's going to go up on this lap with cold tyres.
Yeah, this and the next lap, that gap's going to increase. So also reaching some traffic at just the wrong point there into the bus stop chicane behind the Coanda Porsche. And so he'll be hoping to try and get past here into the turf. Yes, he does. But you've got to be so careful. You don't want to hurt the tyres at the start of a stint here. You want to just bring them in nicely, get them up to temperature and pressure, and then be able to lean on them later on in the race. So that was the number 18 Coanda car in GTD that he was working past. So Malte Johansson further down in your GTD field in 14th.
The second of the two in the race today, number 08 actually on the podium as things stand for Coanda. A good effort from a rather unfavoured Porsche this afternoon at Watkins Glen. Doesn't seem to quite be as quick as it sometimes is, and has done a good job with number 08. So last time out, Lourenco came out the pit lane. Now he's 11 seconds off of the lead, and watch that gap increase again here at the way through this lap. But the fact we've got 4 cars separated by 11.5 seconds in this race right now is quite extraordinary. And don't forget, we could have 5. Diogo Pinto is not far behind Simify Esports for 5th position right now. They had a drive-through penalty earlier on for an unsafe crossing of the pit line. They stayed out on the circuit, even though they'd been down below the yellow line on the right-hand side on the pit entry, avoiding a crash in the second hour of this race. If they hadn't had that problem, they'd be in that 5 at the front as well. So it's a remarkably close race, despite all the attrition we've seen this afternoon.
It's got, that's the type of one that's got to really hurt, hasn't it? Where you're avoiding an incident and you end up picking up a penalty yourself through that. That's got to sting. That's the type of thing that if this was in Full Metal Racing, you'd be going up to race control and go, come on, look at the evidence. We were avoiding an incident. It's, you know, we weren't doing that line each and every lap, and you'd probably get that penalty nullified. Unless, of course, you're a GT3 driver at Nürburgring and you just get away with everything, apparently, including red flags. But there you go. See, those types of incidents have got to sting a little bit for Pinto number 20 outfit, but definitely they'll be pushing on. They'll want to get into that, break into that top 5 and see where they can get to in the overall standings.
Look at this. Number 169 trying to get past the Coanda Esports car as they chase their teammate. That wasn't all too cooperative from Janssen, who's now going a lap down. Not a thing he's probably used to, really. Getting overtaken by the 2 Drago cars who are running 1 and 2 right now and continued to extend an advantage over their teammates as IFR Esports come into the pit lane. Matthew Bassett still driving that car, by the way. And he will stay in as well. 41.8 seconds in the box. Milro will gain some more time. Every single time he pits earlier, he seems to gain a bit of time with an undercut here. It's 12 seconds now, but when it normalizes, it's going to be closer to 10, 11. Watch that on the bottom of your screen here through the next few moments. It's going to get closer, and Delatr's Automotive are chasing IFR Esports down. Not at a rate of knots, but certainly with a bit of conviction here that could see them in the conversation for this race win by the end of this race.
And here's the thing, because the pit lane is on the inside of the circuit, because it's such a high-speed section up here all the way up to the bus stop chicane, you're not carrying the same speed as you would be on the normal lap all the way to this point of the track. So you can see that time has come down as our graphics and timing package from ATVO, from Engineer, has caught up with everything with the points that the cars were at. So it's down to under a 10-second gap there. So yeah, things could heat and get a bit more exciting towards the end of the race between these two.
As if they needed to be any more hot out there this afternoon. 42 degrees still out there on the circuit as the clouds have just done their job of blocking the sun for an hour or so now. It's brought it down from 47 degrees, which I think was the maximum earlier on this afternoon. Aiden Mates gets past Carlos Puya as well, by the way, for 4th place in the LMP2 class. So that's a change there in the last couple of moments. Not really sure why either, because Puya's not exactly fresh out the pit lane or anything. And the number 89's right behind them as well. That's what Lourenco could do without. A couple of LMP2s right in front of him here. And again, goes back to the point we were making earlier on. The gap between GTP and LMP2 speed is not large. The time per lap is about 4 seconds or so. They're only 5 laps down what is a relatively short circuit after nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, and you look at how long it takes you to get past those LMP2s. You're absolutely right there. It's that more of that top speed, that top end, and the acceleration out of corners that those GTPs have with a bit more downforce. Discussing with Peter Mackay a few months ago about these GTPs, and he was saying, talking to some of the Porsche drivers at the Daytona 24 Hours, he was basically getting told that those Porsche 963s, it's about the same level of downforce as you got in the GTE, the RSR GTE. So it shows you what the regulations have done in terms of trying to limit the amount of grip that those prototypes have.
Yeah, it's remarkable, this new era of prototype racing where the downforce levels are not... Go on.
Pinto's just got past Simufy. It wasn't on their tail, so something must have happened to the Simufy car for them to drop down a place.
Well spotted, Manuel Cubo Torres. He's actually got Isaac Phelps right behind him now. He's dropped so far behind. Oh, wow! Big contact into the bus stop chicane with one of the Grid and Go BMWs. And that was on turn in there. We'll try and wheel it back a little bit further to see who's really at fault. Here we go. Flashes the lights. This is going to be late, isn't it? The BMW... Oh, wow. The BMW... Well, I don't know what to think about that, actually. Your thoughts?
It looks like the BMW tried to position himself on track to say, don't make the move here. There's the flash of the lights. The BMW then moves over as if to say, don't go for it there. Then comes back onto the line, but then wanders back into the side of the Simufy car. For me, that's on the Grid and Go car. I'm sorry, but it is. I think normally it isn't. It's normally on the GTP car, but in that instance, I'm afraid Grid and Go, that's on you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I really I don't know what it is. I really dislike the GT cars, and it seems to be a relatively new phenomenon, weaving around to try and defend from a prototype because they don't want to be passed into a corner. I get it from their perspective that it slows them down quite a lot, and I understand that, but I'm not sure I'm a fan of this weaving around trying to stop people from overtaking you where you don't want to be overtaken. You know, as you say, it's not really up to you. It's up to the prototype to try and get past as cleanly as possible and without... Because after all, costing when you're a prototype passing, if it costs you time, it probably costs the GT car time as well. So you want to try and facilitate a move as best as possible. I'm not sure weaving down the straight, sort of almost in an intimidatory manner, is the best way to do that into the fastest corner on this circuit. But no major damage was done, thankfully.
Speaking, well, apart from to the Simufy car, that I think has just got even more damage on its car, because I could see a yellow flag with its name to it in the tour. So Simufy Manuel Torres is having a terrible time out there in that number 14. I will say, as somebody who's driven lowest class in a multi-class race, you do get cars of the top class making, shall we say, ambitious moves to put a lap on you because they don't want to slow down for you. I can understand to a degree why you would want to say to somebody in that top class car, no, don't go past here because you just make it worse for both of us. But it still doesn't excuse what happened in that particular incident, and I do agree with you. And it is on the faster car to make that safer, move safely.
Yeah, and it benefits both when they do, as well, because the pass is going to happen at some stage. It's just
You've
a case
got
of
to
how.
be predictable.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
another
exactly.
thing. You know, that slower car, you've got to be
Yep.
predictable, and that wasn't predictable.
No,
What the Grid and
no.
Go car did.
No, it wasn't. It's the second weave from the racing line, which is especially puzzling to me. But anyway, it's yeah. Well, anyway, I'll leave it. But the most telling on board for me watching all of that was actually Diogo Pinto's, where we were on board with him. We I don't know if you were listening into his audio as number 12 just pulls off to the side here. This is a troubled car this afternoon. Nicholas Laubich had some sort of, I wonder whether his monitor turned off as well, or saying what happened to Ferrari or something. Let's have a look.
Oh, immediately pulls over. Yeah, something's happened not in the sim that he's had to do something with. I've literally been seeing somebody streaming iRacing. One of the iRacing streamers says, "Oh, that's the red line. That's
the leader.
The leader. Yeah."
The leader coming through on who's driving that car now? Josh Thompson in 6th place. Yeah, he won't be very pleased about that. It's another one of those late moves, which is kind of questionable from the prototype, but they were fully alongside and so on, and it wasn't late or anything. But that's the pressure on Nicholas Mateo at the moment. He's only got 2-second lead, and ironically, it's red line teammates who are chasing down that race leader, and in trying to get away, a different red line car has been shoved to the side of the road.
I have shared a Discord chat with Josh Thompson during races, and something like that happens. There's all manner of comments made, shall we say, that are not broadcastable.
Nearly met him once, but he got food poisoning, so I didn't.
I attempted to do a 24-hour karting race at Milton Keynes back in 2019. I ended up really ill and couldn't actually take part in the race. But in the practice session the night before, it was one of those times where it's a rental kart track and it was greasy. So it wasn't properly wet, it was greasy. And I'd never driven in those conditions in a rental car. And Josh Thompson was on track. Now, he's done a bit of karting. And I thought, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll follow him, see what lines he's taking, and learn from him and pick up a few things. So he gets past me down this one straight, going into a really fast right-hander, and he goes straight on. So I was like, okay, maybe I won't follow him.
Oh, dear. It's not a great advert for Josh Thompson, that one.
No, he got his braking a little wrong, and just went straight off.
Oh, dear. Very good. Here's a karting event. Actually, I nearly met him as well, so he clearly does do a lot of karting. Yes, maybe I'll see him this year. I don't know. But,
I haven't stepped foot in a kart since then, actually, but I was terribly ill. So I couldn't actually take part in the 24 hours, which was unfortunate. So I was really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it sounds like a great experience. I've only ever done one sim race 24 hours, so yeah, let's do a karting 24 hours as well. But you know, no one's got any time.
2 o'clock in the morning with 2 strokes smoke just lingering in the air. It made quite a few people ill. I'll tell you that now. Yeah.
Only 24-hour karting event I've been at, I was inside a commentary box and protected. So, so I'm pleased about that. Now that you mention it, that was, by the way, that close moment you will have seen there, the BS competition car. I mean, you barely see it when you're on board with one of these GT3 BMWs because they're so low, these prototypes. But that was indeed Daniel Alves-Lorenco leading, not leading this race anymore, sorry. He's 3rd place now, of course, but chasing down the leaders anyway at the front of this race. And on board with one of his teammates, Ascari Rinnick, in the Marla Racing team. Looking to make it 3 BMWs in the first 3 by overtaking Coanda Esports for 3rd in the next few moments.
Michael Jarney will put up a bit of a fight though, won't he? I mean, there's a lap difference in their strategy here between these two. So podium position up for grabs. That BMW's got a good bit of grunt to it. The Porsche, I think it's a bit more of an all-round car, isn't it, the Porsche nowadays, rather than the BMW, a bit more of a grunty car, good with the speed down the straight sort of thing. But that Porsche, a bit more of an all-rounder, good on the brakes is the Porsche as well, from my memory. Although it's been a little while since I've driven the 911 GT3R.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a little while since it's been consistently up towards the top of these events as well. Not a well-picked car this year for the 6 hours of the Glen. Co-under, of course, Porsche team pick it every round, as Marla Racing team are a BMW team, and pick it every round as well. And, you know, I talked about this a few years ago when these sorts of deals were starting to come to place, that, you know, it's really going to help iRacing special events in the future, and it certainly does. We've got two different manufacturers fighting for a podium right now, whereas in a previous world in iRacing, even with a good variety of GT cars to choose from, you might only see one or two really picked. These guys are sort of almost forced to pick certain manufacturers and make them work, and more often than not, they actually do make it work in terms of getting a good result, as you're seeing right here. Can Verena get into that top three and get past Michael Jarney maybe with that little bit of a disrupted run for the American in towards the bus stop chicane? No. Verena stays behind into the bus stop for another lap.
And that goes to what I was saying earlier about the bus stop there. That BMW, it had got closed up in the slipstream, but it's just not a long enough run to properly be able to send it into the chicane. You've got to be fully alongside to make the run into the chicane work. And that's where I think just that chicane does mess up with the run that you can get, whereas I've run in private leagues where we don't run the chicane, and it's a great run into the carousel. You can outbrake somebody into the carousel and throw it in there, but we all know the reason why, because we discussed it earlier, so there's no point repeating it.
Yes, indeed. 2 hours 10 still to go. I'll be stepping away in 10 minutes time and welcoming Arjuna Kankipati back to the commentary box for the final run to the flag in this iRacing 6 hours of the Glen in 2025. A breathless first few hours. Calm down a little bit in the middle. It's going to be a very loud finish, though. You can imagine there are two classes especially where the gap for the lead is coming down. In one case, quite rapidly. Matthew Bassett being caught by Corentin Miller on the last lap, actually gaining time back again. But IFR Esports generally actually under pressure here. The gap now 7 seconds. There's the evolution of it. 1.3 a few laps ago. And that is because of Miller. Look at Bassett's times. They're staying kind of consistent. It wasn't particularly slow a few laps ago from him, but he's just been caught by Miller. And this is getting interesting in LMP2. In GTP, there are 3 cars separated by just 11 seconds as things stand. And it's Drago, Redline and BS Competition fighting out for a win. There is Redline in the background. There actually are the 2 leaders. That was Matteo through the bottom of his screen. Here comes Luke McEwen past the race leader in LMP2.
Oh, a big compromised line there with the Grid and Go car, and that'll just cost Luke a few tenths of a second, possibly a second there, working his way past the LMP2 and GTD cars right there. So yeah, it's that compromise, isn't it, as you're working your way through, and McEwen just finding that out. Yeah, certainly going to be a close thing. I mean, look at that. Miller now is within 6 seconds of Bassett, so that time has really come down. In fact, Bassett's last lap 41.0 compared to a 38.3.
Wow, that's unusual.
That's traffic for you.
Yeah, that's severe traffic. Very, very severe for Bassett. So 41.0 is the slowest lap of any LMP2 last time round by over 2 seconds, because there was no other driver, even in the 39s or 40s, really severe traffic for Bassett that time round, and the gap's now below 6 seconds. This is getting super interesting in this race now. Other classes, of course, are close, although it's 2 Drago racing cars at the front of GTD, just 3 seconds between them. And as I commented, Drago also leading in GTP for the moment, but not by a very much. And they've also got 7 laps to go only of their stint. So 7 laps is going to take them to, about 1 hour 55 to go. I'm not sure they can make it on 2 more stops, actually.
Yeah, again, this is where you've got to look at that count back. With these endurance races, it is more and more about working out the strategy as a whole from start to finish. And if you know that the weather's going to be stable, you can just plan that fuel stop and work to those numbers. Whereas some will absolutely just be brimming it, drying it, and then just do a splash and dash at the end. Some like to spread that out across the pit stops and have those shorter stops, like we're seeing with the BMW M Team BS competition car, with those lighter fuel loads through the first half of the race. Okay, the last pit stop with Daniel Lorenko jumping in was a similar pit stop time to the others have been running in GTP. So be interesting to see, do BS competition now go back to that strategy of going for the light fuel loads, or have they seen that that's not quite working for them, and they can make it on a set number of pit stops to the end with the full fuels?
I think the biggest sticking point for them is that they can't short fuel too much more this afternoon, because otherwise they're not going to make it on 2 more stops after this one, or including the one coming up. So I think they're very fuel limited now in terms of what they can actually do on strategy, and that is really forcing their hand now. Don't want to end up in a situation like where Drago are in at the moment, where they've been out there for 8 more laps even than Redline. Even doing another 6 laps going to mean there's 3 stops to go, including the one they have to do right now. So, right now, in about 6 laps' time. So, unless there's some real big fuel saving going on from Nicholas Matteo or whoever else is going to get into that car later on this afternoon, it's going to be impossible for them, I think, to continue on in the lead of this race for much longer, and they are going to be the ones we look to for short fueling. I don't think BS Plus have got the luxury of doing it anymore.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on there. I think they were working one strategy to start with, get to that midpoint, and then going long for the rest of the race possibly is the way that they're going. Yeah, I don't know how I like that, but again, it's that count back, isn't it? It's working out, do you take a short splash and dash right at the end? Because it used to be that you'd be a case of, do you take the short stop early on in the race, or do you take it right at the end? That was what it used to be, whereas some teams now are actually working it out and saying, well, let's spread that short stop throughout a number of stints so that it works out more balanced throughout for the car throughout the race.
Yeah, not only that, they've gone for shorter stints, BS competition, but actually stops, sorry, but also shorter or more stops. So ultra short stops, but more of them, if you see what I mean. So it's a different way of thinking about it here, and it's come right from the very start of this race. By the way, they did do 28 laps to begin with. That was just as they were coming up to some more GTD and LMP2 traffic, and it was very thick at the time. And Team Redline carried on for another 5 laps. Both of them did. Ferrari went on for another 4. And it was very interesting to see the time they lost in that, not only with a longer stop they ended up losing the lead, but also in terms of the traffic itself really cost them, because they effectively had to pass those GTDs and LMP2, then pit, and then pass them all again. So it cost them quite a lot of time, whereas the others, Grid and Go and BS Competition, came in after just 28 laps. So this has been thought about, very well thought out and planned from the very start of this race, not only in terms of fuel times, but actually just in terms of trying to avoid traffic, which is well worth doing around here.
Yeah, it's the point that I made, isn't it, of looking at what traffic is coming up and thinking, do you pit a lap earlier than you had planned to do to avoid a big chunk of traffic to save yourself some time out there on the actual physical track? So yeah, it's looking at, it's playing 4D chess, isn't it? It's not just thinking about on a 2-dimensional, well, if they do that, you do that. It's thinking right across the different dimensions of, well, hang on a second, what about the traffic here, and what about the time left in the race, and track temperature, you know, that's going to be quite high at that point, so how hard are we pushing our tyres as well? That's another thing. If you're pitting on shorter pit stops, lower fuel loads, you're not putting as much strain through the tyres as you would do with a full tank of fuel. Especially when it's hotter track temperatures. But as you say, you did see 47 degrees earlier on in the race. It's down at 43 right now, so it stayed pretty stable as we've reached the hottest part of the day in sim.
Yeah, it rocketed up to begin with, but yeah, since then it has stabilised at mid-40s on the track temperature. I remember a race, I think maybe 2021. I think it was the first iRacing special event I ever did. GTE cars, sorry, and back then you could do fuel and change tyres at different times. It was an absolute scorcher. I reckon it was mid-50s maybe on circuit. It was absolutely roasting. And the tyre management that was going on this afternoon was quite extraordinary. It was very, very different to what we've seen here today. As you say, despite the temperatures being relatively high, not quite as high as that day, but quite high still, we have not seen tyres falling apart quite as quickly. Partly, I guess, because some teams have gone purposely for those shorter stints and changing tyres a little bit more often, which of course you can get away with here in GTP. We're coming up to 2 hours to go here, Paul. This has been a quiet hour or so. It's what's to be expected in the middle of this race, but you can certainly see the signs of what's to come a little bit later on this afternoon and what excitement we've got in those final couple of hours.
Yeah, you certainly you can see that the embers are glowing. You know, it's still smouldering away as this race. Okay, it's not had the huge inferno that we had to start off this race, but it's still smouldering away, and it's waiting for that fresh bit of fuel to be thrown on to really catch fire again. So yeah, definitely. Of course, you're going to be stepping aside just for a bit of a break, a bit of a quick bite to eat or something like that break. What are you looking forward to when you come back in that final hour, Ewan?
Most of all, I think looking forward to seeing how LMP2 goes, actually. We've not spoken too much about it or seen much either, but we've got 3 cars converging there. Less than 7 seconds between the top 3, IFR Esports, Delashot Automotive and Effects with VPS Esport. I think those 3 cars are really, really going to converge here and put on an exciting show in LMP2. Whether it's going to happen in GTP, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, with Drago Racing, Redline and BS Competition, but we will wait and see. As you say, I will be stepping away now. Paul Smith will be staying here in the booth, taking over from me to bring us through the final 2 hours of the iRacing, 6 hours of the Glen in 2025 is Arjuna Kankipali.
Is this thing still working? Hello, everybody. Been watching on from the sidelines as you and Cam and Paul have walked you through the middle of this race. And guess what? We've still got some excitement, Paul, albeit with the 50 drivers now whittled down to 33, with attrition definitely playing quite a heavy part in today's proceedings. Warm as ever here at Watkins Glen, no rain to speak of, and so Ewan and Cam were talking about this earlier. It does very much feel like a special event of old, a sprint for the ages.
Yeah, it certainly does, and with it being permanent sunlight as well in this race, with it being through the day of this one, it really does have that old school feel of a special event race from prior to the day-night cycle. So yeah, it's got that real sort of nostalgic feel to it to me. Not very nostalgic with the actual cars though. GTP's latest and greatest in prototype racing cars, and it's great to see the level of racing that we're seeing from these top teams.
Pit stop abound with activity as per the norm at the top of the hour for the GTD machines. Rene Lenz is jumping into the 006. Luca Wunsch still behind the wheel of the 44s. Michael Gianni rolls away in the 08 Coand Esports machine and back out onto track. That was Jarno Koch with some traffic making its way through. Rasmus Christensen as well for Grid and Go and Veloce Thrustmaster, not too far behind, but These are a couple of drivers that still owe us some pit stops as well. Since I was last paying real attention to the timing screen, Paul, Thibaut Prevost has pulled a 4-second advantage over his teammate Carlos Venelosa as their sister car in the GTPs makes their way down pit lane.
Yeah, the Drago Racing have just had that real edge over the rest of the field in GTD, but yeah, Prevost especially has just had the bit between the teeth really and really pushed on. As you say, Nicholas Matteo jumping out of the car for Drago Racing's GTP, so change of driver for them. It's going to be one of those races of, I think Drago will be wanting to hold on to that 1-2 in GTD and want to try and somehow get this prototype, it's on pit road right now, towards that podium spot for the end of the race.
In that Drago car, by the way, it's Dries van Langendonk. I hope I've said that name correctly, because he is the 2023 World Junior Karting Champion. Another one of those real-world talents that has joined up with the team at Drago Racing. Very excited to see him for the first time in an iRacing top split as far as I can remember, although I'm sure we have seen him in races prior. Alejandro Sanchez is going to depart pit lane not far off the tail end of Oscari Rene, although we've got Michael Gianni, former teammate, now also closing behind. So this is what effectively is the fight for third position. The BMW has jumped up into the lead of the fight. Ferrari has made its way in front of the Porsche, but all three can see one another.
Did you see how twitchy that Apex Ferrari was coming out of pit road as well? Just how much Sanchez was having to fight the wheel to get the car through the exit of pit road. The 296 has just been announced this week. It's getting an Evo package. I'm sure it was only a couple of years ago that this car was launched and already it's getting an Evo package. So things move fast in GT3 and GTD, don't they?
They do, and I'm just trying to now quickly find the Google to see exactly what. If my memory serves, it debuted at Daytona in 2023.
It was 2023 with its first year because it won the Nürburgring 24 Hours, remember, in 2020.
In its first year, yes. Okay, so
with David Pittard, yeah.
Yeah, so okay, a 3-year Evo cycle is becoming more the norm. Because then it means by the time you get to year 6 or 7's when you typically see a car model replacement. You're not wrong. It's a hard ask if you are a team that's shelled out what in many cases is
3 years, 23 to 25. That's 2 years.
3 racing seasons: 2023, 2024, and 2025.
We've not got, well, 2.5 years, shall we say?
But the car's not racing till next year, so it's a 3-year cycle for most teams.
Yeah.
3 years at the earliest, right? Because some might not pick it up next year. But you're right? The fact that this was a car, especially that was more expensive when you included all of its spare parts and stuff. I heard a number that was $1 million to just pick the car up before you even went racing with it, right? So I agree, right? It's quite crazy that you now have to think about having to pay all that again.
And Ferrari couldn't make enough of them.
No. Oh, no.
They were flying out the factory with those cars.
Porsche's the same with, I don't know if the GT3R is as popular worldwide. That's a number I'd be curious to understand. But the Porsche Cup car is...
I think it's about 800 grand.
Oh, no.
USD
I mean in
for
terms of
Porsche.
the how many
for
of
the
them
numbers
get
of
sold.
cars,
Yes, yeah, no, that's what I'd be curious about. But I know the Porsche Cup car, they probably do a lot more than GT3s just because of the worldwide volume of that, right? And those are... Paul, there's like a Porsche Sprint Challenge everywhere nowadays. Like, you can go and race a Porsche Cup car no matter where you are in the world, as the leaders, by the way, in GT3 have come in and are rolling out now as well.
I think in terms of variety of motorsport that you can compete in, I do think that the Porsche Cup car, the 911 GT3 Cup car, is one of the most versatile, because you've got your Carrera Cups in various countries around the world, or various regions around the world. You've got the Super Cup, that those cars can compete in. And then you've got all the endurance events. You've got the Creventic Series, you've got the Nürburgring, the NLS races, you've got other series that you can run those cars in an endurance format as well. It is one of those most versatile cars to actually have in World Motorsport, and I think that's part of its appeal, why it's so popular, is that Cup car. Interesting note, by the way, a TCR car costs half of what a Cup car is to buy, but the TCR car costs the same to run as a Cup car, though.
Well, this is where, as much as I have had my campaign against front-wheel drive in the past, more as just a show, as many people will know, as Josh Thompson now brings this car in. He's doing the rest of this race, so expect him to stay in for an hour and 52 minutes. But a TCR is a proper race car, and so you compare it to the GS cars, GT4 cars, that they often compete against, right? Those are cars that quite frequently are bandied together, I feel. A GT4 car is much more akin to a road car, and so it's not that expensive to actually run in some cases. The quote I got from one driver was, the Porsche GT4 car is basically 70% road car.
Yes.
Whereas a TCR is purpose-built, and so it is. Paul, I'll be honest, I've only recently had a chance to go and see these machines up close and in person for the first time, and I am very impressed. And talking to some of the drivers, it's crazy how much oversteer they need to be comfortable with.
Yeah. Oh, it's if the back end of it, I know there's no TCRs in this race, but it's worth pointing out. With the TCR car, if you're not sliding the back end going into the corner, then you're doing something wrong. You turn with the rear of the car in a TCR car compared to everything else. I mean, you do have a certain element of slip angle with pretty much every type of racing car, but TCRs and front-wheel drive cars, you really need that pronounced rear end, back end going around to just help rotate the car into the corner.
I had a chat with Swelio Almeida. I mentioned earlier that he was saying that this track kind of feels like a street course in places because the walls are so close to the side of the track and it's so high speed. The other thing he was saying is just how oversteery it was compared to maybe his expectation, right? He's doing his first full season, and so it's definitely something that was a bit of an adjustment for him to get to grips with. But yeah, they are impressive race cars, are the TCRs. And we did just have an endurance special event. There was a reason why I brought them up. I'm getting to the point. But the month of June has been endurance racing heaven, not just for real world fans, but special event fans as well. We had the Nürburgring 24 hours a couple of weeks ago, Paul, but also the 4 hours at Thruxton. How much fun did you have with that one?
Me and Ewan, we had such fun. I mean, we had, 40 cars on the grid around Thruxton. Now, if anybody knows Thruxton, and I know there'll be a number of people watching this broadcast right now who have never heard of the track of Thruxton in the UK, in Hampshire, but it is not the biggest facility in terms of pit facilities and pit road and the general amenities around the track. It's an active airfield. It is that track for private aircraft, so it is one of those venues that is so much fun. And when we had 40 TCRs taking to the start of the race, and we thought, we were sat before the race in that special event. It's the first time we've had a 4-hour TCR race special event in iRacing. And me and Ewan are thinking, right, there's going to be absolute carnage on lap 1. There's going to be cars flying off everywhere. How do we approach it? Nope, everyone made it through lap 1 absolutely fine. Lap 2, however, there was a couple of incidents, but to get 40 cars all the way through that on lap 1 was an incredible effort. And it was a fantastic race all the way through as well. There was always action going on in that race. And it is an event that I hope that we do get to see back on the schedule next year.
And not far away from finding out, boy, it's already almost July. 2025 is flying by. Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage in the pit lane. Followed in as well by Matteo Pajero in the Effect VPS Esport entry, the number 29, the sole surviving Effect car after Andrew Dawson got tangled up in what was a rather big incident for those that missed it. Tell you what, see if I can grab a replay of that moment slightly in just a few moments' time. Still the fight for third, by the way. They have dropped Michael Johnny off the tail end, and oh my goodness, Alejandro Sanchez. It's not the first time today we've seen a GTD car block a prototype from trying to make its way past. That was quite aggressive on the Maniti Racing number 23.
Yeah, the problem is now that Maniti car is not going to be that much faster than those GTDs, and it's now splitting the two GTDs, so it's got to be careful as it works its way through. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of this. Look at this. Now, is that a little bit of miscommunication of Sanchez moving to the inside to give the normal racing line to the Maniti car, or is it a no, don't do it, Sunshine, don't make that move? I don't know. I'm not convinced, because that Maniti car was committed to going to the inside.
And, you know, Sanchez was pointed in one straight line, so I see what you're saying, but it's one of those things at this level that we do have, right? It's not always the hold your line and let the car go around you. At this level, there is the expectation that, especially as a sports car, that sometimes you need to, I don't want to say assert your dominance. That's the wrong word and wrong way to phrase it, right? But assert your...
Dictate.
Yes, dictate your position on the track. Thank you, Paul. That is the best way to describe it. Having said that, by the way, I think the Maniti Racing car... Oh, boy. Straight back to the replay machine, Paul.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
What? There's the Marla car in front. This is into the carousel. Is it going too wide? Yes, it's going too wide. There's the understeer. You've got all the marbles into the barrier. A little kiss of the barrier. But that's what happens. You think we've had over 4 hours of racing now around here. There's marbles building up offline there. And through the carousel, as soon as you work it that far wide through the carousel, you're just out there in the dirt, in the marbles, and you just get a bucket full of understeerers, as was demonstrated to us there.
Absolutely demonstrated for us by our camera car. Let's jump on board with Dominic. No, it's not Dominic Hoffman anymore, sorry. It's Danny Lorenzo, who I was chatting with him in the BS Competition Discord. I just have to go find the message that he sent me. We have to be roughly 0.2 on average quicker than red line per stint, is what they calculated pre-race. We'll get another lap time across the line as he breaks the timing beam, and so let's pull up the comparison to your race leader. Still Luke McEwen behind the wheel. Still weird to see him back in a red line car, but we'll get back to that maybe later on. Ooh, there you go. That's promising.
Yes, two half-a-second laps there. As I say, 0.2 per lap. You're going to average that out throughout the stint, because you're going to reach traffic and be affected by traffic. But yeah, that looks promising for that BMW M Team BS Competition car that we were on board with there. So yeah, he's going to be looking forward and have the bit between his teeth. But that gap has been coming down, because it was over 11 seconds about, what's that, about 26 laps ago.
Saw a comment in our chat, Paul, which shall we talk about track limits?
Well, I mean, you've got the arbiter of track limits right here in the commentary booth.
You know, I always love to call you up on this stuff. But yeah, no, someone talking about what we're seeing here. And for the most part, the track limits on iRacing are fairly reflective of what is permitted in the real world. Basically, in the real world, it is 4 wheels on a painted surface, which around Watkins Glen, for the most part, Paul, is curbs, right? So that's pretty cut and dry, and I think that's fine, right? So you take turn 1 and turn 10. Those are the 2 real problem areas in my mind, and turn 8. 3 problem areas in terms of track limits, so we're about to come up to one of them. This is one where I think iRacing is a little bit more permissive in what they allow. Let's just see what these drivers do.
Yeah, so through they go and completely off the track there. So that would be a strike right there for every single car that we just saw going through shot there. Yeah, so for me personally, I'm still there. They did keep on the curb.
That's fine.
To be fair, if that's how how it's defined in IMSA, then I can understand that. The one that gets me is when you run the cup layout of this track.
Oh yeah. Oh, Porsche. Oh, don't let
coming out.
Yeah.
Coming out of the carousel. I had a conversation with a couple of the iRacing guys before a Porsche Esports event when we were running around the cup layout.
Yeah.
And they were the All-Stars were practicing, and I said, right, so iRacing allows the track limits for you to use all the way up to that barrier as track limits. But what happens if you're side by side and the car that is nearest to the track decides that when they get back onto the track, they then just hold the line? Who's at fault in that incident?
That's a good question. Here comes your race leader, by the way, or former race leader, as Danny Lorenzo takes back the race lead. Yeah, no,
it makes life difficult, unnecessarily difficult, and plus the track limits are there in full metal racing. Well, because those track limits are what the circuit is designed to in terms of the safety mechanisms that are in place to help protect the drivers.
Right, and so what I think the other part of that is we've looked at the lap, and Diogo Pinto follows McEwen into the box, by the way. It looks as though turn 8's really the only one where they are doing something different from what they do in the real world, right? Turn 1's, they are right on that margin, but that's why they're at this level, right? They are keeping just an inch of their tire on the curb, and it works out for them. The difference is how much they're allowed in terms of the number of instances before they get flagged. Because I talked to a couple of drivers on pit lane after they got out of the car, and they went, well, I got 2 track limit infringements, and it really changed the way that I drove my car. If you got 2x from 2 different off-tracks on iRacing, it doesn't even really change how you think about the corner at this level, right? So I think that's the real difference. So when we talk about track limits, the real problem in air quotes here is how it's enforced. In the real world, it's 2 strikes and then you're likely to get a penalty. Here it's 50x before you get your first drive through.
Yeah, I mean, well, not 50x, is it?
Is
it's
it
35x? It's 35x in this one.
I didn't do my research, Paul. Thank you.
It's you're welcome. I can look after you there. But yeah, I mean, the FIA for Formula One just this week released the stewards' document for how they give penalties, and on there it says about track limits. 3 instances it's a 3 strikes. Then the 4th instance is a black and white flag. 5th instance, bang, penalty.
Get back to that, Paul, because trust me, you and I can go on for ages. That's a podcast in the making. But we've been watching this gap shrink with each pit cycle, and now Darius Andre is behind the wheel of the Delatraz Automotive by Major's garage entry. He was the one that got the speeding penalty and was forced to bring it back down for the painful, the excruciating 25 seconds. He's back on the case of the race leader. Cold tires for the 717, and to the outside of the chute, here comes the 188.
Oh, it's a long way round. You're in the marbles there as well, so the car on the inside can get on the power a lot more cleanly. And yeah, I think that was just a little bit of trying to take advantage of those cold tyres of the 717 IFR Esports car. And they know that they need to get this move done as soon as possible to take advantage of that tyre temperature difference to the outside of the heel. And again, not able to get past a robust defense from the IFR Esports car.
And that was also, I think, an opportunity for Andre to have used the liberal track limits that we were just talking about, but needing to avoid the physicality. Race leader is in. So Danny Lorenzo, after a 31-lap stint, brings the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car to a halt. Momentum out of turn 1 here is going to be crucial. Don't go too early. if you're the car behind, especially if you've got them thinking defensive. But the lunge, they're going to get pinched on the exit. Run yourself out wide and use that off track to your benefit. And Elliot Noren's now going to have to watch as the green car peels to the inside, slices his way on through. Fight back comes as they crest over the top of the hill. They're still climbing though, as now they make their way to the main part of the back straightaway and to the inner loop, the inside line for Andre, last of the late breakers, who holds on to the lead.
Yeah, and you can see just compromised on his way in. Oh, disaster! Absolute disaster for the IFR esports team, because Effectex VPS Esport have now taken second place in class.
And they are going to be feeling really aggrieved that now with the fresh tires, I hope that they haven't done any lasting damage over the course of the remaining stint. Remember, sometimes on the tire, any pain put in at the start is compounded at the end. BS Competition hoping not to incur too much pain as their tires are still coming up to temperature. So we'll come back to them in a few moments' time. Sanchez to the inside of Ascari Rene. Ferrari versus BMW. All four wheels off the track. And the BMW surely around the outside will hold on to the position. But Sanchez is having none of that. So pass off the track, sir.
Sanchez is trying to serve a slowdown penalty here as well, whilst taking that place there and staying ahead. And I would imagine that Ascari Rene is not going to be happy. Sanchez has served that penalty. I don't like that personally.
No.
He went off track. He should go behind the Marla car.
Now maybe there is more that we've missed in terms of previous moves, but I agree. It's all four wheels off the track. You got the slowdown. You should. Yeah. Anyway, that's racing for you, both sim and real. They will try and find every margin that they can. Oh, it's that last bounce, isn't it? And the lights are flashing. Oh, he's so frustrated.
The thing is, he could have backed out of that sooner. He's backed out, but too late. He's then compromised his way into the first part of the bus stop, understeers off the second part of it. There's that service road that kicks the car up, the back end up, and there goes the change position. But this, I'm sorry, I really like you, my friend, Alejandro. I do like you, but I'm sorry, you're overtaken off track. You need to give the place back.
This is from way up above. Maybe it would be nice to get that slightly closer perspective, but I mean, they didn't even touch, given how the differing lines and trajectories that they had on the entry to the corner. Well seen from the BMW to avoid it, and often we'd be talking about, angry drivers behind, but Ascari Rene, it's a Finn. How mad can he really be?
I always get the feeling that they smolder. They don't let it be shown on their exterior, but deep down there is a quiet rage going on.
And these are two teams that have had their fair share of back and forth through the years as well. So between the Apex and BS Competition crew, who of course run the Marla Racing team, I'm sure this is just not another chapter in the story between the two of them. Paul, help me understand strategy now that we are heading into the final 90 minutes of the race. So we're getting to the point which we're already shorter than any race on the IMSA schedule at this point. No safety cars are going to pack the field up, but quite remarkably, we've still got 4 GTP cars after 4.5 hours of racing, covered by 13 seconds. BS Competition, of course, and Redline have just come out of pit lane. We know Movano Azuro owes us a pit stop. What's the case for this Drago Racing number 2?
So Drago, they're on lap 15 of their stint right now. They're in that strange position where they're looking like they're going to have to take a splash and dash at the end. They pitted. Their last pit stop was just a little bit not quite late enough to be able to try and get through on the same number of pit stops as the Red Line and the BS Competition car. As you say, the Movano car should be coming in the next sort of 4 or 5 laps time for them. So Pablo Lazar will be heading on soon. But it's between Lorenzo and McEwen in terms of what those two can do with their strategy call. I mean, the red line car is only 4.8, 4.9 seconds back now from your Drago Racing race leader.
I love that we have these different strategies just as an option. It was nice having the mix-up of the rain as well. But yeah, I am enjoying the fact that we... Clearly, BS Competition had this calculated from the start and went straight away into that fuel-saving mindset. Let's go back over to GTD for a moment, but check in with the class leader and try and figure out, lap time-wise, is there going to be any sort of back and forth between the number 9 and the 169? Pretty even in terms of lap time. So that 4-second gap that's been eked out, 90 minutes left to go. Vlad Kimichev looking very, very comfortable, I'd argue, paired up with Thibaut Prévost.
I do think that if you were Drago Racing, though, you would, if it did come down to a battle into the last hour, it would be a case of, right, there's one rule and one rule only, which is if you are going to be allowed to fight, don't you dare touch each other. And don't you dare let any other team get involved in this, because you don't want to be fighting and slowing each other down and allow Apex Racing Team or Marla Racing Team catch up to you. That would be the worst thing that could happen for Drago Racing right now. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to think big picture and say, do you know what, actually, we've got a 1-2 right now. Let's keep it like this, unless something dramatic happens to them.
I'm trying to remember. We are in our third VCO Grand Slam of the year, which means, of course, not only are there trophies up for grabs for the class winners across all three of the classes in this top split, but for GTP and GTD, there are invites into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Can't share too much, although I can say news is coming. Had a couple of meetings at Watkins Glen about some ideas, and all I will say, Paul, is we've got something new cooking for this year. But one more special event after this will grant automatic qualification. That will be obviously the iRacing Petit Le Mans. Everyone else has got to go through time attack qualifiers, which I'd never envy anyone who has to do that. Winning one of these special events is not easy, but it's an easier way, I feel, into that championship kicking off later on this year.
I once tried to qualify for the Neo Endurance Championship with a teammate. We were in the position of having to do the I think they actually did it as a 5-lap average time. You had to do so many clean laps, but then they took your 5-lap average of your best 5 laps. Mm-hmm. And we missed out by 0.5 of a second. It was incredibly tight. We missed out on a grid slot by that, and it was a good effort by us, but you just think, oh, what if I hadn't made that little half, all the back end just didn't quite behave how I wanted to, and you miss out on the grid slot. But in a time attack style event, it's tough. It's hard to take.
It is. Okay, I think I finally spooled up on the YouTube results for 2025 Sebring 12 hours, and I was right. Drago won in the GTP class. Now, if I remember correctly, they also won in the GCD class. Yes, so Drago have already got 2 entries into the series, and no one can earn more than 2 entries from the winning in these VCO Grand Slams. So they'll have a choice, which I don't suspect is going to be much of a choice potentially, whether they want to accept one of the GTD entries and accept the GTP or mix match. Now, that doesn't mean that second place earns the entry if first isn't eligible, Paul. You've got to win to make your way automatically into the series.
To automatically get an invite.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there's a difference between automatically just being accepted
and
automatic invite.
To be eligible as well is probably the appropriate wording that I should be using right now.
So yeah, but if you're Drago Racing, you want to win as many of these special events as possible, and it also denies competitors from automatically having that entry into that and having to make them go through that challenge of trying to qualify. I'm not saying that there won't, some teams won't be able to do that, but certainly Drago, it's a nice little one-upmanship, isn't it, of just going, well, you had to qualify, we were already there.
I mean, it's also just the fact that they'll have to go and do a bunch of laps and the other drivers won't, right? The way the qualifiers work as well is, you see Danny Lorenzo last lap lost out a big chunk of change to Luke McEwen. After you get through the qualifiers, after you've earned your invite, whether you come from Time Attack or these Grand Slams, you then have to go and do the car shootout. You have to earn the right to compete in the car. We have equal number of each car in the series, and so that means if you want the BMW, well, you better be one of the quickest number of BMWs to get that spot. So if you can go and do a bunch of laps to prepare for that instead of doing Time Attack, I think that's probably something that, like you say, Paul's thinking deviously when it comes to his team manager hat being put on. Elliot Naren, by the way, just catching up on him after his spin. I was wondering if there would be damage, but maybe only damage to the ego, Paul, and he's been able to temper that quite well. He's only now at 1.9 off the back of Matteo Frigerio in that Effect VPS machine.
Yeah, so it's been damage limitation and trying to pull forward again in this LMP2 category, but IFR Esports, yeah, it was harmful to the ego, definitely, as to what happened. As I say, I think it was a little bit of backing out too late. If you're going to go side by side into the full stop chicane, you've got to be committed. You can't just then be committed and then go, actually no, we're not. This isn't going to work, and back out too late because you see the consequences. It was actually fortunate it didn't end up in a wall, so
yes,
he did a very good job of keeping it out of the walls there and limiting the damage to just the tyres and the ego. But yeah, Naren has been working hard. I mean, look at those, okay, not the most recent, those prior laps before that. Basically gaining a second a lap there when you average those 2 laps out of lap 160 and 161.
Now, Paul, this track looks very beautiful, doesn't it? It looks resplendent with all its scenery around it.
Yes, it does. It's one of my favourite tracks to race at, actually, apart from Bus Stop Chicane.
Well, you know what that usually means, and much like many racetracks, it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
I would usually, when I was talking to some people at the track, insert another word in there, but that would get me kicked off this broadcast. It was interesting. You fly into either Syracuse or Rochester. Those seem to be the 2 most popular options. And then you've got to drive about 2 hours to get down to the track of Watkins Glen, which is beautiful. It's picturesque. It's not much happening around the track except the track and some of the parks. You've got Corning. That's where most of the people, I think, end up staying. It's about 20 minutes away. You know what Corning is famous for?
Actually, I don't. So
you don't?
This is an educational experience for us.
Okay, now I've got to see if I can find the camera shot that... Oh no, they may have removed that billboard since iRacing rescanned it. It's known mainly for glass. There is a museum of glass which has, like, exhibits around how people blow glass and do all sorts of fancy stuff.
Oh, yes.
But like all the glass that goes in phones, the Gorilla Glass in your iPhone, in your Android, that's all from Corning. Anyway.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Just a random little story about Watkins Glen. Again, it is middle of nowhere. And the great thing about it, actually, is it's so in the middle of nowhere, there's not many places to eat. So race finished on Sunday last week. Me and the other pit reporter, Diana Binks, we got into our rental car. We had a 2-hour drive, but it was 6 p.m. and we said, no, let's go get some food. Stopped off in some random pizza place, and guess what? apparently everyone was stopping off in that random pizza place, including John Doonham, president of IMSA. So it's a lovely little town, although it was smoldering last week with the humidity, the rain, and in my fire suit that still needs to be washed. I don't think I want to go back for another year.
Oh, come on, Arjuna. That should have been the first thing to go straight in the wash after that weekend.
You know, mistakes have been made.
Joe, I used to do the same thing with rugby kit. You'd put it in your kit bag after a match, and you'd throw it into the corner. Oh, I'll get that in the wash. And then it comes to, the week later, and you've got a match coming up. And it's like, oh, I really don't want to open that kit bag.
Well, the real thing was that actually the fire suit itself wasn't so bad. What was worse was some of the clothes that I was wearing underneath it. As Dries van Langendonk, that was very uncomfortable for a moment at turn 9, rejoining the NASCAR layout, if you will. And so I wanted to wash those clothes more than anything else. And I kind of then, we'll get that washed. The impressive thing, Paul, this is very off topic, a white race suit, great for not getting as hot in the weather, also didn't get as dirty as people warned me that it would get.
I mean, white race suit, you're going to be reflecting a lot of the light that you're receiving from that. So yes, it's actually going to be better off for that, for not getting as hot. But you would imagine that it will go more and more grey over the year.
Yes, especially I guess the more I wash it. So
yes.
we'll see how it stands up at the end of the year. But yeah, no.
I would say if you're over here in the UK, use some Daz washing up liquid, because it's your white's white.
I have to see if I could. There's a lot of things I want to import from the UK. Chocolate, chief amongst them.
I will say American chocolate is absolutely awful, and I will fight anybody who has an opposite thought on that.
No fight here. I would love a Mars bar right now. That's what's going through my mind. Instead of the race, because
Mars bars in America are like a Milky Way in America is like a Mars bar over here.
Yes,
Except
but there
worse.
were exactly. If you're wondering why we are so off topic, by the way, it is because there is really that much not happening on track, with the exception of Apex and Marla. There is nobody within 5 seconds of one another right now.
And did you know that the famous catchphrase that was over here in the UK, which is a Mars a day helps you work better play, one of the people that was on the marketing team who came up with that phrase was none other than Murray Walker.
Really? Oh, we found a way to tie this back to motorsports, and thankfully, because otherwise you and I were in trouble. What has happened to Matteo Frigerio? Because he has dropped off the timing, and I am increasingly getting concerned he is not going to pop back up.
It's an internet issue.
How bad are we talking?
Quality of 27.
Usually once
21 now.
Oh, once you get below 70, it's not a good sign.
In fact, it's both drivers of that team, so for both Matteo and Benjamin, because they're obviously they're obviously in the same household.
Oh man!
And if both of their internet has gone down, so it's both of them.
That is brutal. Elliot Veyron's got a black flag, by the way. So is that the first driver that's hit the incident limit that we've seen together?
Certainly on my stint, apart from pit lane infringements, yeah. Because Elliot is lap 22 of his stint, so yeah, that's definitely an instant point infringement, that one.
Unless you were thinking he might have been in a similar situation to what happened with Gustavo Ariel, once a contender for a race victory, but they got dinged for an unsafe pit entry while avoiding a crash. And just to be clear, they did not actually enter pit lane. I tell you what, why don't we, I promised earlier that I was going to eventually share a replay. Why don't I make good on that promise, Paul? And we can start by just riding on board with Gustavo.
Yeah, so this is where, if this was Full Metal Racing, you would be going up to race control and going, no, that's not a penalty. That is, we were avoiding an incident, and you would have it rescinded. That's the problem with one of the downsides of it being an automated system here in iRacing. It is very binary in its application of that regulation.
I'm trying to remember exactly who ended up being involved in all of this so I can actually grab the right replay, because that would really help the situation right now. Here we go. Jari Lehtinen was just holding station. It wasn't his fault at all. He got a send up the inside from one of the LMP2 cars, and that triggered all-out bedlam.
Absolute carnage, I think, is definitely the correct term for that. But yeah, it was suboptimal, what me and Peter Mackay would say on commentary. It was suboptimal, but that's again, it was that first mixing of different classes of cars, wasn't it? That first run through in traffic, and it just caused carnage.
Good shout, actually. That was the first time that we really had LMP2s really overlapping with GTPs and GTDs for the very first time. So that's a good call. Kawanda, by the way, not only have they had a drive-through penalty for one, but Michael Johnny really struggling in the 08. Josh Thompson closing the gap in the number 72, which is the sole surviving Redline GTD machine. After 71 was at one point leading the race, Florian Lebiger got tangled up with one of our GTP race contenders and found himself, unfortunately, out of the race. 1.8 seconds, though, the margin between the two. Fixed some damage to the rear end of this car earlier on in this race, and since he got in, Bosch Thompson's been boshing in some pretty good lap times.
Got some good news.
Ooh.
Matteo Figueroa has got an internet connection and is getting back into the sim.
Oh, unfortunate that it's cost them, I think, a lap at this point.
Yeah.
If not more.
Certainly a lap, if not more.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking, because they are a family pair. I don't know if it's brothers or father, son, whatever it is. But a couple of years now, they've been contenders in that LMP2 category. And so great to see as part now of the Effect VPS crew. See what they're going to be able to do. Maybe not much more today. Is it twins?
That's what Paul Bilsby in chat is saying. So twin.
Have there ever been twin racing drivers in the real world? I'm sure there have been. I just don't know any.
I can't think of any off the top of my head, but there will have been, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. And now I know.
I do remember in rugby union there was an entire pack, so the entire forward pack were all one family.
Wow.
So that's 8 players.
Wow.
Father and then
I was going to say
sons.
multiple generations, right?
Yes.
Although, I mean, that would be that's quite the family lineage, just to be able to go out there, and that's impressive. So, Paul, unfortunately, you and I are going to say goodbye in 15 minutes, and Ewan O'Leary is going to rejoin myself until the end of this race, but I feel as though we still have a race on our hands. Maybe not so much in LMP2. I think Delatraz Automotive, especially considering they've had a speeding penalty to serve, they are in control of the LMP2 class. But GTP, GTD, potentially, hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, there's still some intrigue there.
Yeah, there's about 9 seconds between Redline and fierce competition in GTP. With Drago Racing, they're going to be coming down on pit road in the next 4 laps or so, I would say, for Drago at the front of the field. So, yeah, I don't think that they're going to be potential not. But now number 6, Kings by TK, are showing as a yellow flag on my.
Oh my!
Oh dear. Yes. So they're missing the front clip, and the engine cover is hanging on by a thread.
How it's been dislodged that far, but has not been removed. Yeah, I was going to say, just that's a car more suited, I think, to the tow than anything else. We'll queue up a replay, but that stopped Paul in his tracks.
It stopped Jackson Resendez in his tracks as well. But
that was right there.
Yes, come on, that was at least a 4. That was a boundary, and it's a grid and go BMW again.
Ooh, and look at how the left rear went. Wow.
Yeah, so that was done. Yeah, as soon as they tried pulling away, they could tell they had the left rear wasn't connected.
Humour me, Paul, but super slow-mo.
Oh, there's netcode in there.
Yeah, he's already about halfway around, isn't he? Like, he's pretty committed to that corner at that point, and there's not much he could have done once the contact was there.
See, the thing is, for me, I there are certain drivers in sim racing who have the mentality of, I only need to give a car's width. But you've got to remember that the laws of physics apply to sim racing in terms of the speed that it literally takes the information to go from one computer to the iRacing server, and then from the iRacing server to the other computer. There is always going to be an element of latency involved in that, and it's where the predictive nature of the software, different simulators deal with it in different ways. You've always got to leave more than the car's width, and I've always said that in whatever championship I've commentated on or stewarded in. You've always got to give that breathing space to allow for that to happen.
Now, Paul, I've only got you for 12 more minutes, so let's go back to track limits for a second, because we were on that conversation, and then we got slightly steered adrift from it. But yeah, I think that's again something that's personally there, especially I think on iRacing, maybe on other platforms it's not. They deal with off-track slightly differently, right? So I just feel as though a lot of sim racers, iRacers, look at the incident limit and just assume that there is a certain leniency and leeway with the track. And this is where you've always said this, and I've loved it. The track limits are the track limits. They don't move. They're the same for everybody. So every time you go off the track, you should expect to be penalized. What's different is right now they are not being penalized. And so if they were to start being penalized, it would be very quick. There would be an adjustment, but it would be a very quick adjustment period.
Well, look back at Spa, for example, before they changed the track limits around there. It was brutal. But everybody knew where they stood with the track limits. So they knew what it was. And there were teams that abused it, especially in special events. I mean, I can literally remember people
I remember one Spa race,
hitting the hard limit, of what was acceptable in terms of the number of track limits that they could accumulate in 24 hours. You're always going to get people who push that limit and push that threshold. The fact that iRacing was able to introduce the drive-through penalty so that people did get punished, I do think that at the heel and at turn 10, it is too much. It needs to be. If you're going to have it as, like IMSA, painted surface, have that consistent approach. What I don't like is when there's inconsistency in a application of track limits. So like here, you've got those two in particular, the heel and the track turn 10. The Red Bull Ring, you've got track limits from first corner through to turn 8, and then between 8 and 9 is a different track limit regulation.
Yeah, and that's as well.
That I don't like. That is the inconsistency is what I don't like there.
Van Langendonk, by the way, in pit lane in the formerly race leading.
How dare he interrupt me?
Formerly race leading Drago car. I guess that's also the difference in that some tracks are. I'm trying to think of a good example at this point because I guess it's a bit more difficult to use IMSA as the case in point. But take Circuit of the Americas, right, where NASCAR, IndyCar, and Formula One have all run there. But I think that's kind of my point, Paul, as well, is that it's difficult for iRacing because so many different series have different expectations and allowances. And I agree with you for the most part. I'll give NASCAR a bit more leeway because those cars are more difficult to drive, and so I think there should be if there's space,
But
let's adjust track limits. Wait, let me finish this, because you'll like what I'm about to say. I think there is no such leniency with IndyCar because those cars have downforce. It's unacceptable. They should never be allowed to run as wide as they were at the penultimate corner at Circuit of the Americas.
I would counter your argument about NASCAR and say, yes, they are more difficult. That means that if they're able to keep it within the track limits, that shows the driver's skill and ability to an even greater degree. So even the best drivers come to the fore because they're able to extract the speed whilst keeping it within the limits of the track. I will always say this, that the drivers who can drive the fastest whilst keeping it on the track, they are the most skillful and best drivers because they're able to work to those finite margins of error. If you're just going to give them an absolute it's a tarmac, an asphalt runoff, so it's got asphalt, so go race there. There's no skill in that. Well, I could drive that.
And that's my point, is that if you did that for NASCAR, I don't think it would be interesting because the racing would be... You'd either end up with so much more contact than you already have because they're having to be so much more wound up to make the corners. And that's why, again, so I use Circuit of the Americas as a good example because it got enough runway on either side of the track to still have some leniency while being safe. I don't agree with it. I don't think it should be the norm. But if you're going to have NASCAR road racing, I think that's the only way it kind of works. IndyCar's got no excuse. I'm just going
to point out, Motorsport UK have got it too far the other way.
Right, I think
Motorsport UK regulations are you are not allowed over the back edge of a curb with the outside wheels. Whereas like here in IMSA,
right,
as long as one wheel is touching the painted surface, it's within track limits. I think Motorsport UK go too far the other way in saying, no, the outside wheels can't go over the back edge of a curb.
I think we've gone slightly beyond the point, though.
Yeah.
Go back to what we were saying. I think that's where iRacing has the difficulty, is that it's got to try and simulate all these nuances. And so your point about the Red Bull Ring, which I don't do much driving anymore, so I don't always know, that is something that, especially with the fact that we've got the Formula 1 Grand Prix this weekend, is one that I'm going to be thinking about. That is a blatant track limit violation, though there is no doubt about it.
Yeah. It is, and like I say, the most frustrating part is the inconsistency across one track in the application of the track limits.
Yes.
I can understand if you've got one track limit in mind, stick to it throughout the whole track.
That should be a slowdown, I feel as. Oh, be careful. Contender for the race win almost gets tangled up with one of our surviving GTD machines. That's the Ford Mustang with Gabby Montoro behind the wheel. It's only an hour and 5 minutes left. Don't want to get involved in an incident like that.
Yeah, it's when you get into this stage of the race when you there's a little bit of you want to pick up the pace a bit more and really be able to push that Team Redline car if you're the BMW M Team BS competition number 89 here, because you are in second place right now and you're pretty much doing the same length pit stops now. So there's only 2 lap difference in stint length between Luke McEwen and Daniel Lorenzo. It's now BS competition have got to up the pace a little bit to be able to put the pressure on Team Redline into the final hour of the race.
And with Dries van Langendonk having just come out of pit lane, he's going to need it's not a full service that he's going to need, and so he didn't even take a full service this most recent time around. It's another 30-second pit stop, which has become quite popular amongst some of the teams with their respective strategy calls. Redline and BS competition should be in for a full service. So definitely Drago out of consideration. That's how my math is mathing out, right, Paul? For a race victory here. They could still get a podium, but I don't think they have a chance of a win.
Yeah, I don't think it's working out for them for a win for sure. I think that it's between these two teams at the front now for the overall win here today.
Yeah, I think it's between Drago and BMW M Team Redline for the final step of the podium. It's now very much a straight slog between McEwen and Lorenzo, who, looking at the laps, Eduardo Leo, when did he last jump into the car? I mean, you'd probably not want to switch a driver for just the final stint, but we're on the 184th lap of the race. Eduardo Leo last was in the car at lap 96. So by the time McEwen comes into pit lane, they basically will have done equal amounts of this race so far. So I think McEwen's going to end up with a slightly larger share of the driving percentage for BS competition. Dominic Hoffman did 131 laps. So there's no question Danny Lorenzo is going to go to the end here.
Yeah, I think McEwen's into the end as well, personally, because there's an element of the driver is comfortable and they're in a rhythm. You don't want to upset that by having a driver change out just for the last hour or so, or even the last 45 minutes, and have to get a driver back up to pace again. It costs you too much. In a race like this, you want to split it almost evenly, half and half pretty much, and just do it so that you have one driver swap, in my opinion.
Which, again, is something that is very much, I think, different from the real world, because last week, Paul, I was talking to some of the drivers who had failing air conditioning in their cars. Now, they weren't allowed to say that because obviously manufacturers get upset if you talk about things in their car not working. Did you see the picture of Roman Grosjean after he got out of the car?
Oh, he was wrecked, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. He made a comment to me that, oh boy, he said, I was cooked and I should know because I,
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a 10 out of 10 comment from Roman. But yeah, look, Paul, that was more than just him. There were so many drivers who were incapable of doing more than one stint because they were going to physically fall apart.
And that's why you've got that difference between full metal racing and sim racing. Because sim racing, I don't care where you live, you're not going above about 40 degrees in a room.
You'd hope not.
If you race, well, you'd hope not. Yeah, absolutely. Your computers are definitely going to be screaming at you if you are. So you're not reaching the temperatures that those drivers are reaching in the cockpit, plus wearing Nomex fireproof overalls and helmet and things like that. I think, isn't it some series have a regulation of 50 degrees Celsius temperature max for a cockpit?
Oh, maybe, but I promise you it was warmer than that last week,
it will
especially
be,
under safety car. Because that's the problem, right? When you're up to speed and you've got the airflow, it's not so bad. It's as soon as you've got the hot air sitting in the cockpit that things really start to sit and stifle. Paul, this race is definitely not stifling. This is one that I think at the end, GTP is going to be a very fun slog between two BMW M Hybrid V8s. Before we let you go, prediction, who wins in the GTP class?
I am going to say, because I've commentated on him in so many years and I've seen him come through from being a wee nipper to a young man now, Luke McEwen, I think, in Team Redline is going to be the one to take the overall victory here and get themselves an automatic invitation to the IMSA Global Series.
And that would join them with Drago and Grid and Go as GTP invitees. Redline do already have one invite from winning GTD in the Daytona 24, which definitely feels like it wasn't that long ago. Paul, thanks for joining us. We have got officially 60 minutes left to run, and Ewan O'Leary rejoins myself, Arjuna Kankipati, for this final hour of the race. Ewan, I hope you got some food, some fuel, because hopefully it's going to fuel us for a good fight here.
Yeah, absolutely. I did, by the way, thanks. It's going to be a good last hour of the race. Looking forward to this. I said when I last left that I was looking most forward to LMP2. Well, unfortunately, it all happened when I wasn't here.
I know.
So that's a bit of a shame. Hopefully, in GTP, it's going to. I just worry for number 89 whether some of the momentum that they were building in the middle part of this race has just been knocked back a little bit, just as they've had to stop short fueling quite so much, and they've had to start sort of falling into line with the same strategy as Redline. these final few seconds seem to be a lot more painful to close than the ones earlier were.
So you say that, but if they need about 0.2 a lap, I think they're still kind of on track, but I could be wrong. Pit stops. Not the final pit stop for Elliot Naren, so this is going to put him in a situation where he is going to need a splash and dash, but to be fair, so is his main rival now for the race victory. Delatraz Automotive 5 laps ago in and out of pit lane. Also a driver change. Michael Johning jumps out and Tristan Iglesias in for the final hour of racing at Watkins Glen.
I think that means Johnny's done... Did he do 3 hours in a row, maybe?
No.
In the middle of this race? No?
No, we only did 2.
No, okay. Well, Iglesias was certainly in earlier. He's back again now, and he's making his way back out onto the circuit. See whether they can maybe scrape a podium here, Coanda. It's going to be tricky, but they are in the hunt, certainly. That's another 34-lap stint for them, by the way. It's pretty tight on fuel, to be honest, for that Porsche. It feels to me as if they're held back a little bit by that today.
Now they, of course, have committed to the Porsche. They often run as the Porsche Coanda esports team. But yeah, no, I think it's a car that I don't think it always suits the warm temperatures necessarily. Wonder as well the curbs that sometimes you want to use, maybe through the inner loop. It's not the quickest either. Rene Lenz is about to get in and out of pit lane. Just saw Alejandro Sanchez next to make his way through. Now, all these GTD machines are good to the end of the race. There's no question about that. Sanchez hits his marks and fuel and tires for the final time. He's done 101 laps in this race. His teammate Luca Keita's done just 68, but it's going to be Sanchez for another 33 to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and with respect to Keita, Sanchez was quicker in the car, so I think that's worth doing here, keeping him in that machine to the very end of the race now, these final 57 minutes, because of that speed difference. Not that Keita was particularly slow, but Sanchez certainly quicker, and it probably gives them the best chance possible of salvaging a podium, which they'll be very pleased with. If you'd have told them that when they were in the wall after an hour and 15 or so, however long it was, they would have absolutely taken a podium.
Here we go, 41 seconds. So still needing to effectively top the car off in terms of fuel. Let's see if we can pick up any more actual wheel-to-wheel action on track. There's a couple of cars that are relatively close, although I think in this case, Isaac Phelps in the Apex Racing Academy 98 owes us a pit stop, probably 5 or so laps away from diving his way onto the lane. Dries van Langendonk, who's on the hunt, as we jump on board with the best running Porsche 963 in the race. Runs his way out of turn 1, begins the climb. I was close with one of the GTD machines in front. It's going to work out well for the Drago car to use the power, slip past and close the gap to the 98.
He's not quite going to get through into the bus stop chicane this time round, but he's certainly going to get closer as this Drago Racing team look to use that new set of tyres and a bit of new ambition here late on as they take some short pit stops towards the end to get themselves maybe back to a podium place, but even that's going to be difficult. I must say I've never seen Dries van Langendonk before as a driver. Well, I must say, best name in the race, I'm going to suggest.
He
Great
is
name.
A karting champion in the real world. And I'm glad you said that you've also never seen him before, because I said the very same thing when he first jumped into the car.
Yeah, no, never seen him before, but and God knows where they found him from, but he seems to be very quick for Drago Racing, a team as I was chatting with Paul, saying, you know, really up and coming. Well, not really up and coming anymore. They have arrived, and they are a good team in the world of sim racing, despite not maybe having that history that even Apex do in front of them.
Yeah, no. He's 10,000 I rating, so he's definitely not come out of nowhere. Just maybe out of nowhere for you and me, right?
Yeah.
And again, with his real-world credentials, it's clear that he joins the likes of Taylor Barnard, Hugh Barter, Alex Dunn, who of course competed in his very first free practice session this past weekend. Oh, that's Isaac Phelps slamming the door shut. 3 abreast as the race leader. No, that's Elliot Naren in second place now. Goes up the inside of a fellow LMP2 car. That was close for comfort. And Van Langendonk now's got the charge. Up to the top of the S's once again. And Phelps was on the brakes. Had to slow his momentum as he worked his way past one of the GTD machines. A poke to the inside. The Porsche's not got enough top-end speed. And back into the line for now.
He has to tuck back in, but it was saved there a little bit, Phelps, but he did have to slow down a little bit, but the LMP2 was actually quite nice to him over the top of the hill there, just gave him a little bit more room than otherwise maybe get, and so that BMW was able to get through a lot quicker. Just quickly before this kicks off again, I think Elliot Noren had an incident, not last lap, but the one before, because he did a 1:49. That might have been his out lap, but anyway, back to this. 4th place, that's an easy pass down the inside.
We'll get back to that when we can. Here comes race leaders Kimichev in and out for the final time. Drago Racing looking to try and go back-to-back in VCO Grand Slams in the GTD class.
Absolutely, and a 1-2 for Drago Racing would be an absolutely excellent result if they can get it. Looks like Kimichev's going to be ahead of Troncoso as he pulls out, as expected. 39.6 in the box, and that's actually a little bit shorter than Troncoso, as you'd expect, since he went just that one lap further. So that's lap 172. 34 lap stints all day from Drago Racing. Very, very strong on fuel, and they've got plenty to spare.
It's very, very consistent, that's for sure. You said that Elliot Noren did a what the previous lap?
1:49.
I think that might have been his out lap then, because he didn't have a spin, so it's just him getting back up to speed. He is 8 seconds back from Darius Andre now.
Here's my question then, because I can't figure this out as side by side on the screen. 8 seconds is the gap, as you say. 7 seconds, though, was the amount of time at which his pit stop was shorter. That gap wasn't 15 seconds before, was it?
That's a good point. Get back to you on that.
We've lost time somewhere. Someone's lost some time.
No, I think you're right. Let's see if I can pick that one up. Good fight between Cody Deeth and Daniel Antunes. Now for Velotre Thrustmaster, their race ended effectively before it even started. They had the penalties and the incidents that involved both of their cars before they technically even got back around the line, to the line to see the green flag. So it's been a decent recovery, all things considered, even with the difficulties. Now fiercely forward, they were marred back at the start of the race, but they've slowly crept their way forward as well. Clean car for the most part on either side at this stage. The repair work has been done. They fight for 11th position, which is any issue for anyone in front. Could be a top 10.
Yep, it certainly could be. And in this last hour, there's certainly scope for that to maybe happen to somebody. We've seen it so far this afternoon, although incidents have very much slowed in the last few hours. The number 6 car is the only retirement since Florian Lebigra went off. That's the first retirement in 80 laps. So a pretty big gap between retirements there, thankfully, for those two cars. Just going back to IFR Esports, by the way, maybe it was on the in-lap in that case, because... oh no, sorry, that theory has gone out the window immediately, just as I've started saying it. Never mind, I don't have a theory anymore. But there's definitely been some seconds lost somewhere.
Yes, I still can't figure it out on my screen, unfortunately. What I have been able to figure out, as Josh Thompson's going to come out directly in front of the Marla Racing team, and here comes Ascari Rene, which not only is going to have fresh tyres to his advantage, but out of turn 1 you will have a bit more speed and momentum just by virtue of the line you take, the momentum through the opening corner. Luke McEwen hits pit lane, but he has also had a slight scare on the track, and so as no move offered between these cars, the Acura super slow through the chicane though. Closing up is Ascari Rene, and then forcing his way to the inside.
Oh!
Once again losing the rear bumper. What does the red line Acura need to do to buy some luck?
That is going to make them absolutely furious, and they've got a right to be as well. Marla Racing team there just ran them over effectively. As we have a look at what's been happening to their teammates. Luke McEwen, what are you doing? Going around the outside of the LMP, maybe you say the LMP2, he'd be saying, what are you doing? But that was on the way to the back straight. A bit of miscommunication at the highest speed point on this circuit. It was quite clear that he was going on the outside, to be fair. I'm not sure the LMP2 was quite looking in its mirrors, but there's a heart-in-mouth moment for McEwen before he comes into the pit lane for the... no, he's staying in the car, so he'll continue on. But yeah, that was a scary moment.
That was the Rincon Racing 22, so I'm sure that one's going to go over well. Out of pit lane, it's right on the window, I think. It's going to take a bit of saving for Luke McEwen to get to the end. I am not comfortable if I'm the red line engineer right now.
No. He's going to hope that there's a lot of traffic that slows this race down organically, I would say. But there's only the amount of traffic that's going to be on the circuit anyway, so...
Well...
Yeah, that's tight for McEwen. I'm not sure about 50 minutes.
No, never trust a commentator math, but work with me here. They're doing 1 minute 46 lap times, right? Roughly. No. In fact, it's even quicker than that. So let me address my calculations. It's closer to about 95 seconds the lap time, right?
Yeah.
With traffic.
Maybe. Yeah.
So that means if they're doing how many lap stint are we talking?
32 last time was. They might have to go further, but do
Okay,
32 for now.
let's do 32. 95 times 32 divided by 60 is exactly 50 minutes. I am not comfortable right now.
No. Well, the thing is as well, we put 32 into that calculation before. They have done 30. What was their biggest? 33 earlier on. So when they were all fuel, that was admittedly when they were all fuel saving together at the start, in fairness. But even so, that was when they had the formation lap as well as doing 33 laps. So I think if they were really forced to, they could definitely do 33. If they were really, really forced to, they could do 34. But Daniel Alves Lorenzo is certainly safe because they slightly short field last time. They're going to slightly do it again. 39 in the box. This will be close.
This is way closer than I thought it was going to be. In fact, the BS car might even be able to beat Redline to the entry of the S's. And while it's not as close as I thought, Luke McEwen does scamper back to the lead. It's 1.5 seconds between the two of them. We have to now keep in mind cold tires. How long will it take for Lorenzo to build them up? Around the outside, Pablo Lazar takes it 3 wide. Lorenzo can't panic right now. He's got to take it easy.
This is not a good bit of traffic either, although you'd rather have it when you've got cold tyres, I suppose, than warm tyres. Late move. 005 sees him coming, but doesn't quite give him the room here. And this is really damaging for their race. They've got to get through this traffic quickly now. McEwen, don't forget, is not quite up to temperature either right now. This is only his first lap out of the pit lane, his first flying lap out the pit lane, I should say. So he's not fully up to temperature either. He might well have Pablo Lazar on the back of him as well.
This is great. This is what we were hoping for. The show to the end. On board with Lorenzo as he spools up the engine. The problem was coming through the outer loop. He didn't have the grip to really commit to anything. All he could do was sit there and hope the tires would build up sooner rather than later. We're in for a blockbuster of 47 minutes, although it is only in one of our classes. LMP2, it's looking somewhat comfortable for Delatraz Automotive, although the gap is coming down. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. That gap's come down to 6.5 seconds, and I think IFR Esports might have some gain left in the bank as far as that fuel's concerned. I'm not sure if they've taken on their entire short fuel yet. I think they took on a bit last time. I think they've effectively said there's 2 stops to go. We'll do 2 30-second stops rather than 140 and 120. Because that might cost you a little bit of time changing tyres. So I think they've got a little bit of time to gain there yet, whereas Darius Andre has got to take on a pretty full tank in this last stop.
I wholeheartedly agree with you there. I think that actually could be closer than I was initially building up to be. We know GTD is done at this point. Drago Racing 1 and 2, there's 6 seconds between the two of them, and then count 18 seconds back to the Apex Racing Ferrari. Those podium spots somewhat comfortable. I think Danny Lorenzo is finally getting that car into the window it needs to be in. It's not quite there. Maybe end of this lap you'll be able to start pushing. The gap between Redline and their competitor for this race win is going to be around 4 seconds. And if Redline does need to save some fuel, the last thing you want is a car behind pushing you. That's good to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And to go on your calculation, by the way, I think the average lap time, you've maybe slightly gone sort of more than what it will be at 95. The last lap was 95 seconds for Luke McEwen, and that was on cold tyres, or at least his slightly cold tyres. So, I see such a big slide there, does Lorenzo. It's going to be less than that. So, yeah, I think this is super tight for Redline, and it could come down to something as simple as when the checkered flag comes out, when this clock goes down to 0.
I tell you what, Eduardo Leo, do you have enough fuel to the end?
As if he's going to say no to that. Come
well,
on.
This is where I will also say the great thing about my experience in the 2 weekends I've worked down on pit lane with IMSA is that how open the teams are. Now, they're not going to say yes or no necessarily, but they'll lead you in the right direction. They'll give you the hints that you need to tell the story. Let's see if Eduardo's going to be so generous. You forget, Eduardo and me go back to the Prodigy Racing League days. You'll trust me, right?
I was going to say, have you met a sim racer? Yeah. Anyway. Yes, well, hopefully we do get an answer from them, but I somewhat doubt they'll say no if the answer's no, to be honest. As I say, I think this could come down to something as simple as when the checkered flag comes out. And I just did a calculation, by the way, while you were doing the how many laps or how much time 32 laps takes.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing another calculation about whether 50 minutes a stint gets you to the end of this race on 6 stops, which is what they're trying to do here this afternoon, as far as I can see. Yeah, six stops. It's 7.2 stints, effectively, 50 minutes. So effectively, you have to save 10 minutes of fuel somewhere along the line. If we're saying 32 minutes, 32 laps, sorry, is 50 minutes, then you've got to do an extra 10 minutes somewhere. 10 minutes is like 6 laps. I'm not sure they've done that across the course of the day, to be honest. They've done a 33 laps in. I think they've done a couple of 33s, but I'm not sure they've done enough. They might need a... Well, I don't know. But anyway.
Update for you.
It's
as
close. Go on.
As Movano is zeroed down on pit lane, the fact that Eduardo Leo has just typed out, "It will be tight," tells you all you need to know, Ewan. This is going to be tight. And it's going to come down to the pace of BS competition. It's 5 seconds the gap between them, as now it is finally stabilized. We'll get some lap times here and there, but they've got 30 laps or so to make up the 5 seconds and find a way through.
Look at the last lap times, by the way. Luke McEwen, 33.6, then 33.9. Last time round, Daniel Alves Lorenzo did a 33.7, just 0.04 of a second behind his best lap of the whole day. I know that the track temperature's coming down now. It's only 39 Celsius on the circuit, only 103 Fahrenheit. However, these are insanely fast lap times. And as I say, it is down to the speed of Lorenzo here. He has got 45 minutes or so, 42 and a half now to catch 5 seconds.
Sorry, that sound is me trying to type and not wanting to talk at the same time. 42 minutes left to go. Let's look at the weather very slightly, just because I was curious how much it had dropped off. It's not cooled off necessarily, but it's around where the race would have started. So around a 10 degrees Celsius swing in temperature, which Ewan, given that this race in years past has gone up as high as 60 degrees Celsius, it's been relatively temperate in terms of the damage on the tires, I would argue.
You mean in real life or in iRacing?
iRacing.
Oh, in iRacing. So I was talking to Paul earlier about this. I seem to remember it being in the 50s. I didn't say temperature in the 60s because I didn't think that was possible. But maybe I do remember it being in the 60s a few years ago in terms of temperature. Because it is possible. This circuit to date has not quite got as hot as what we've seen in previous years, and it's cooling down now as well, and it's creating some wonderful lap times. In fact, Lorenzo got an off-track last lap because that would have been his best lap of the day so far, but it didn't count.
And now you also wonder how many incident points do they have in the bag. All our talk about... did you hear me and Paul go off about track limits?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah, no. All I'll talk about that. The reality is, with the way that the incident limit works, if you saved your off-track to the end of the race, you've got a lot to play with. Not just in terms of going off the track, Ewan, but also in terms of the amount of contact that you can get away with.
Yeah, I think contact is something you lean on a little bit less because obviously, damage comes into that equation as well, whereas where you're just doing an off-track, there's less damage to be had when you just drive off the circuit. It's contact with stuff that will damage you more. So, it's the off-tracks really that you start to burn, and maybe that is a sign that Lorenzo has got a few to burn, or he's overextended already here, and we've got 40 minutes to go, and he'll be walking a tightrope. Also, through that final corner as well, you don't want to be getting too close. If you're close on the incident limit, that can get you pretty close to the 35 pretty quickly. Last lap time, that did count for both of them, and it's a new personal best for both as well.
That's important. They're both responding to the challenge. Costantini's in 2, so it's good to see Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team fighting back to the end. If this was the Daytona 24-hour race, they would have had a very realistic chance of not just getting back to a top 5 finish, but maybe even a podium with the attritional sort of trends that we've seen here in 2025. It's 0.2 or so a lap that we were told on average. We're not quite there right now, but there is still a chance. That is all they are looking for. Go back to LMP2 for a second, by the way, because they are just in front of us. At least the race leader is. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Still Darius Andre at the wheel. Let's look at the last 3 for both of them.
Ooh.
Interesting.
That's traffic, if ever I've seen it, for the middle lap for Noren. 1.2 seconds. I think generally he is probably quicker than Andre, but it's about consistently bringing that gap down. I was about to start doing a calculation as to how much fuel they might both have to take in the next few minutes, but I'll park that. We are in the window now, getting close to it anyway, where these guys can pit and get to the end. Maximum fuel stint in LMP2 is 26 laps.
So we are getting very close to seeing the 188 in. Let's go back to GTD, the only real battle. I say battle, it's two cars following close to each other. I'm not sure Tristan Iglesias has got the speed in the Porsche to really fight, but he's going to give it his all, that is for sure. Quite crazy to say that this was his first year competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, given that I think most of us, including myself, associate him mostly with driving the Porsche GT3R as quick as it can go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously season comes to an end now, but yeah, it's good to see him there, and alongside all the others who were in that series this year, and many of them in this race as well. A little bit earlier on today, some of them fallen by the wayside a little bit earlier as a result of the various incidents that we've seen so far this afternoon. So Aaron Vasquez comes in. He's a long way back in GT3 for the moment, and that will be his final stop of the day. Not sure how he's ended up there, to be honest, in strategy, but anyway, probably a crash earlier.
Yes, he is, I think, 3 laps down, if not 4, from the race leader. Back to GTP then. Last lap, red line gained slightly. We're talking hundredths here and there, but it's the hundredths that are really going to make the difference. I'm nervous right now, and I'm not even on either of these teams. That's why I hate being an endurance driver. You've got to sit out there and watch your teammate do the hard job of bringing it to the end.
Or some would say the hard job's the watching more than the driving.
Yes.
Not in terms of an actual skill thing, but certainly in terms of your mental state. It's certainly more nervous and a bigger challenge to just watch along and trust that your teammate is going to do the business. It's always the fascinating part of one of these races when that kind of thing happens. When it is close like this, it's always so fascinating. 6-hour races these days are becoming such sprints, and it's creating finishes like this one we've got here this afternoon.
Didn't even need the rain to mix things up. I said it wasn't a fight, by the way, but Tristan Iglesias has proved me wrong. He's past Josh Thompson.
Well, he's got damage, Thompson, so
Oh, that's true.
not surprised. That damage is, or that rear bumper coming off is doing a surprising amount to affect that accurate compared to what I expected today. They did get that repaired at one stage. They had it come off earlier on today in a rather bizarre incident, although it was kind of their fault. It gave them no rear downforce effectively for 2 stints, and for whatever reason, after a couple of hours, it eventually got repaired. They really put the pace on after that as well, by the way. They've got good speed, but obviously not with a damaged car. And so, yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a low finish by red line standards. They might well just scrape home with 6th, but we'll see.
You know, last year when the Ford Mustang debuted at Daytona, it had the issue with its rear boot lid,
Yeah.
where the negative pressure. This kind of seems like one of those things where iRacing's going to hopefully just slightly tweak the damage model or whatever, and hopefully... I don't know. It feels like that got disconnected very, very easily the first time with the LMP2 just coming by. That was like a little love tap, which happens quite frequently, it feels like, even between the GTD cars.
Yeah, and then stuff falls off after that. So I don't disagree. It does happen frequently, but also stuff falls off. It's difficult to simulate, really, but I actually think it's one of the most realistic things I've seen from this iRacing damage model in terms of those smaller incidents. The big crashes, obviously. I was doing a broadcast the other day. I saw some spectacular crashes the other day, and they've always looked great in iRacing damage model. But the small ones,
the way it fell off, yes, I agree with you, but the contact causing that damage is not realistic, is what I'm saying. And so just making it slightly stronger is all they probably need to do. Because remember when we had the Mercedes front end where it would always just get disappeared like a couple of years ago? I forget when it was. because we commentated on too many races for a few years. But you'd always end up with Mercedes just missing the entire front clip of it. It's a similar sort of thing. I bet Senau's in. Now, this is LMP2 pit stop, so he's good to the end, isn't he?
He is.
They've done a driver change.
34 minutes to go, would be fine. They are doing 137s or so. It's a terrible number to try and work out. But anyway, yeah, he should be fine with 26 laps as long as he fills that tank full of fuel. I did the calculation, by the way, and when the other two are coming in, Darius Andre should be able to do 24 laps, I would say, maybe 23 with that amount of fuel in the Delatrad Automotive car. Elliot Noren should be able to do 18, 19. Neither of them, obviously, not 100% on either of them, but 18, 19, something like that. That should still get, because they came in 6 laps apart this time round, that should mean there's still a bit of a difference. So Andre in 3 laps time, 2 or 3, Noren in 3 or 4. So not a big difference, but there will be a small difference there and maybe a slightly shorter stop for IFR.
Interesting that a driver change happened as well. But I guess just wanting to put the right driver in at the right time. So Frigerio.
I thought he was out the race. Sorry, he's still in.
No, they had their internet issue and then came back.
I didn't realise they came back after that.
Well, this is the problem with having both your drivers in the same household. If it's an internet or power issue, you're kind of left with no recourse.
They're definitely in the same household, are they? Is that?
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
At this point, I think yes. The fact that both their qualities kind of went off in the same way, right. I think that was our sign.
Yeah. Well, we definitely know they're brothers now, so we're patching this story together. Twins, indeed, you found out. So, yeah, we're patching the story together. But, yeah, that's never a great sign. Well, it's a good thing to have a team like that. You know, the camaraderie and the understanding between those two would be better than any other two in the field, you would have thought. But the likelihood of something like that happening, it's searingly hot in Europe at the moment. If some cable melts somewhere in southern Europe, I don't know where they are in I think they're French. I don't know where they are in Europe, but it's some places in Europe at the moment, it's absolutely boiling. So much so that, we could have some internet problems in that sense. So, anything could happen. That's where it's not great to have two in the same household.
Van Langendonk is in and out of pit lane. Delatraz Automotive are in. And let's just watch the time here, because this is where we're kind of wondering, right? How much time are they going to end up giving up to Elliot Noren in this pit stop cycle? It was, 6.5, 7 seconds before they came in?
7.5. It just ballooned for a second or so before he came in. So, yeah, 7.5.
It's 30 seconds and counting. This is still a lengthy stop.
Yeah. 35? Wow. Okay. Yeah, well, I suppose they would need 22 laps or so, wouldn't they? 21, 22 laps. So I guess you do need that kind of amount of fuel.
Wow. Okay, so now, is it really going to be 6.5 seconds shorter from the 717? They'll go a couple laps longer as they go wide at the heel of the boot. Track limits, of course, allowing you to do it down there. See how much longer this time by.
Yeah, it's not going to be 6.5, but it will be a little bit shorter. That's for sure. For the IFR Esports team, are they coming in this time or not? Looks like they carry on for one more, so that's good news for them. Every lap, by the way, I did work this out. I don't have the exact number right in front of me, but it's about 1.2 seconds a lap. 1.2 seconds worth of fuel is one lap, if that makes sense. Oh no, sorry, 1.53. There you go. Just did the calculation again. 1.53 seconds is one lap.
We'll come back to that. Let's go to GTP. Let's see what our race lead is doing, because it's shrinking. Is it shrinking quick enough? At this point, I think I'm somewhat confident Luke McEwen will be able to get to the end. It's just, how quick will he do so? 203 was traffic affected, you'd think, for BS Plus competition, but Redline were consistent between 203 and 204, and Lorenzo responds and finds 9/10 of a second effectively between those two laps. I think this could very much be up for grabs in about 10-20 minutes time. And
I'm looking at sector times here as well, by the way. 3 temps in Sector 1, 9 in Sector 2. where has this all come from Luke McEwen? Because this is a damaging lap so far, if that is correct, what I'm watching at the moment. Through the final corner, we'll have a look at the lap times here again. But this is looking good at the moment for BS Competition. They are really closing in now with less than half an hour to go. I think you are right that McEwen can be confident he makes it, but look at that. 1 second nearly in one lap.
And all it takes is one more lap like this, and suddenly traffic becomes a big worry, because that would flip it. One moment in traffic and suddenly the zebras are there. 4 seconds now splits the two cars with 5.5 hours complete as they bounce their way through the curbs. We had some bowling at the final corner at the start of the race. Fortunately, not much since then. Here comes Elliot Noren. We'll get our answer about LMP2 right now.
How long is this stop going to be? Don't forget about that gap beforehand. About 7.5 seconds, 7.5 between Noren and Andre. He pulls to a stop. Can't make any errors there now. You know where your pit box is. Surely you should be hitting your marks by now. And this final stop of the race. Pit stop number 8 in the LMP2s. The most any class has to come down pit lane in one of these races. The stop time from Darius Andre was 35 seconds for reference.
Well, just waiting. This is where the fueler is just awaiting the signal. At this point, it's officially not going to... Ooh, there you go, 29.5. Wow. We're talking 6 seconds on the money. It's going to be neck and neck, surely. Can the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage machine, up to speed and with tires already in their operating window, carry the momentum and hold on to the lead? Not yet, but to the inner loop, the speed, the draft will build, and Darius Andre will look to reclaim the point.
And he's got to do it now. Strike now while Elliot Noren's getting up to speed here. He puts himself to the middle of the road. Andre's got to do it on the outside line if he's going to. He pulls all the way to the left. Can he get round there? No. He doesn't go for it just yet. You get the feeling if there was 7 minutes rather than 27 to go, he might have gone for that, but so far he decides not to make the move.
It's not over. It is not over. These two are pretty evenly matched. To the inside, down at the chute. It all goes wrong. Elliot Noren's going to lose the front part of the bodywork. Darius Andre still going in a straight line, but will both be headed to pit lane.
He's got front right damage. He's got front right damage, I'm sure of it. The 79 car is more than half a minute away from these guys. RIT Sports right now, that's the best thing they could have seen. But there's definite damage on Elliot Noren's car. That is very, very clear. What about for Darius Andre? Is there any damage on this car? Has he got away with that?
He's got away with it. Look at that steering. Yes, he might have a bit of right front damage, but he's not going to be forced to pit lane this time by 26 minutes left to go. And what does that mean? Not just Pedro Valencia and Arete Esports promoted to second, but suddenly from nowhere, fiercely forward, back in a podium spot.
Yeah, even after their trials and tribulations early on, they had a minute's worth of pit stop earlier on if they sped on pit lane and changed tyres. Nicholas Laubich, there's Noren, comes into pit lane. I really feel for him, I've got to say. We'll have a look at that incident again in a moment, but that was, well, on first view, I don't think that was his fault.
Now, I don't think LMP2 tyres are as sensitive to the cold outlap as the GTP machines, but we definitely have seen that there is a bit of a part to play there. This is already after the look to the inner loop. They sweep through the outer loop and then jinx to the inside.
He doesn't even make the corner himself.
Now they get glued together, so that might be part of it, but the question is, does Noren make a move in reaction? And I think the answer is no.
No, he stays where he is. But yeah, you're right that the glue does take them off the side of the circuit, but he's certainly not making the apex. I mean, he's too late on the brakes there for me, on the inside. Like, you know, the gap was there. There was a gap. I'm not sure I would have gone for it, but there was a gap. I'm afraid he just broke too late there and didn't grab the apex at all in the way that he should have. Certainly the way that you should do if there's somebody on the outside of you on cold tyres in that corner.
See, I just don't know, because these P2 cars are so nimble and light that maybe I'm maybe giving a bit too much of the doubt as well to Delatro's Automotive. The reality is they are going to see the checkered flag. There's no ifs or buts about that. And while the iRacing team will look at the incident post-race, they may give some sort of a penalty. That's not going to put Elliott Naren back out onto track, and I don't think they will end up seeing the end of the race, and that is potentially as heartbreaking as anything else. Let's keep our eye on GTP at the front of the field, where it is down to 2.7 seconds. Another second shaved off since the last time we checked in, but right now, fight is up for the final step on the podium. Can Redline grab 2 steps on the podium, or can Drago Racing fight back after? Let's not forget, Michael Romanidis in that number 2 got tangled up at the start of the race.
It'd be a great story for them if they were to be able to do that. And yeah, podium I think would be a just reward actually for that effort they've made here this afternoon. Because by the way, Laubis is not going to get his podium because we've forgot to mention, or well, I forgot to realise in the first place that he still needed to stop. So he drops off the podium now. But yeah, Romanidis with that spin earlier on put Drago Racing as the only car of the 13 actually out of the draft, if you like, of the rest of the GTP field, even early on in the race in traffic. And a great job from them all to recover this situation. They absolutely deserve a podium, but they've got to get it off red line if they're going to get one.
Surprising. You know, we were just talking about the Acura and the damage there. I feel pretty confident in saying Sean Campbell gave a heftier bonk to Michael Romanidis than the LMP2 gave to Cooper Webster initially, but you know, that's just sometimes the way it goes. Maybe LMP2 also a bit of a tank on occasion. Naren has left pit lane, so that is great to see. We've said that so many times today. The fact that as much as almost 20 cars have retired of the 50 that started. We've also seen some teams digging deep. It looks as though they're going to get a top 5 finish here. So that's not terrible. You know, they would have preferred the win or second place, which was very much up for grabs. But a top split, top 5, can't complain, I guess, about the result, even if the path to it was frustrating.
It's not going to... Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, if you'd have given that to them at the start, they would have said, yes, I'll take that. But try and tell them that now, they'll tell you where to go. Let's put it that way. They are, you know, going to be so disappointed about the way this race ended. Maybe not necessarily even in terms of the incident. Maybe that'll add something to it. But, you know, actually in terms of just the fact that they were running either at the front, or like actually on the front or near the front for all of this race, and they've had it ripped away from them out of their control in the last half an hour of a 6-hour race. That's the most frustrating thing for them. And yeah, they're going to be maybe looking back on this in a few months' time, a few weeks' time, that this is a good, but not tonight.
Fight for third. Van Langendonk has closed up to Diogo Pinto. And around the outside at turn 9. Surely not. Pinto elbows his way back into the position. That was physical. It's not done, that's for sure.
If there still is a nose alongside there, Van Langendonk, then there was definitely going to be trouble, because Pinto was not going to give any room to anyone on the outside at turn 9 there. It's an off-camber corner anyway, so it would have been difficult to manage, but even so, could have given it a go. There he goes, back down the inside again, this time turn 1. Pinto doesn't defend the inside, and he gets the treatment in return. Great pass from Dries Van Langendonk into the podium place.
That was very, very nicely done, and now tries to pull away. Best running Porsche 963 of the day. The 001 simraceshop.de by Grid and Go Machine. That at one point, remember, was running well on the slightly different strategy. This is a car that has been just really through pace, blasting its way up into a podium spot. 8 positions from where they qualified, and all of that after Michael Romanidis had that moment. What a story for them. Back up front, McEwen's pulled a gap. Another second to his benefit. It's 3.7 with 20 minutes left to go.
Yeah, just following the track map, they've had quite a lot of traffic in the last few laps, which is why this has started to happen. Lorenzo, in the Brits leading up to that bit of traffic there, had the rub of the green actually through traffic, so he can't really have too many complaints. 4 attempts lost, 300ths, then a second. That's the real damaging one last lap. I think he's gained some time back again, though, on this lap, if I'm not mistaken. It might only be a few attempts, but I think he has gained some time. Let's see it as they cross the line. There it is, 1/10 of a second. Needs more than that, though. Needs about 3 or 4 a lap now.
maybe running out of steam. Now, Diogo Pinto's lost a full second to Dries van Langendonk. I just wonder if they're both in BMWs at the front of the field, but I was about to say, is there something about the Red Lines car potentially that's weaker that Danny Alves Lorenzo could look to exploit? They are into probably, based on what Eduardo Leo was telling me, he was expecting 224 laps. We are on lap 212. That means 12 laps left to go.
12 laps will be 31 laps in the stint for McEwen, which will be absolutely fine in terms of making it on fuel. So I would say that that probably does ring true as well.
Well,
at 224. Go on.
He did also say that it would most likely be another 32 lapper, so that would then mean that 225.
Yeah, those two calculations can't both be true at the same time. But as long as it's not 33, 34 laps that they have to do at the end, then they don't have to particularly worry about it.
No, I think at this point they'd be really concerned as well. That's the IFR Esports machine back out on track and being passed by Diogo Pinto, trying to keep up to Dries van Langendonk, just keeping himself in sniffing distance of a podium finish with 18 minutes to go. There's only one other fight really happening right now, and that is Gabby Montoro in Ford Mustang GT3. He's got a very unique sound, that's for sure, as it fires off of turn 9. Josh Thompson in the stricken Red Line 72, just up in front.
I said earlier that he would hold on to 6th, actually, Josh Thompson, but that's turned out not to be true. And maybe they'll have to start looking over their shoulder way more. Well, not at Montoro, who has to come in. He's done 32 laps on this stint, so he needed fuel.
Well, that makes it nice and simple. So I think he will keep 6th position then, because Luca Vonch is a further 8.5 back. Oh, well, if he's losing a second a lap.
Yeah. Exactly. He lost 10 to Montoro since the incident.
1 sec. Trying to find the right car number. There we go. Pull the graphic up.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Some of these laps he's losing big. Yeah.
Paul had mentioned something earlier about what Josh would have said on the radio when the incident happened. I can only imagine what Josh will be thinking right now. This is one of those miserable sort of experiences, right, where the car, it's just not gone your way. The race has been not great. Car's not driving great. You're just losing time. You're not slow because you're slow. You're slow because the car's slow.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing you can do to make it any faster. You know, I'm not sure there are many worse, more demoralising feelings in sim racing actually than driving a wounded car to the finish. I've only done it in sprint racing. I can't imagine what it's been like for Redline this afternoon. They've covered nearly half of the race distance this afternoon with a damaged car. The 72 has, and that is, I can't imagine how demoralising that really is. So fair play to them for actually getting to the end here and not crashing, because it's so easy to let your mind slip at those moments and actually have a bigger accident and end the day.
Yes, no, that is also a very, very good point. The fact that when you're in situations like this, it can be easy to go bowling by accident, but no, they have not done that, and they have ensured.
Nice.
I had to slip. Diana Binks, who
we
was
saw bowling earlier under the sign.
I know, we really did. Diana Binks, who was my fellow pit reporter at Watkins last week, she did not really get the. She didn't know about the meme, and so when I tried to explain it to her when we first drove into the track, and I said, you know, it's a meme, and she went, yeah, that's very American. If you can't tell, she was British.
Yeah, I know. Well, she sounds like she is anyway. British accent. Yes, so it's not great when you have to explain it, is it? It never quite lands.
No, but I love it. Go bowling, it just works, you know?
I know it's good, but I get it. You know, I'm not going to, I'm not going to try that out on people who don't.
It's not just that you get it, it's the fact that that's what the actual race name is called, isn't it? Like, I'm going to go search this up. Give me a sec. We've got 15 minutes. Not much is happening. Watkins Glen NASCAR.
33 seconds for the lead. Don't worry about it.
It's 3.5. It's not close. It's literally called the Go Bowling at the Glen.
I know, yeah. I know. But, not a lot of people watch NASCAR, especially, people I speak to.
But yeah, anyway.
People in England.
The problem as well is I didn't get a chance to go on the track walk, which I really wanted to, because I wanted to see how hilly this place is, right?
Yeah.
What I did instead was I went to go watch the F1 movie, so I can't complain too much. I did end up walking from basically down at the 90 all the way up to the inner loop. Wow. It's steep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can believe it. That's the thing that what I thought you were going to say earlier. That's the thing that I hear most of people visiting Watkins Glen for the first time. People don't realise quite how hilly it is. You know, everyone knows about some of them, I suppose, but even in areas where you don't necessarily expect it quite so much, it's quite a hilly place. You know, especially downhill from turn 5, the outer loop, going downhill there. It's quite surprisingly downhill. So I've heard, never been, but yeah, it's a surprisingly hilly racetrack, but yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get to go around. I would have run round if I was there.
See, but you're physically fitter than I am, so
Can't run.
Well, not for
UK.
Not for 3.5, especially not with the 150 feet from.
Oh,
that's not great for Bosch Thompson.
Josh Thompson. Yes, that's exactly what Cooper Webster did earlier with the identical damage.
So it's probably something with just the way the car feels on the entry into the corner as well. It's just inherent in what they're dealing with now. And yeah, again, go back to the frustration at lap time comparison. Cue the Jaws music, Ewan.
Well, is that enough in the laps we've got remaining here? If we're expecting 2:24, then there's only 9 laps to go, including the one we're on at the moment. That's more than 4 tenths a lap required closing rate at the moment. That's going to require some nice look through traffic for Daniel Alves Lorenzo, I would say. And that was even only to catch by the last lap. Oh.
You could see the Ford Mustang unsettled on the outside of the outer loop, but Lorenzo doesn't blink, foot to the floor, keeps it planted.
I blinked, that's for sure. That was scary to watch on board, but absolutely kept it pinned. He continues on. He's got to be careful he doesn't try and overdrive this now. You can see him sliding in just a couple of places here. He's got to try hard, but don't over-try here to try and get the gap down. You can still overheat, burn through the tyres here. It's still hot out there, even though it has declined significantly since the middle of the afternoon.
This is, you can also see, still a struggle on tyres, even with the cooling conditions. Back end coming out over the top of 9. He's giving it his all. But Luke McEwen might just be able to hold on here with Eduardo Leo for what would be Luke McEwen's first success with the team in his second special event. Let's ignore what happened at the Nürburgring 24 for the time being.
I was about to ask whether this is his first win for Redline. As I said earlier, I spoke to him when he joined, and he said that this is an early goal for him in the very near short-term future. Wanted to be up there in the 3 special events which were coming up at the time, which were Nürburgring, Watkins Glen and Spa, which is in 2 weekends' time at the Spa 24 Hours on iRacing.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, wanted to target those for Team Redline in the very short term.
Yeah, a couple of weeks from now. Are you going to... You won't be around for the Spa 24, will you?
I will be coming home on Saturday, so I will be around.
Wait, coming
just
home?
for the start.
I thought you were going to be flying to another country.
I'll be on the way back.
Have I got my dates mixed up for this race?
It's not next weekend, Spa, is it?
No.
It's the one after. Oh,
Oof.
wow, that was close. McEwen. Goodness me.
Does not want to lose out in traffic. That's the Rincon racing car that's had a few close calls with prototypes. That's uncomfortable. Emanuele Olivieri, in the 151 Mag Performance car. That's the last running GTD machine that needs a splash and dash just before we head into the final 10 minutes of the race.
Still stuck behind, but through those higher speed corners for McEwen, it don't cost you quite as much time. But have a look at the lap times this time round. McEwen 34.3, and over the line for Daniel Alves Lorenzo, it's a 33.3. There you go, easy maths. Fastest lap of his race actually for Lorenzo, and it's 1 second closer.
That might just be the shift in the tide. Now, once you get within drafting range, that might start to shift the way that both drivers are dealing with this fight. 10 minutes left to go. This is what we've all been waiting for the strategies to converge and to see which one was going to be best. Turns out both are pretty effective. It's just how you executed on them. And for the most part, they've executed pretty well. Redline just that little bit better. 3 more tenths eked out so far in the middle sector.
Doing a good job, McEwen, under really high pressure as things stand, really high pressure to hold off PS Competition for his first success with Team Redline as a driver. Would be incredible if he could hold on. This is going to be a really, really close finish. Going to go down as one of the closest finishes in this race's history. Indeed, in endurance racing, iRacing special event history as well. Hard to think of few finishes quite as close as this one, with 9 minutes to go, 6 laps to go at the line.
This is tense. All it takes is a bit of traffic, and I'm looking at the track map. I see the Falcon Sim Racing machine. I see 72. Who's the 72? That's the Team Redline GTD machine. And then there's a couple more further up the road, but the traffic's quite separated right now, so it's going to take a big swing. Danny Lorenzo, last lap by, lost 11 thousandths of a second.
Can't afford that. Effectively, he's not gaining any time is a loss. Even if he'd gained 1100th, that would be a loss. But he's had a better run through that bit of traffic there. Into turn 1, McEwen had to get stuck behind the Falcon car. Lorenzo went straight past them down the back straight, and he flies through the bus stop. 1.9, 1.8, and you can see the fluctuations in the way they drive as well. They drive quite differently into the corners. Lorenzo, to me, looks like he's over pushing to me, but he's clearly not, because he's clearly still going quickly, and he's not burning through his tyres either. But his driving style just looks wrong to me. The way Luke McEwen's driving seems a lot more calm and considered, but they're just as fast as each other.
Past the sister car. Not expecting Josh to be much of a concern for either one, as much as some might speculate. Team Games. Fastest machine on track, by the way, is not either of these cars. It's Dries van Langendonk, which means that that's a name that you and I better get used to seeing. The next time that we'll see these cars out on track in a special events, of course, Indy 6 hours, but after that, all builds to iRacing Petit Le Mans.
Absolutely. He'll be one to watch, absolutely. And Drago Racing are going to finish this race really not very far away from the win. As you say, he's the fastest driver on the circuit right now, and has been for some time, actually. He's got the best lap of the race, the only man to be in a 32. I think it was him who set that. And that has shown some really good speed. Makes you wonder where they would have been without that spin.
Interesting that we have the headlights on. Definitely not needed here in upstate New York when the sun sets as late as 9, a little bit after 9 potentially. We probably just crested past 6. No, not even. 5 p.m. in sim time. 19 kilometer an hour gusts of winds. That has definitely been something that these drivers have probably been feeling around the track. 1.8 seconds for a moment, but it grows once again. On board with the chaser. This is the most interesting game of hide and seek that I've seen in quite a while.
It is. It's a very, very exciting game at the moment. What a race we've had. What a finish it's going to be as well. Can Luke McEwen hold on? Can he resist the pressure? And again, that tells a story as well, doesn't it? The positions gained between the two of them. Redline on the front row with their teammates to help. BS Competition fighting on their own through the first part of that race with others in the midfield. Had to do a short pit in the first time around, first stop, to get themselves into clean air. They did it, and that's a late dive, but they're going to make it. Only 28 laps in their first stint, remember, earlier on. Only 28 in their second as they short field to try and get track position. Boy, has that worked out for them. They have needed to do an extra stop, in fairness, but it's worked out in the end. And look at that, the flashing of the lights from Lorenzo as well, trying to get into his head.
Doing whatever he can, but just a little bit too far away now, it would seem. 2.3 seconds with 5 minutes left to go. Drago Racing, by the way, comfortable in GTD. Delatraz Automotive, comfortable in LMP2. This is the excitement. This is the drama. Attrition has been heavy, though. We can't deny that, Ewan. 50 took the start. 32 will see the checkered flag.
And more than 10 didn't see the end of hour 1, which tells the whole story in itself, as well as Sean Campbell comes into pit lane. He was one of the contenders, and this car has been so far delayed this afternoon. They're actually behind most of the LMP2 field. They're fifth if they were an LMP2. That's what a difficult day it's been for the Grid and Go team, despite the fact they were in the conversation for the race win. I don't think their strategy quite would have worked out, though, because Sean Campbell was chatting earlier on about the fact that they were on the same strategy as Drago, but slightly behind. So they probably, I guess, would have been fourth. Or was it BS they were saying that about? Anyway, it was one of the two. They wouldn't have won, is what I'm saying, putting it that way, on the strategy they were going at the rate they were before they crashed.
2.3 seconds. McEwen is doing just enough. Let's take another look at those lap times as they'll cross across the line. Break that timing beam. 4.5 minutes to go. That will mean we are in to the final 3 laps of this race. What's the gap? And what's the margin? 0.2. That's decisive, I think. McEwen, not much traffic in front of them either. There's 2, or is that 1 GTD machine and 1 LMP2? This could be ideal.
He's got next up number 10, Marla Racing Team. Then he's got the Arete Esports team. And then it's Sean Campbell. So, yeah, there's not much traffic up in front. And I think that's all that's going to take this away from McEwen now. He's looking good there. He's weathered a real storm this afternoon in this final stint. But now that he has, I think Lorenzo's just gone out maybe a little bit too hard on these tyres. It's starting to slip away at the end. And also, McEwen now knows how many laps there'll be. Knows that he can make it on fuel. He is going to have to do another 32 lap stint, and they've done a very good job at monitoring the fuel, managing the fuel to get all the way home. But he looks like he's in the clear now, as long as there's no traffic to get in the way.
We need more races like this, don't we? We've had some decent ones. Bathurst was pretty good. I thought Bathurst was really good.
Yeah, excellent.
But yeah, this is the type of race, and I think you and I, we've got no problem with. And let's be fair, you and I have commentated on 4 hours each of this, so we've seen the majority of the race. We would do all 6 of this quite happily, if I think we could.
I've watched all of it, yeah. Even though if I've not been talking the whole time, I've watched all of it. Yeah, it's been an excellent race, really has. And the way that, as he just gains very marginally, but needs a lot more than that, Lorenzo. The way that these days 6-hour races are just sprints without any sort of break or in the action or anything is just remarkable. You know, you can understand that in sim racing, but we get that in real life now as well. It's just an amazing time to be a sports car endurance racing fan. Which we count ourselves 2 of. We've seen a special race here this afternoon. And, you know, it's not hard to remember the days where iRacing special events were won by minutes and laps. This is going to go down in history as one of the very closest ever in an endurance sports car event, anyway.
Yeah. And it means that I am looking forward even more now to this race next year. This has always been one of my favorite races. It's short enough that there are people that will do multiple of the time slots, some that did one yesterday, I'm sure some that will do one today, maybe in some that are doing 2 today if they're, you know, working with teammates and stuff. It's just one of those approachable endurance races, right? It's not quite long enough to feel like a drag. It's short enough that you can do it with just 2 drivers and do it just comfortably enough as well. 2 laps left to go for Vlad Kimichev as he crosses the line. There will be 1 lap left for your race leader. 2.5 seconds as they will see the white flag. And what a race it has been. Just out of trouble. Not much traffic in front of them if they don't want to get into the weeds of it. Luke McEwen and Eduardo Leo, 3.5 miles left to hold on.
Just 1 more lap and Luke McEwen has got to keep it on the island. Only joined Team Redline officially 1 month ago tomorrow. That's how soon this is in the journey of Luke McEwen and Team Redline. But this is going to be a huge, huge victory for him to take an iRacing special event. Said that he's going to target these in the summer of 2025 before other things coming up later on in this calendar year. And he has taken to this race very, very well indeed, especially in the situation he was given the car in. They were limping at some stages, I've got to say, when they were losing time hand over fist, but he's weathered a storm brilliantly here, and he's actually extended the gap in these last few laps at the very end.
And they have 2 really strong machines, right? But in some ways, you look at the fact that Diogo Pinto and Gustavo Ariel are in the BMW M Team Redline entry and say that that's like a quiet nod of confidence. You know, Diogo and Gustavo will get the job done. There's a new story starting to build of new drivers. Luke McEwen's not an up-and-comer anymore. It's last year's FIA Formula 4 Esports World Champion. He's won some special events. He's had some success before. But rejoining with Team Redline, The future is bright for him and for the team. The clock strikes 0 and out to the final couple of corners under the sunshine in upstate New York. It's a very first special event victory for Eduardo Leo. A first win for Luke McEwen with his new team, Team Redline, up front at the Glen 6 Hours presented by VCO and headed to the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Hold on, as your class leaders in both LMP2 and in GTD are so far in front of the rest of their field, they will be scored a lap clear by virtue of their positioning relative to the winner. But Ewan, a quite remarkable race. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and Drago Racing were the winners in GTD in LMP2.
Yeah, it's going to go down as one of the closest overall finishes, by the way, in history, just 3.2 seconds. But yeah, great dominant displays from Delatraz Automotive and Drago Racing. There will be discussions about the last move for Delatraz Automotive for sure, but they have had the speed here, even coming over adversity earlier on this afternoon to chase down the IFR team and take the victory here.
We'll get, hopefully, a chance to chat with these drivers. Here comes Darius Andre, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, winners in the LMP2 category, and they'll get some trophies to commemorate what is a historic win for them and for the team as well. Here comes Vlad Kimichev, paired up with Thibaut Prévost. But Kimichev has done 133 laps of the almost 200 that the car has done. He'll exit out of the final corner, and it's Drago Racing back-to-back wins in the GTD class in VCO Grand Slam events.
A 1-2 in GTD is a perfect way to end the day. 3 cars on the podium overall as well. What a fantastic day for Drago Racing. We're just going from strength to strength as a team, especially in the iRacing special event world. The presence they have even in these races is just remarkable in itself. And to actually go on and get 3 cars on the podium is remarkable as well. 3 cars DNF'd, 3 cars on the podium. That's a pretty good strike rate. A pretty good win or nothing, or podium or bust for them in the classes they've entered.
Photo opportunities across the board. Drago Racing linking their prototypes and GTs together. Is that a car out of fuel and needing some assistance up the hill?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That number 9 car, don't forget, had to do an extra lap, so I'm not sure if they accounted for that.
Well, and our pit stop timer is going to start going off as the field makes its way to pit lane. As we said, we will hope to get some reactions from our winners and maybe our podium sitters in our post-race coverage. Let's gander down through our race results. Luke McEwen makes it red line up front once again in the BMW M Hybrid V8. His first win with the team in the special events, and for his teammate Eduardo Leo, quite remarkably for a driver as talented as him, his first ever special event win, his first ever special event podium. Danny Lorenzo and Dominic Hoffman come 3 seconds short on an alternate strategy, but in front of Dries van Langendonk, flying in the Drago Racing number 2 to bounce back after a difficult start to the race for the team. Diogo Pinto, BMW M Team Redline, a drive-through penalty, no fault of their own, avoiding chaos in front of them, drops them down, all things considered, and do the math. 25 odd seconds to transit down through pit lane. They could have been our race winners. Apex Racing Academy 5th, Movano Azuro 6th, and then Simufy Esports. A couple of laps down for them as well as for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, but they see the finish alongside of simraceshop.de by Grid and Go. Unfortunately, retirements for the Apex Racing team, Williams Sim Racing, Playseat and Fanatec, while Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz, his sim to virtual reverse transition and not working out well. Racing Clio Cup and not finishing here today. Darius Andre, he's going to be thrilled to bring Delatraz Automotive into the victory lane ranks in this LMP2 category alongside Corentin Millero. Both will grab trophies for their achievement in front of Pedro Valencia and Carlos Bozapuya for Arete Esports and Rincon Racing. Marked down the lap, but that's only by virtue of where the overall leader was in relation to these drivers. Good finish as well for Nicholas Laubish and Fiercely Forward after a lengthy delay on pit lane to serve a penalty for them. IFR Esports will be heartbroken. A potential race win ripped from their hands, no fault of their own, with Effect VPS Esports, Maniti Racing Green, and then Kings by TK all seeing action towards the end, although not finishing on the lead lap. Fiercely Forward Purple and Shezi Esports, further retirements for them as well as for Nathan Olsen from Maradness, Effect Simulations, and the Radiator Springs Racing Team, the first to go ka-chow in the LMP2 class. This race class win, though, of course, will be reviewed by the stewards for that contact in the move for the race win. For Kimichev and Troncoso, a 1-2 at the line for Drago Racing, while Alejandro Sanchez brings the Ferrari for the Apex Racing Team up into third. Marla Racing fourth in their BMW, in front of Tristan Iglesias for Coanda, the best of the Porsches, while Team Redline will be a little bit frustrated that they couldn't go 3 wins in a row in the GTD class at Watkins Glen. The Acura finishing down in 6th. Falcon Sim Racing, Sheza Esports, Grid & Go, and Simufy, the rest of the top 10 in class. As we cycle through the rest of the names, Veloce Thrustmaster fiercely forward. A couple of Grid & Go machines, Coanda and Mag Performance see the end, while Redline, Drago, Williams Sim Racing Academy, the Williams Gaming Club, Williams Sim Racing, Chill Blast, Veloce Thrustmaster, and another Grid & Go machine do not see the end. That's enough of me rambling through the race results. Ewan O'Leary is standing by with winner in the GTD class. It's teammate to Vlad Kimichev, it's Thibaut Prévost.
Yeah, Thibaut, congratulations, welcome in, and as I say, congratulations on the race win for Drago Racing this afternoon in GTD. Tell us a little bit about how you're feeling as a team right now, because that's 3 cars from this race on the podium, and obviously winners in GTD as well. How are you feeling as a team right now?
Yeah, I mean, not much words. Like, we've been doing great lately, so we keep it going, and feels amazing to be on the podium, all of us.
What was the thinking going into today? Because we saw your cars involved in racing from pretty early on, really. It didn't seem like it seemed at times like this race was about fuel saving and taking your time, but other times where wheel-to-wheel racing was really the priority. What was the sort of mindset going into this with regards to that? How easily you needed to take it or not at the start of this race?
Well, we had for our cars, we had a pretty bad quali, so we knew we had to move up fast. And to be honest, we just managed our race. We didn't really care about the others. And there are so many incidents that we just kept moving up. And yeah, I mean, not much more to say.
Yeah, congratulations, nevertheless, Thibaut, on the race win to yourself and Vlad from Drago Racing. And thanks for coming to chat to us after the race.
Yeah, can I just say thank you to my team, because they built an absolutely insane car. Like, it was some crazy work. I was just here to drive, to be honest. Every time they build a car that's fighting at the front, and I mean, feels amazing.
Congratulations, Thibaut, and once again, and enjoy your evening. That was Thibaut Prévost, winner for Drago Racing. I was wondering now you've got the overall race winners.
And 2, I'm sure, very excited drivers grabbing respective first. Luke, let's start with you as the driver that's just crossed the line. First win in a special event with Team Redline, only about a month after joining the team. I think Ewan said tomorrow is officially a month since you lined back up with Team Redline. How's it feel to be back with the team and winning races right off the bat?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. The team did a great job, and kind of always does a great job, you know. That's one of the reasons why I joined them. So to get a win, yeah, it's really nice. Obviously this track, I think I've only raced this race once. It didn't go very well, and it's so difficult, you know. There's so much stuff that can happen, and you know, Edo did a great job at the start. Quali, I mean, the team, both of them, 1-2. Just unfortunate for the other car, but yeah, really great job from everyone and everyone behind the scenes.
It's not often that I feel like we see you in a prototype. How's it feel to put the downforce on the car? I know you've done Formula 4 and stuff, but this seems like ratcheting up that even further.
Yeah, first race in the GTP, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. I mean, see, last year I did the IndyCar series, which was, I mean, for me, F4 is not really high downforce. For me, it doesn't really drive like it. IndyCar was, I really enjoyed it, and I think it kind of suits my driving style. So giving this a go, I learned so much in the week, and thanks to everyone. So yeah, I really enjoyed it, and obviously it paid off.
Speaking of IndyCar, that's when Eduardo Leo kind of joined up with the team for the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. Couple of race wins, but Eduardo, this is your very first special event race win, and apparently special event podium as well. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't believe it. I mean, it was a tremendous effort, as Luke said, especially for him to get up to speed with these cars. You know, it's not easy, and he did a very great job. The pace was amazing throughout the whole race, and we did a very great job defending off from BS, which you have to give it to, because they've been on our tail for pretty much the whole race. So that was pretty tense, but amazing to get my first win with the team, and also my first special event win.
Tell me a little bit about the fact that this race had no rain. Did that kind of impact the preparations for you, Eduardo, given that, last year, I remember this race had lots of rain, it was heavy rain as well. Was it nice to be able to just set the car up for the dry and kind of focus on maximizing what you could there?
Yeah, it's always nice to know you have only one condition to worry about. You don't need to prepare it for mixed conditions and everything. But this race, all the years, has been crazily hot. So the track surface, especially also this race, was I think at some point close to 50 Celsius. So it was also tough to keep it on track and keep the tires alive. So rain in that case is not something to worry about the tires, but at least it was only one condition to worry about.
At least it didn't get up to 60. Thanks for coming to chat to us, guys. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you at Spa. I'm hoping to see if Redline continues this momentum.
Thanks,
Thank you, guys.
Nick McEwen, Eduardo Leo jumping in for a quick chat as we get ready to wrap things up. Before we do so, quick look at the schedule. June was endurance racing heaven, both for those in the real world, but also for those in the sim. We had our 4 hours at Thruxton, a TCR extravaganza, and then the Nürburgring 24-hour race. We'll have another 24-hour race in the month of July, with Spa, of course, taking center stage. But Ewan, what makes special events so interesting, it's not just endurance. Firecracker 400, Brickyard 400, it's NASCAR time as we head into the summer.
Yeah, into the summer and into the autumn, winter, it does get a little bit more variety in terms of the cars that we're going to use across the special event calendar, and that is a great thing. But there is still plenty of endurance racing for you to go at. If there is still, you think there's roughly one a month from here to the very end of the year, certainly down until November, until we get back round for another year. So yeah, thoroughly looking forward to all of the events to come starting next weekend.
And what's quite crazy is that I'm expecting that when we go to Spa, knowing the weather that often greets us in the Ardennes, it's not likely to be dry. So what we enjoyed here today in terms of the dry race, not much chaos with the weather, not likely to be the case when we get to go racing once again. For the entire team behind the scenes at RaceSpot TV, though, Cam Roger, Paul Smith, alongside Ewan O'Leary and myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Thank you for your company. What a race. The third of our VCO Grand Slams. 2 more teams punching their tickets to the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. 1 more VCO Grand Slam left to come. iRacing Petit Le Mans later on this year. The final stop on the road to the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. We'll see you next time here on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network.